different games, just computer in general, that end up popping up left, right, center. So it's just me trying to use it as much as possible and showing them what works and what doesn't work and what I would like to be better. And then they take that feedback and they usually create amazing things for me. They solve these problems in ways I would never imagine. They're so good at everything they do. And so I'm just really thankful that I'm able to give them feedback and they can make something of it. Because a lot of my feedback is like really dumb. It's just like, I want this. Please do something about it. And we'll come back super well thought out, and it's way better than anything I could have ever thought of or implemented myself. So they're just great. They're really, really great.
As the BCI community grows, would you like to hang out with the other folks with Neuralinks? Like, what relationship, if any, would you want to have with them? Because you said like they might have a different set of like ideas of how to use the thing.
Yeah.
Would you be intimidated by their web great performance?
No. I hope day one they like the floor. I hope they beat it, and they crush it. Double it if they can. Just because, on one hand, because I'm super competitive, I
Look
want
at this
other people
athleticism,
to
folks.
push me. I think that is important for anyone trying to achieve greatness. Is they need other people around them who are going to push them to be better. And I even made a joke about it on X once. Like, once the next people get chosen, like, cue buddy cop music. Like, I'm just excited to have other people to do this with and to like share experiences with. I'm more than happy to interact with them as much as they want. I'm more than happy to give them advice. I don't know what kind of advice I could give them, but if they have questions, I'm more than happy.
What advice would you have for the next participant in the clinical trial?
That they should have fun with this, because it is a lot of fun, and that I hope they work really, really hard, because it's not just for us, it's for everyone that comes after us. And come to me if they need anything, and to go to Neuralink if they need anything. Man, Neuralink moves mountains. Like, they do absolutely anything for me that they can, and it's an amazing support system to have. It puts my mind at ease, for like so many things that I have like questions about, so many things I want to do. They're always there, and that's really, really nice. And so I would tell them not to be afraid to go to Neuralink with any questions that they have, any concerns, anything that they're looking to do with this, and any help that Neuralink is capable of providing. I know they will. And I don't know, just work your ass off, because it's really important that we try to give our all to this.
So have fun and work hard.
Yeah, there we go. Maybe that's what I'll just start saying to people. Have fun, work hard.
Now you're a real pro athlete. Just keep it short. Maybe it's good to talk about what you've been able to do now that you have a Neuralink implant, like the freedom you gain from this way of interacting with the outside world. Like, you play video games all night, and you do that by yourself.
Yeah.
And that's a kind of freedom. Can you speak to that freedom that you gain?
Yeah, it's what all, I don't know, people in my position want. They just want more independence. The more load that I can take away from people around me, the better. And if I'm able to interact with the world without using my family, without going through any of my friends, like needing them to help me with things, the better. If I'm able to sit up on my computer all night and not need someone to like sit me up, say like on my iPad, like in a position where I can use it, and then have to have them wait up for me all night until I'm ready to be done using it. Like that, it takes a load off of all of us, and it's really like all I can ask for. I mean, it's something that I could never thank Neuralink enough for. I know my family feels the same way. Um, just being able to have the freedom to do things on my own, at any hour of the day or night, it means the world to me. And I don't know.
when you're up at 2 a.m. playing WebGrid by yourself,
Yeah.
I just imagine like it's darkness and there's just a light going and you're just focused. What's going through your mind? Or you're like in a state of flow where it's like mind's empty, like those like Zen masters.
Yeah. Generally, it is me playing music of some sort. I have a massive playlist, and so I'm just like rocking out to music. And then it's also just like a race against time because I'm constantly looking at how much battery percentage I have left on my implant. Like, all right, I have 30%, which equates to X amount of time, which means I have to break this record in the next hour and a half, or else it's not happening tonight. And so it's a little stressful when that happens, but it's like when it's above 50%, I'm like, okay, like I have time. Let's start getting down to 30 and then 20. It's like, all right, 10%, a little pop-up's going to pop up right here. It's going to really screw my web grid flow. It's going to tell me that, like there's a low battery pop-up comes up and it's really going to screw me over. So if I'm going to break this record, I have to do it in the next like 30 seconds or else that pop-up's going to get in the way, like cover my web grid. And then after that, I go click on it, go back into web grid, and I'm like, all right, that means I have, 10 minutes left before this thing's dead. That's what's going on in my head. Generally, that and whatever song's playing. And I want to break those records so bad. Like it's all I want when I'm playing record. It has become less of like, this is just a leisurely activity. Like I just enjoy doing this because it just feels so nice and it puts me at ease. It is no. Once I'm in web grid, you better break this record or you're gonna waste like 5 hours of your life right now. And I don't know. It's just fun. It's fun, man.
Have you ever tried WebGrid with like 2 targets and 3 targets? Can you get higher BPS that?
Can you do that?
You mean like different color targets? Or you mean
multiple targets.
Yeah,
so changing the thing.
Yeah, so BPS is the log of number of targets times correct minus incorrect divided by time. And so you can think of like different clips as basically double the number of targets.
Got it.
So you basically higher BPS the more options there are, the more difficult it is. There's also like Zen mode you played in before, which is infinite canvas.
It covers the whole screen with a grid and
what? Yeah, and so you can go like that's insane.
He doesn't like it because it's so BPS. So like
Oh yeah.
I had them put in a giant BPS in the background, so now it's like the opposite of Zen mode. It's like super hard mode, like metal mode. If it's just like a giant number in the back counter.
We should rename that. Metal mode is much better than that.
So you also play Civilization 6.
I love Civ 6.
Usually go with Korea.
I do. Yeah. So the great part about Korea is they focus on like science tech victories, which was not planned. Like I've been playing Korea for years, and then all of the Neuralink stuff happened. So it kind of aligns. But what I've noticed with tech victories is if you can just rush science, then you can do anything. Like at one point in the game, you will be so far ahead of everyone technologically that you will have like musketmen, infantrymen, planes sometimes, and people will still be fighting with like bows and arrows. And so if you want to win a domination victory, you just get to a certain point with the science and then go and wipe out the rest of the world. Or you can just take science all the way and win that way, and you're going to be so far ahead of everyone because you're producing so much science that it's not even close. I've accidentally won in different ways just by focusing on science.
Accidentally won by focusing on science.
I was playing only science, obviously, like just science all the way, just tech, and I was trying to get like every tech in the tech tree and stuff, and then I accidentally won through a diplomatic victory, and I was so mad. I was so mad because it just like ends the game one turn. It was like, oh, you won, you're so diplomatic. I'm like, I don't want to do this. I should have declared war on more people or something. It was terrible, but you don't need like giant civilizations with tech, especially with Korea. You can keep it pretty small. So I generally just get to a certain military unit and put them all around my border, to keep everyone out, and then I will just build up. So very isolationist. Yeah,
Just work on the side.
yeah, that's it.
You're making it sound so fun.
It's so much fun.
And I also saw Civilization 7 trailer.
Oh man, I'm so pumped.
And that's probably coming out.
Come on, Sim 7, hit me up. All alpha, beta test, whatever.
Wait, well, when is it coming out? It's in
2025.
Yeah, next year. What other stuff would you like to see improved about the Neuralink app and just the entire experience?
I would like to, like I said, get back to the like click on demand, like the regular clips. That would be great. I would like to be able to connect to more devices. Right now, it's just the computer. I'd like to be able to use it on my phone or use it on different consoles, different platforms. I'd like to be able to control as much stuff as possible, honestly. Like an Optimus robot would be pretty cool. That would be sick if I could control an Optimus robot. The Link app itself, it seems like we are getting pretty dialed in to what it might look like down the road. Seems like we've gotten through a lot of what I want from it, at least. The only other thing I would say is like more control over all the parameters that I can tweak with my like cursor and stuff. There's a lot of things that go into how the cursor moves in certain ways, and I have 3 or 4 of those parameters.
Like gain and
friction, yeah, and there's maybe double the amount of those with just like velocity and then with the actual scroll cursor. So I would like all of it. I want as much control over my environment as possible.
So you want like advanced mode, like in like there's menus usually there's basic mode, and you're like one of those folks like
I go
power user advanced.
That's what I want. I want as much control over this as possible. So yeah, that's really all I can ask for. Just give me everything.
Has speech been useful? Like just being talk also in addition to everything else?
Yeah, you mean like while I'm using it?
While you're using it, like speech to text?
Oh yeah.
Or do you type, or like, because there's also a keyboard?
Yeah, really nice. So there's a virtual keyboard. That's another thing I would like to work more on is finding some way to type or text in a different way. Right now, it is like a dictation basically, and a virtual keyboard that I can use with the cursor. But we've played around with like finger spelling, like sign language finger spelling, and that seems really promising. So I have this thought in my head that it's going to be a very similar learning curve that I had with the cursor, where I went from attempted movement to imagined movement at one point. I have a feeling, this is just my intuition, that at some point I'm going to be doing finger spelling and I won't need to actually attempt to finger spell anymore, but I'll just be able to think the like letter that I want and it'll pop up. Yeah, and
that's challenging. Yeah, that's hard. That's a lot of work for you to kind of take that leap. That would be awesome.
And then, like, going from letters to words is another step. Like, you would go from, right now it's finger spelling, like just the sign language alphabet. But if it's able to pick that up, then it should be able to pick up, like, the whole sign language, language. And so then if I could do something along those lines, or just the sign language spelled word, if I can spell it at a reasonable speed and it can pick that up, then I would just be able to think that through and it would do the same thing. I don't see why not. After what I saw with the cursor control, I don't see why it wouldn't work. But we'd have to play around with it.
What was the process in terms of like training yourself to go from attempted movement to imagined movement?
Yeah.
How long did that take? So like, how long would this kind of process take?
Well, it was a couple weeks before it just like happened upon me. But now that I know that was possible, I think I can make it happen with other things. I think it would be much, much simpler.
Would you get an upgraded implant device?
Sure, absolutely. Whenever let me.
So you don't have any concerns for you with the surgery experience? All of it was like no regrets.
No.
So everything's been good so far.
Yep.
You just keep getting upgrades.
Yeah, I mean, why not? I've seen how much it's impacted my life already, and I know that everything from here on out is going to get better and better. So I would love to. I would love to get the upgrade.
What future capabilities are you excited about? Sort of beyond this kind of telepathy. Uh, is vision interesting? So for folks who, for example, who are blind, so Neuralink enabling people to see, or for speech.
Yeah, there's a lot that's very, very cool about this. We're talking about the brain, so there's like this is just motor cortex stuff. There's so much more that can be done. The vision one is fascinating to me. I think that is going to be very, very cool. Give someone the ability to see for the first time in their life would just be, I mean, it might be more amazing than even helping someone like me. Like that just sounds incredible. The speech thing is really interesting. Being able to have some sort of like real time translation and way that language barrier would be really cool. Sort of like actual impairments that it could solve, like with speech, would be very, very cool. And then also there are a lot of different abilities that all originate in the brain, and you would be able to hopefully be able to solve a lot of those. I know there's already stuff to help people with seizures that can be implanted in the brain. This would do, I imagine, the same thing. And even someone like Joe Rogan has talked about the possibilities with being able to stimulate the brain in different ways. Uh, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what like how ethical a lot of that would be. That's beyond me, honestly. But I know that there's a lot that can be done when we're talking about the brain and being able to go in and physically make changes to help people or to improve their lives. So I'm really looking forward to everything that comes from this. And I don't think it's all that far off. Um, I think a lot of this can be implemented within my lifetime, assuming that I live a long life.
What you were referring to is things like people suffering from depression or things of that nature.
Yeah, flip a switch like that, make someone happy. I think Joe has talked about it more in terms of like, you want to experience like what a drug trip feels like. Like you want to experience what it'd be like to be on, mushrooms or something like that, DMT. Like you can just flip that switch in the brain. My buddy Dane has talked about being able to like wipe parts of your memory and re-experience things that, like for the first time, like your favorite movie or your favorite book. Like just wipe that out real quick and then re-fall in love with Harry Potter or something. I told him, I was like, I don't know how I feel about like people being able to just wipe parts of your memory. That seems a little sketchy. He's like, they're already doing it. So
sounds legit. I would love memory replay, just like actually like high resolution replay of old memories.
Yeah. I saw an episode of Black Mirror about that once. I don't think
Yeah, so Black Mirror always kind of considers the worst case, which is important. I think people don't consider the best case or the average case enough. I don't know what it is about us humans. We want to think about the worst possible thing. We love drama.
Yeah.
Like, how is this new technology going to kill everybody? We just love that. Well, we feel like, yes, let's watch.
Hopefully people don't think about that too much for me. It'll ruin a lot of my plans.
Yeah, I assume you're going to have to take over the world. I mean, I love your Twitter. You tweet, I'd like to make jokes about hearing voices in my head since getting the Neuralink, but I feel like people would take it the wrong way. Plus, the voices in my head told me not to.
Yeah.
Yeah. Please never stop. So you were talking about Optimus. Is that something you would love to be able to do, to control the robotic arm or the entirety of Optimus?
Oh yeah, for sure. For sure, absolutely.
Do you think there's something like fundamentally different about just being able to physically interact with the world?
Yeah. Oh, 100%. I know another thing with like being able to like give people the ability to like feel sensation and stuff too, by going in with the brain and having the Neuralink maybe do that. That could be something that could be transferred through the Optimus as well. Like there's all sorts of really cool interplay between that, and then also like so just physically interacting. I mean, 99% of the things that I can't do myself, obviously I need a caretaker for, someone to physically do things for me. If an Optimus robot could do that, like I could live an incredibly independent life and not be such a burden on those around me. Um, and it would change the way people like me live, um, at least until whatever this is gets cured. Um, but being able to interact with the world physically like that would just be amazing. Uh, and they're not just like for having to be a caretaker or something, but something like I talked about, just being able to read a book. Imagine Optimus Robot just being able to hold a book open in front of me, like get that smell again. I might not be able to feel it at that point, or maybe I could again with the sensation and stuff. But there's something different about reading like a physical book than staring at a screen or listening to an audiobook. I actually don't like audiobooks. I've listened to a ton of them at this point, but I don't really like them. I would much rather like read a physical copy.
So one of the things you would love to be able to experience is opening the book, bringing it up to you,
Yeah,
and to feel the touch of the paper.
yeah. Oh man, the touch, the smell. I mean, it's just something about the words on the page. You know, they've replicated, you know, that page color on like the Kindle and stuff. Yeah, it's just not the same. Yeah, so just something as simple as that.
So one of the things you miss is touch.
I do. Yeah, a lot of things that I interact with in the world, like clothes or literally any physical thing that I interact with in the world. A lot of times, what people around me will do is they'll just come like rub it on my face. They'll like lay something on me so I can feel the weight. They will rub, you know, a shirt on me so I can feel fabric. Like there's something very profound about touch, and uh, it's something that I miss a lot, um, and something I would love to do again. We'll see.
What would be the first thing you do with a hand that can touch? Give your mom a hug after that, right?
Yeah, no, it's one thing that I've asked like God for basically every day since my accident was just being able to like one day move, even if it was only like my hand, so that way like I could squeeze my mom's hand or something, just to like show her that, you know, like how much I care and how much I love her and everything. Something along those lines. Being able to just interact with the people around me, handshake, give someone a hug. Um, I don't know, anything like that. Being able to help me eat, like I'd probably get really fat, which would be a terrible, terrible thing.
Also beat bliss and chess on a physical chessboard.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, there are just so many upsides. You know? And any way to find some way to feel like I'm bringing bliss down to my level,
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
he's just such an amazing guy, and everything about him is just so above and beyond, that anything I can do to take him down a notch.
Yeah. Yeah. Humble him a bit. He needs it.
Yeah.
Okay. As he's sitting next to me. Did you ever make sense of why God puts good people through such hardship?
Oh man. Um, I think it's all about understanding how much we need God, and I don't think that there's any light without the dark. I think that if all of us were happy all the time, there would be, you know, no reason to turn to God ever. I feel like there would be no concept of, you know, good or bad. And I think that as much of like the darkness and the evil that's in the world, it makes us all appreciate the good and the things we have so much more. And I think, you know, like when I had my accident, one of the first things I said to one of my best friends was, and this was within like the first month or two after my accident, I said, you know, everything about this accident has just made me understand and believe that like God is real and that there really is a God, basically, and that um, like my interactions with him have all been, you know, real and worthwhile. And he said, if anything, seeing me go through this accident, he believes that there isn't a God, and it's a very different reaction. Um, but I believe that it is a way for God to test us, to build our character, to um, send us through trials and tribulations, to make sure that we understand how precious he is, and the things that he's given us and the time that he's given us, and then hopefully grow from all of that. I think that's a huge part of being here is to um, not just you know have an easy life and do everything that's easy, but to step out of our comfort zones and really challenge ourselves, because I think that's how we grow.
What gives you hope about this whole thing we have going on, human civilization?
Oh, man, I think people are my biggest inspiration. Even just being at Neuralink for a few months, looking people in the eyes and hearing their motivations for why they're doing this, it's so inspiring. And I know that they could be other places, at cushy jobs, working somewhere else, doing X, Y, or Z that doesn't really mean that much. But instead, they're here and they want to better humanity and they want to better just the people that they've interacted with in their life. They want to make better lives for their own family members who might have disabilities, or they look at someone like me and they say, I can do something about that, so I'm going to. And it's always been what I've connected with most in the world of people. I've always been a person, and I love learning about people, and I've learning like how people developed and where they came from, and to see like how much people are willing to do for someone like me when they don't have to, and they're going out of their way to make my life better. It gives me a lot of hope for just humanity in general. How much we care and how much we're capable of when we all kind of get together and try to make a difference. And I know there's a lot of bad out there in the world, but there always has been and there always will be. Um, and I think it shows human resiliency, and it shows what we're able to endure, and how much we just want to be there and help each other, and how much satisfaction we get from that. Because I think that's one of the reasons that we're here is just to help each other. And um, I don't know, that always gives me hope. Is just realizing that there are people out there who still care and who want to help.
And thank you for being one such human being and continuing to be a great human being through everything you've been through, and being an inspiration to many people, to myself for many reasons, including your epic, unbelievably great performance on WebGrid. I will be training all night tonight to try to catch up.
Can do it.
And I believe in you that you can, once you come back, so sorry to interrupt with the Austin trip, once you come back, eventually beat this.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely.
I'm rooting for you. The whole world is rooting for you. Thank you for everything you've done.
Thanks, man.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Nolan Arbaugh. Before that, with Elon Musk, DJ Saw, Matthew McDougall, and Liz Chapman. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Aldous Huxley in The Doors of Perception. We live together. We act on and react to one another. But always, and in all circumstances, we are by ourselves. The martyrs go hand in hand into the arena. They are crucified alone. Embraced, the lovers desperately try to fuse their insulated ecstasies into a single self-transcendence, in vain. But its very nature, every embodied spirit is doomed to suffer and enjoy its solitude. Sensations, feelings, insights, fancies, all these are private, and except through symbols and at second hand, incommunicable. We can pull information about experiences, but never the experiences themselves. From family to nation, every human group is a society of island universes. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. The following is a conversation with Jordan Jonas, winner of Alone Season 6, a show where the task is to survive alone in the Arctic wilderness longer than anyone else. He is widely considered to be one of, if not the greatest competitors on that show. He has a fascinating life story that took him from a farm in Idaho and hoboing on trains across America to traveling with nomadic tribes in Siberia. All that helped make him into a world-class explorer, survivor, hunter, wilderness guide, and, most importantly, great human being with a big heart and a big smile. This was a truly fun, fascinating conversation. Let me also mention that at the end, after the episode, I'll start answering some questions and we'll try to articulate my thinking on some top of mind topics. So, if that's of interest to you, keep listening after the episode is over. This is the Let's Review podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Jordan Jonas. You won Alone Season 6, and I think are still considered to be one of, if not the most successful survivor on that show. So let's go back. Let's look at the big picture. Can you tell me about the show Alone? How does it work?
Yeah, it's a show where they take 10 individuals and each person gets 10 items off of the list. Basic items would be an axe, a saw, a frying pan, some pretty basic stuff. And then they send them all, drop them off all in the woods with a few cameras. And so the people are actually alone. There's not a crew or anything. And then you basically live there as long as you can, and so the person that lasts the longest, once the second place person taps out, they come and get you and that individual wins. So it's a pretty legit challenge, they drop you off, helicopter flies out, and you're not going to get your next meal until you make it happen. So
you have to figure out the shelter, you have to figure out the source of food, and then it gets colder and colder because I guess they drop you out in a moment where it's going into the winter.
Yeah, they typically do it in temperate, colder climates, things like that, and they start in September, October, so time's ticking when they drop you off. And pressure's on. You get overwhelmed with all the things you have to do right away. Like, oh man, I'm not gonna eat again until I actually shoot or catch something. Got to build a shelter. It's pretty overwhelming. Figure your whole location out, but it's interesting because once you're there a little while, you kind of get into at least for me it did. There was like a week, or maybe not a week, but that I was kind of a little more annoyed with things. It's like, oh, my sight sucks. and then you kind of accept it. Like, it is what it is. No amount of complaining is gonna do anybody any good. So I'm just gonna make it happen. And so then, do my best to. And then I felt like I got in a zone, and I felt like I was right back in kind of Siberia or in that headspace. And I found I actually really enjoyed it. I'd been a little bit out of, I guess you call it, the game because I had a child, and so when we had our daughter, we came back to the States, and then a bunch of things happened, and we didn't end up going back to Russia. So it's been a couple of years that I was just, raising a little girl boy then, and then
He's got a little soft.
so I was like, I got a little soft.
You have to figure that out.
But then it was fun how, like, after just some days there, I was like, oh man, I feel like I'm at home now. And then it was like you're kind of in that flow state.
Actually, there's a few moments like when you left the ladder up over the moose that you kind of screwed up a little bit.
Oh yeah.
How do you go from that moment of like frustration to the moment of acceptance?
I mean, the more you put yourself in life in positions that are kind of outside your comfort zone or your abilities, the more often you're going to screw up, and then the more opportunity you have to learn from that. And then, to be honest, it's kind of funny, but you almost get to a position where you don't feel that uncomfortable. It's not unexpected. You kind of expect you're going to mess up here and there. Yeah, I remember particularly with the moose, the first moose I saw, I had a great shot at it, but I had a hard time judging distance because it was in a mud flat, which means it's hard to tell yardage, because you're usually typically going by trees or markers, be like, oh, I'm probably 30 yards away. This was a giant moose, and he was 40-something yards away, and I estimated that he was 30-something yards away, so way off. Shot and dropped between his legs, and then I realized I had not grabbed my quiver, so I only had one shot, and I just watched him turn around and walk off. But I was struck initially with, like, I actually noticed how unmad I was. I was like, oh, this is actually. I was like, that was awesome. That was like seeing a dinosaur. That was really cool. And then I was like, oh, what an idiot. How'd I miss? But then I was like, but it made me that much more determined to make it happen again. It was like, okay, nobody's gonna make this happen except myself. Can't complain. When it doesn't mean get to go back and boast about it. And so then I was like, I had a thought. I remember the native guys telling me they used to like build these giant fences and funnel game into certain areas and stuff. I was like, man, that's a lot of calories, but I have to make that happen again now. So I kind of went out there and tried that. That was kind of an attempt at something too. It could have failed and not worked, but sure enough, it worked. And opportunity came again. The moose came wandering along, and was able to get it. But being able to take failure as soon as you can better, accept it, and then learn from it is kind of a muscle you have to exercise a little bit.
What's interesting, because in this case, the cost of failure is like you're not going to be able to eat.
Yeah, that was really interesting. I mean, the most interesting thing about that show was how high the stakes felt, because it didn't feel, you didn't tell yourself you're on a show. At least I didn't. You just felt like you're going to starve to death if you don't make it happen. So the stakes felt so high, and it was an interesting thing to tap into, because I mean, so many of our ancestors probably all just dealt with that on a regular basis, but it's something that we're about all the modern amenities and such and food security that we don't deal with. And it was interesting to tap into what a kind of a peak mental experience that is, when you really, really need something to survive, and then it happens. Can't imagine. I mean, that's what all our dopamine and the receptors are tuned for that experience in particular. So it was pretty awesome, but the pressure felt very on. Like I always felt the pressure of providing or starving.
And then there's the situation when you left the ladder up,
right?
And you needed fat, and Wolverine needs some of the fat,
right? Yeah. Well, when I got the moose, I was so happy. The most joy I could almost experience, maxed out. But I didn't think I won at that point. I never thought like, oh, that's my ticket to victory. I thought, holy crap, it's going to be me against somebody else that gets a moose now, and we're going to be here 6-8 months, who knows how long. And so I can't be here 6-8 months and still lose. So I've got to outproduce somebody else with a moose. So I had all that in my head. And I already was, of course, pretty thin, and so I was just like, man, somebody else gets a moose, I'm still going to be behind. And so everything felt like precious to me. And I found a plastic jug, and I put a whole bunch of the moose's fat in this plastic jug and set it up on a little shelf. I thought, oh, you know what, if a bear comes, I'll probably hear it and I'll come out and be able to shoot it. So I went to sleep, and I woke up the next morning, and I went out, and I was like, where's that jug? And then I was like, wait a second, what are all these prints? And then I started looking around, and it took a second to dawn on me, because I haven't interacted with Wolverines very often in life. And I was like, oh, those are Wolverine tracks. And he was just so much sneakier than Bear would have been or something, so it kind of surprised me. Took off with that jug of fat, and so then I went from feeling pretty good about myself to like, now I'm losing again against whoever, this other person is with a moose. So I again, kind of the pressure came back to like, oh no, I gotta produce again. It wasn't the end of the world, and I think it may have exaggerated a little bit how little fat I had left. There's a moose has a lot of fat, but it did make me feel like I was at a disadvantage again. So yeah, that was pretty intense, because those Wolverines, they're bold little animals. He was basically saying, no, this is my moose. And I had to counter his claims.
Well, they're really, really smart. They figure out a way to get to places really effectively. Wolverines are like that. So let's go to that happy moment. The moose. You are the first and one of the only contestants to have ever killed a moose on the show, a big game animal, with a bow and arrow. So this is day 20. So can you take me through the kill?
Yeah, so I missed one, and I just decided I'm not here to starve. I'm here to try to become sustainable. So I was like, I don't care if it's a risk. I'm gonna build that fence. I built it. I would just pick berries and call moose every day, and it was actually a really pleasant just sit in a berry patch and calm music. But then I also had this whole trap and snare line set out everywhere, so I had all these. I was getting rabbits, but and I was actually taking a rabbit out of a snare when I heard a clank, because I'd set up kind of an alarm system with string and cans. So
Brilliant idea.
yeah, it's another thing that could have not worked, but it died. And it came through. And I was like, oh, I heard the cans clink, and I was like, no way. So I ran over. I didn't know what it was exactly, but something was coming along the fence. And I ran over and jumped in the bush next to the funnel exit on the fence. And sure enough, the big moose came running up, and your heart gets pounding like crazy. You're just like, no way. I probably could have waited a little longer and had a perfect broadside shot, but I took the shot when he was pretty close, like 24 yards, but he was quartering towards me, which makes it a little harder to make a perfect kill shot, And so I hit it, and it took off running, and I just thought, I was super excited. I couldn't believe I actually, I was like, oh my gosh, got the moose. I think that was a really good shot. You get all excited, but then it plays back in your head, and particularly when you're first learning to hunt, there's always an animal that gets away, and you like make a bad decision or not a great shot or something, and it's just part of it. And so of course you're like, I'm not gonna be satisfied until I see this thing. So I followed the blood trail a little while, and I saw some bubbly blood, which meant it was hitting the lungs, which meant it's not gonna live, you'll get it. And so as long as you don't mess it up. And so I went back to my shelter and waited an hour. I skinned that rabbit that I'd caught, and then super nervous, the slowest hour ever. And then I followed it along, ended up losing the blood trail. I was like, no. And then I was like, well, if there's no blood, I'm just going to follow the path that I would go if I was a moose, like the least resistance through the woods. So I followed kind of along the shore there, and sure enough, I saw him up there. Oh, and I was so excited. Lay down, but he hadn't died yet, and so he just sat there, and he would stand up, and I would just like, no. And he would lay back down and go, yes, and then he would stand up, and it was like that for a couple hours it took him, and then finally at one point, and a lot of people have asked like, well, we can go finish it off. So when an animal like that gets hit, it had no idea what hit it. All of a sudden it's like, something got it, and it ran off, and it lays down, and it's actually fairly calm, and it doesn't really know what's going on. And if you can leave it in that state, it'll kind of just bleed out and as peacefully as possible. If you go chase after it, that's when you lose an animal, because as soon as it knows it's being hunted, it gets panic, adrenaline, and it can just run, and you'll never find it. So I didn't want it to see me. I knew if I tried to get it with another arrow, there's a chance I could have finished it off, but there's also a not bad chance that it would see me take off or even attack, because it was going to be a little dangerous. And so I just chose to wait it out, and at one point it stood up and fell over, and I could tell it had died. It walked over, like you actually touch it. Like, no way. Like that whole burden of weeks of you're gonna starve, got rid of that. To be honest, it's one of the happiest moments in my life. It's really hard to replicate that joy, because it was just so real. You're so directly connected to your needs. It's all so simple. It was a peak experience for sure.
And were you worried that it would take many more hours than it would take into the night?
Yeah, I was. I mean, until you actually have your hands on it, I was worried the whole time. It's a pretty nerve-wracking period there between when you get it and when you actually recover the animal, get your hands on it. So it took longer than I wanted, but I finally got it.
Can you actually speak to the kill shot itself, just for people who don't hunt?
Yeah.
Like what it takes to stay calm, to not freak out too much, to like wait, but not wait too long.
Yeah. I mean, another thing about hunting is that for every animal you get, you probably don't get, 9 or 10 that just turned the wrong way when you were drawn back, or went way behind a tree, or you never had a clean shot, or whatever it is. And so
Welcome.
every time you can see a moment
Have you
coming,
fruitcake?
your heart really starts beating.
Can you hear me? What's good? How are things with you? Excellent. Fruitcake, how'd you find out about me?
I was in a random server and I saw you and other VCs.
Very cool. Well, that's correct. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years, going back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Fruitcake, have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother? Okay, well, they're basically like 24/7 live streams of people's lives, and that's what I am. So you can literally watch me going back to the pandemic 24 hours a day, and that's what I do. What server was it that you found me in?
I think it was the vampire.
I don't know what that one is, so it probably wasn't that one. Was it Ego World?
You don't really know. I went along.
Okay, very or Socialize?
Yeah.
Okay, very well. Well, I'm just watching a podcast. Do you know who Lex Friedman is? Okay, that's okay if you don't. He's an MIT computer science expert, and he is interviewing someone who won a show called Alone, which basically is a reality show where they put you in like the middle of the Arctic, anything, and you have to survive. And so that's just what I'm doing. So feel free to watch along, okay? Or ask me any questions that you have. Very cool.
And you have to like breathe through it. I can almost you almost feel the nervousness of it, and then you just try to stay calm. Like whatever you do, just try to stay calm. Wait for it to come up, draw back. You practice shooting a lot, so you have like kind of a technique. Like I'm gonna go back, touch my face, draw my elbow tight, and then the arrow's gonna let loose.
The muscle memory.
It's kind of muscle memory. You have a little trigger, like draw the elbow tight, and then it happens, and then you just watch the arrow and see where it goes. Now with the animal, you try to do it ethically. That is, like, make as good of a shot as you can. Make sure it is either hit in the heart or both lungs. And when that happens, it's a pretty quick death, which is death is a part of life. But honestly, for a wild animal, it's probably the best way to go that they could have. Now, when an animal's kind of walking towards you, if it's walking towards you but not directly towards you, that's what you call quartering towards you. You can picture it's actually pretty difficult to hit both lungs because the shoulder blade and all that bone is in the way. So you have to make a perfect shot to get them both. And to be honest, when I took my shot, I was a few inches right, and so it went through the first lung and then sunk the arrow all the way into the moose. But it didn't. It allowed that second lung to stay breathing, which meant the moose stayed alive longer.
What's your relationship with the animal in a situation like that? So death is a part of life.
That's an interesting thought, because no matter what your relationship to, however you choose to go through life, whether whatever you eat, whatever you do, death is a part of life. Like every animal that's out there is living off of the dead, even plants. It's all we're all part of this ecosystem. I think it's really easy particularly in an urban environment, but anywhere, to think that we're separate from the ecosystem. But we are very much a part of it. Whether it be, farming requires, all this habitat to be turned into growing soybeans and and then you get the plows and the combines. You're losing all kinds of different animals and all kinds of potential habitat. So it's not cost free. And so when you realize that, then you want to produce the food and the things you need in an ethical manner. So for me, hunting plays a really major role in that. Like, I literally know how many animals a year it takes to feed my family and myself. I actually know the exact number. And it's like, and I know what the cost of that is. And I'm aware of it because I'm out in the woods and I see these like beautiful elk and moose. And I really love the species, love the animals. But there is a fact that one of those individuals, is going to have to feed me. And particularly like on a loan, it was very heightened, that experience. So I shot that one animal and I was so thankful, that I wanted to give that big guy a hug and like, hey, sorry it was you, but it had to be somebody.
Yeah, there's that picture of you just almost hugging it.
Right.
And you can also think about it, the calories, the protein, the fat, all of that comes from that will feed you.
Right. For it. Like the gratitude is like infinitely there.
What about the bow and arrow perspective?
Well, when you hunt with a bow, you just get so much more close to the animals. You can't just get it from 50 yards away. You actually have to sneak in within 30 or so yards. And when you do that, the experiences you have are just, they're way more dragged out. So, your heart's beating longer. You have to control your nerves longer. More often than not, it doesn't go your way and the thing gets away. And, you've been hiking around in the woods for a week and then your opportunity arises, floats away. You're like, no. And then, but at the same time, that's the only time when you like really have those interactions with the animals where you got this bugling bull, like tearing at the trees right in front of you, and other cow, elk, and animals running around you. You end up having really, I don't know, intimate experiences with the animal just because you're in it. You're kind of in its world. You're playing its game. It has its senses to defend itself. You have your wit to try to to go for those, and it really becomes easy. They're not. It becomes kind of that chess game, and those prey animals are always tuned in. Slightest stick there, or whatever it is. So there's something really pure and fun about it. I will say that there's an aspect that's fun. There's no denying it. It's like people have been hunting forever, and I think it speaks to that part of us somehow. And I think bow hunting is probably the most pure form of it, and that you get those experiences more often. A rifle. So I don't know. I enjoy it a lot, and the way they do regulations and such, kind of the best times to hunt are usually allowed for bow because they're trying to, keep it fair for the animal and such. So
the distance, the close distance, makes you more in touch with sort of the natural way of the predator and prey. You're one of the predators.
Mm-hmm.
Where you have to be clever, you have to be quiet, you have to be calm, you have to all of that.
Yep.
And the full challenge and the luck involved in the same thing as the predators do.
Exactly. How many times do they snap a stick and watch them run off and be like, darn, I failed. Or, so yeah, you're in that ecosystem.
How'd you learn to shoot the bow?
Yeah, I didn't grow up hunting. I grew up in the area that a lot of people hunted, but my dad wasn't really into it, and so I never got into it until I lived in Russia with the natives. It was just such a part of everything we did and a part of our life that when I came back, I got a bow and I started doing archery in Virginia. It was a pretty easy way to hunt because the deer were overpopulated and you could get these urban archery permits. So you would go out and, every couple days you'd have an opportunity to shoot a deer that they needed population control, and so there were a lot of them, and it gave you a lot of opportunities to learn quickly. So that's what got me into it, and then I found I really enjoyed it.
Do you practice with the target also, or just practice out?
Oh no, I would definitely practice with the target a lot. You you kind of have an obligation to do your best because you don't want to be slinging arrows into like the leg of an animal, and it's a cool way, honestly, to provide quality meat for the family. It's all raised naturally and wild and free until you bring it home into the freezer. So
if we step back, what are the 10 items you brought, and what's actually the challenge of figuring out which items to bring?
Yeah, the challenge is that you don't exactly know what your site opportunities are going to be. So you don't really know, should I bring a fishing net? Am I going to even have a spot for net or not? And things like that. I brought a axe, a saw, a Leatherman wave, ferro rod is like a make sparks, start a fire, a frying pan, a sleeping bag, a fishing kit, a bow and arrow, trapping wire, and paracord. So those are my 10 items.
Is there any regrets?
No major regrets. I took the saw kind of. I thought it would be more of a calorie saver. Then I didn't really need it. In hindsight, if I was doing season 7 instead of 6 and got to watch, I would have taken the net because I just planned to make a net, but I would have rather just had 2 nets. Brought one and left the saw because in the northern woods in particular, every tree is the size of your arm or leg. You can chop it down with an axe or a couple swings. Yeah, you don't really need the saw. And so it was handy at times and useful, but I think it was if I had to do 9 items, I would have been just fine without the saw.
So 2 nets would just expand your
food gathering potential.
And then in terms of trapping, you were okay with just the little you brought?
The snare wire was good. I ran some, I used all my snare wire. I ran trap line, which is just a series of traps through the woods and brush. Every place you see sign, put a snare, put a little mark on trees so I knew where that snare was, and just make these pads through the woods. And I put, I don't know how many, 150, 200 snares. So every day I'd get a rabbit or 2 out of them. And then I had a lot of rabbits, but once I got the moose, I actually took all those snares down because I didn't want to catch anything needlessly. And come to find out, you can't live off of rabbits. Man cannot live off of rabbits alone.
You set up a huge number of traps. You were also fishing, and then always on the lookout for moose.
Yeah.
So, like, in terms of survival, if you were to do it over again, over and over and over and over, like, how do you maximize your chance of having enough food to survive?
You have to be really adaptable because it's always gonna look different. Your situation, your location. I actually had what I thought was a pretty good plan going into Alone, and it just the location didn't allow for what I thought it would.
What was the plan?
Well, I thought I would just catch a bunch of fish because I'm on a really good fishing lake. I'd catch a whole bunch of fish, let them rot for a little while, and then just drag them all through the woods into a big pile, and then hunt a bear down that big fish pile. That was the plan, and I thought, but when I got there, for one, I had a hard time catching fish off the bat. They didn't come like I was hoping, and then for 2, it had burned prior, so there were no berries, and so there were very few berries, which meant there weren't grass, there weren't bear, they weren't, they had all gone to other places where the berries were, and so what I had grown accustomed to kind of relying on in Siberia wasn't there. So in Russia, this is a similar environment. Trout, berries, fish, trout, berries, fish, and then occasionally moose or something. But I had to reassess, which was part of me being grumpy at the start. Like, this place sucks. and then once I reassessed, and right away I saw that there were moose tracks and such. So I just started a plan for that. I moved my camp into an area that was as removed as I could be from where all the action is, where the tracks were, so that I wasn't disturbing animal patterns. I made sure the predominant wind was blowing out my scent to sea, to the water. And then really, to be honest, if you want to actually survive somewhere, it's different alone, but you do have to be active. And it has to, you're not going to be sustainable by, starving it out. You have to unlock the key that is sustainability. And I think there's a lot of areas that still have that potential, but you have to figure out what it is. It's usually going to be a combination of fishing, trapping, and then hunting. And then once you have some fishing and trapping will get you until you have some success hunting, and then that'll buy you 3 or 4 months of time to continue it, hunting again. And you just have to roll off of that. But every you are, what opportunities there.
So that's the process, fishing and trapping until you're able to go hunting, and then go hunt. Gives you some more time.
Right.
Just go year round.
And then you just go year round like that, and that's how people people did it forever. The pressure was, I noticed it, you know, it was that you got that moose and then you're happy for a week or so and then you start to be like, this is finite. I'm going to have to do this again. And you imagine if you had a family that was going to starve if you weren't successful, you know, this next time. And it just always that pressure, you know, it made me really like appreciate the, you know, what to deal with.
Well, in terms of being active, like, so you have to do stuff all day. So you get up, so you
Get up.
and planning.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what am I gonna in the midst of the frustration? You have to figure out like what's the strategy. Like, how do you put up all the traps? Is that a decision? Like, you know, most people like sit at their desk and have like a calendar. Are you like figuring out like
one thing about wilderness life in general is it's remarkably less scheduled than anything we deal with. Schedules are fairly unique to the modern context. So you'd wake up and you just you have a, you know, confluence of things you want to do, things you need to do, things you should do, and you just kind of tackle them as you see fit, as it flows in, you know. So, and that's actually one of the things that I really appreciate about that lifestyle is it really is you're kind of in that flow. And so I'd wake up and be like, I'll go fishing. And then I'd wander over and fish. And then I'd be like, I'm going to go check the trap line, add every day. If I add 5 or 10 snares, you know, you're constantly adding to your productive potential. And then, nothing's really scheduled. You're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants.
But then there's a lot of instinct that's already loaded in.
Oh, there's so much. Yeah.
Like you already, just like wisdom from all the times you had to do it before. You're just actually operating a lot on instinct. Like you said, where to place the shelter. Like how hard is that calculation? Where to place the shelter?
If you're like dropped off and this is all new to you, of course, all those things are going to be things you have to really think through and plan. When you're thinking about a shelter, you have to think of, oh, here's a nice flat spot. You know, that's a good place. But also, is there firewood nearby? And if I'm going to be here for months, is there enough firewood that I'm not going to be walking half a mile to get a dry piece of wood? Is the water nearby? Is it somewhat open, but also protected from the elements? Because sometimes you get a beautiful spot. It's great on a calm day, and then the wind comes. Like, and so there's all these factors, you know, even down to taking in what game is doing in the area also and how that relates to where your shelter is.
You said you have to consider where the action will be and you want to be away from the action but close enough to it
to see it. Yeah, you want to be, yeah, right. And so ideally, you know, it depends. You're always going to make give and takes. And one thing with shelters and location selection and stuff, that's another thing. You just have to trust your ability to adapt in the situation because everybody has a particular, you know, you got an idea of the shelter you're going to build, but then you get there and maybe there's a good cliff that you can incorporate, you know, and then you just become creative. And that's a really fun process too, to just allow your creativity to try to flourish.
What kind of shelters are there?
There's all kinds of philosophies and shelters, which is fun. It's fun to see people try different things. Mine was basic for the simple reason that I had lived, you know, through winters in Siberia in a teepee. So I knew I didn't need like anything too robust. As long as I had calories, I'd be warm, and I wasn't particularly worried about the cold. But you'll see. So I kept my shelter really pretty simple with the idea that I built a simple A-frame type shelter, and then most of my energy is going to be focused on getting calories. And then, of course, there's always going to be downtime. And in that downtime, I can tweak, modify, improve my shelter, and that'll just be a constant process that by the time you're there a few months, you'll have all the kinks worked out. It'll be a really nice little setup. You don't have to start with that necessarily because you got other needs you got to focus on. That said, you'll see a lot of people on a loan that really focus on, you know, building a log cabin because they want to be secure, or incorporating, you know, whatever the earth has around, whether it be rocks or whether it be digging a hole, you know. And we've seen some really cool shelters, and I'm not gonna knock it. There's all different strokes for different folks, but my particular idea was to keep it fairly simple, improve it with time, but spend most of my energy. You know, the shelter you really need to think about, it can't be smoky, that'll be miserable, but it is nice to have a fire inside. So you need to have a fire inside that's not going to be dangerous and smoke-free, and then also airtight, because you're never going to have a warm shelter out there. You don't have seals and things like that. But as long as the air is not moving through it, you can have dry your socks and stuff.
How do you get the smoke out of the shelter?
If you have good clay and mud and rock, you can build yourself a fireplace, which is surprisingly not that hard. You just,
Oh, really?
yeah, it's a fun thing to do. It works well. You dig a little hole, start stacking rocks around it, make there's an opening, and it actually works. So that's not as hard as you might think. For me, where I was, I kind of came up with it as I was there with my A-frame. I hadn't built an A-frame shelter like that before, and so when I built it, and then I put a bunch of tin cans in the ground so that air would get the fire, so it was fed by air, which helps create a draft. But I realized in an A-frame, it really doesn't. The smoke doesn't go out very well, even if you leave a hole at the top. It collects and billows back down. So then I cut some of my tarp and made this and cut a hole in the A-frame, and then I made a hood vent that I could pull down and catch the smoke with. And so while the fire was going, it would just billow out the hood vent, and then when it was done burning and it was just hot coals, I could close it, seal it up, and keep the heat in. So it actually worked pretty well.
So start with something that kind of works and then keep improving.
Yeah, exactly.
I always wonder. I mean, the log cabin.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like that's the thing that takes a huge amount of work before work.
The difference between a log cabin and a warm log cabin is an immense amount of work, and all the chinking and all the door sealing and the chimney has to be anyway. So otherwise, this is going to be the same ambient temperature as outside. So I don't think alone is the proper context for a log cabin. I think a log cabin's great as a hunting cabin. As if you're going to have something for years, but in a 36-month scenario, I don't know that it's worth the calorie expenditure.
And it is a lot of calories. That's an interesting sort of metaphor of just get something that works. You see a lot of these companies, successful companies, they get a prototype, get a system that's working, then improve fast in response to the conditions. To the environment.
Yeah, because it's constantly changing.
Yeah. And you end up being a lot better if you're able to learn how to respond quickly. Versus having a big plan that takes a huge amount of time to accomplish.
Right, forcing that through the pipeline, whether or not it fits. Yeah.
Can you just speak to the place you were, the Canadian Arctic? It looked cold.
Yeah, we were right near the Arctic Circle. I don't know, it was 60 kilometers south of the Arctic Circle. So it's a really cool area, really remote. Thousands of little lakes. When you fly over, it's incredible. There must be so many of those lakes that people haven't been to. It really was a neat area, really remote, and for the show's purpose, I think it was perfect because it did have enough game and enough different avenues forward that I think it really did reward activity. So I think, but it's a special place. It was Dene. There was a tribe that lived there, the Dene people, which interestingly enough, here's a side note. When I was in Siberia, I floated down this river called the Petkamanaya Tunguska, and you get to this village called Sulamai, and there's these Ket people, they're called, and there's only 600 of them left. But this is in the middle of Siberia, not in the Pacific coast. But their language is related to the Dene people, and so somehow, that connection was there thousands of years ago. Super interesting. But
yeah, so language travels somehow.
Right, and the remnants stayed back there. It's very interesting to think through history.
Yeah, within language contains the history of the peoples, and it's interesting how that evolves over time, and how wars tell the story. Language tells the story of conflict, and conflict shapes language. We get the result of that.
Right. So fascinating.
And the barriers that language creates is also the thing that leads to wars and misunderstandings and all this kind of stuff. It's a fascinating tension. But it got cold there, right? It got real cold.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know I didn't have a thermometer, but I imagine it probably got to -30 at the most. It might have it would have definitely gotten colder had we stayed longer. But yeah, to be honest, I never felt cold out there. I had that one pretty dialed in. And then once you have calories, you can stay warm, you can stay active, you can, you gotta dress warm. Never there's a good one if you're in the cold, never let yourself get too cold. Because what happens is you'll stop feeling what's cold, and then frostbite, and then issues, and then it's really hard to warm back up. So it was so annoying. I'd be out going to ice fish or something, and then I would just notice that my feet are cold, and just like, God dang it. Just turn around, go back, start a fire, dry my boots out, make sure my feet are warm, and then go again. I wouldn't ignore that. You know?
Oh, so you want to be able to feel the cold.
Yeah, you want to make sure you're still feeling things and that you're not toughing through it, because you can't really tough through the cold. It'll just get you. So,
what's your relationship with the cold? Psychologically, physically?
It's interesting. There's some part of it that really makes you feel alive. You know, I imagine, sometime in Austin here, you go out and it's hot and it's sweaty, and like, ugh, you get that kind of sepsia. There's something about that brisk cold that hits your face that you're like, wakes you up, makes you feel really alive, engaged. You know, it feels like the margins of air are smaller, so you're alert and engaged a little more. There's something that's a little bit life-giving just because you feel on an edge. You're on this edge, but you have to be alert, because even some of the natives I lived with, the lady had face issues because she let her head get cold and they're on a snowmobile, her hat was up too high, that little mistake, and then it just freezes this part of your forehead, and then the nerves go, and then you got issues when just crap wasn't high enough. So you kind of got to be dialed in on stuff.
Well, there's a psychological element to it's unpleasant. If I were to think of what kind of unpleasant would I choose, fasting for long periods of time, going without food in a warm environment is way more pleasant than
Bed in the cold.
yeah, exactly. Like if you were to choose,
I choose the opposite.
Oh yeah, okay. So there you go. I wonder if you're born with that, or if that's developed. Maybe your time in Siberia, like you, or do you gravitate towards it? I wonder what that is, because I really don't like survive cold.
I think a little bit of it is like almost you learn not to fear it. You learn to kind of appreciate it. And a big part of that is, to be honest, it's like dressing warm, being in good. It's not that. There's no secrets to that. You just can't beat the cold. So you just need to dress warm. The natives, all that fur, all that stuff. And then all of a sudden, you have your little refuge, have a nice warm fire going in your TV, and then I bet you could learn to appreciate it.
Yeah, I think some of it is just opening yourself up to the possibility that there's something enjoyable about it. Like here, I run in Austin all the time in like 100-degree heat, and I go out there with a smile on my face and learn to enjoy it.
Oh yeah.
And so you just I kind of like you do in the cold. And I don't think I enjoy the heat, but you just allow yourself to.
Yeah. I do feel that way. I don't mind the heat that much, but I think you could get to the place where you appreciated the cold. It's probably just a lack of. It's kind of scary when you haven't done it and you don't know what you're doing. You go out and feel cold. It's not fun, but I bet you enjoy it.
100%. Yeah, you're right. It does make you feel alive. That it maybe that's the thing that I struggle with, is the time passes slower, because it does make you feel alive. You get to feel time, but then the flip side of that is you get to feel every moment, and you get to feel alive in every moment.
Right.
So it's both scary when you're inexperienced and beautiful when you are experienced. Were there times when you got hungry?
I got shot a rabbit on day one, and I snared a couple rabbits on day two, and then more and more as time went. So I actually did pretty well on the food front. The other thing is when you have all those berries around and stuff, you do have an ability to fill your stomach, and so you don't really notice if you're getting thinner or if you're losing weight. So I can say on alone, I was not that hungry. I've definitely been really hungry in Russia. There were times when I lost a lot of weight. I lost a lot more weight in Siberia than I did.
Oh, wow. Okay, we'll have to talk about it. So you caught a fish. Caught a couple.
I think about 13 or so. They didn't show a lot of stuff.
You caught 13 fish.
13 of those big fish, too. Well, I caught a couple that were small.
It's like a meme at this point.
Yeah, it was.
You're a perfect example of a person who was thriving.
I was thought, this is in hindsight. When I was out there, I never let myself think my way, and I just was be out there as long as I could and try to remain pessimistic. No, but then I remember a thought that I was like, I wonder if things don't make this look hard. I did have that thought at one point, and it went pretty well. And I was definitely it was hard psychologically because I didn't know when it was going to end. Like I thought this could go, like I said, 6 months, could go 8 months, a year, and then you start to caught, that 2 and a 3-year-old, and you start to weigh in those. Is it worth it if it goes a year? And it's not worth it if it goes 8 months and I still lose. So I feel like I had this pressure, and it was psychologically difficult for that reason. Physically, I wasn't there.
This is off mic. We're talking about Gordon Ryan competing in jiu-jitsu, and maybe that's the challenge he also has to face, is to make things look hard, because he's so dominant in the sport that in terms of the drama and the entertainment of the sport, and in this case of survival, it has to be difficult.
I'll add this for sure though, that it's nature. You never know how it's gonna go. You know what I mean? It's like every time you're out there, it's a different scenario. So whatever. Hallelujah. It went well.
So you won after 77 days. How long do you think you could have lasted?
When I left, I weighed what I do right now. So I just weighed my normal weight. I had a couple 100 pounds of moose. I had at least 100 pounds of fish. I had
Welcome to my half-hour special. Does anybody know who I am? Why did a bunch of people who don't know who I am show at my special? I used to live here in Los Angeles on Sierra Bonita, and I had an apartment, and I had a neighbor, and whenever he would knock on my wall, I knew he wanted me to turn my music down. And that made me angry because I like live music. So when he knocked on the wall, I'd mess with his head. I'd say, go around. I cannot open the wall. I don't know if you have a doorknob on the other side. Over here, there's nothing. It's just flat.
Oh, that's fucking hilarious.
I like an escalator, man, because an escalator can never break. Welcome to my half-hour special. Does anybody know who I am? Why did a bunch of people who don't know who I am show at my special? I used to live here in Los Angeles on Sierra Bonita, and I had an apartment, and I had a neighbor, and whenever he would knock on my wall, I knew he wanted me to turn my music down. And that made me angry because I like live music. So when he knocked on the wall, I'd mess with his head. I'd say, go around. I cannot open the wall. I don't know if you have a doorknob on the other side. Over here, there's nothing. It's just flat. I like an escalator, man, because an escalator can never break. It can only become stairs. You would never get an escalator temporarily out of order sign. Only an escalator temporarily stairs. Sorry for the convenience. I rent a lot of cars, because I go on the road. I rent cars. And when I drive a rental car, I don't know how with it, right? So a lot of times I drive like 10 miles with the emergency brake on. That doesn't say a lot for me, but it really doesn't say a lot for the emergency brake. It's really not an emergency brake. It's an emergency make the car smell funny lever. You know, you can't please all the people all the time. And last night, all those people were at my show. To do this show, I had to take a physical. They asked me a bunch of medical questions. And they were like yes and no questions, but they were very strangely worded. Like, have you ever tried sugar or PCP? When I was stand-up comedian, I got into comedy to do comedy, which is weird, I know. But when you're in Hollywood and you're a comedian, everybody wants you to do other things besides comedy. They say, all right, you're a stand-up comedian, can you act? comedy, but not comedy. That's not fair. This is so if I was a cook and I worked my ass off to become a good cook. They said, all right, you're a cook. Can you farm? Show's going all right, I guess. I'm trying to feel it out. I wanted to buy a candle holder, but the store didn't have one, so I got a cake. I went to a concert in New York City where I live. It was a heavy metal band called Monster Magnet. They were heavy, boy. The singer had no shirt on and leather pants, and he was playing like a flying V guitar. And he stood on the monitor and he yells at the crowd. He said, how many of you people feel like human beings tonight? And then he said, how many of you people feel like animals? And the thing is, everyone cheered after the animals part, but I cheered after the human beings part, because I did not know there was a second part to the question. I said, yes, I do feel like I'm human. I do not feel like a tree. I don't have a girlfriend. I just know a girl who would be really mad if she heard me say that. Inside of a tent. That's a bad place for an argument. Because then I tried to walk out and slam the flat. How are you supposed to express your anger in this situation? Simmer it up really quick. I like to drink before the show. I have a couple drinks before I go on stage. Every time people applaud, I'm always going, no. Well, alcoholism is a disease, but it's like the only disease that you can get yelled at for having. Damn it, Otto, you're an alcoholic. Damn it, Otto, you have lupus. One of those two doesn't sound right. I want to be a race car passenger. Just a guy who bugs the driver. Say, man, can I turn on the radio? You should slow down. Oh, we gotta keep going in circles. Man, you really like Tide. I play golf. I'm not good at golf. I never got good. I never got a hole in one. But I did hit a guy. And that's way more satisfying. He's supposed to yell 4. But I was too busy mumbling. There ain't no way that's gonna hit him. I bought a donut and they gave me a receipt for the donut. I don't need a receipt for a donut. I'll just give you the money. You give me the donut. And the transaction. We don't need to bring ink and paper into this. I just cannot imagine a scenario where I'd have to prove that I bought a donut. Some skeptical friend, don't even act like I didn't get that donut. I got the documentation right here. Oh wait, it's back home in the file. Under D. A donut. We all know what D is. I like baked potatoes, man. I don't have a microwave oven. It takes forever to cook a baked potato in a conventional oven. Sometimes I'll just throw one in there, even if I don't want one. By the time it's done, who knows? I'll throw a potato in and go on vacation. My friend did this thing. My friend came up to me and he said this. He said, hey, you know what I like? Mashed potatoes. It's like, dude, you gotta give me time to guess.
And I've like heard all those jokes before, or read them, but I've never heard them delivered. And
If you're gonna quiz there, you must put a pause in there. I had a box of Ritz crackers, and on the back of the box of Ritz crackers, they had all these suggestions as to what to put on top of the Ritz. So try it with turkey and cheese. Try it with peanut butter. Oh, come on, man, they're crackers. That's why I got them. I like crackers. Now, there ain't no suggestion. Put a Ritz on top of Ritz. I didn't buy them because they're little edible plates.
welcome. How are you?
Okay, how are you?
Very well. Just watching some stand-up comedy. What's good in your neck of the woods?
I'm just bored.
Very well. Well, we're watching a podcast as well. Feel free to enjoy if you'd like. What's good in the Discord world?
I don't know. I barely go on here.
All right. Well, I wish I could entertain you. I'm just watching stand-up and some podcasts, so feel free to enjoy, okay?
Okay.
You know, pile of rabbits, Wolverine. I had all this stuff, and I know I hadn't gotten cold yet. I just thought, but in my head, I thought if I get today 130 or 40, even if someone else has big game, I had a pretty good idea they might quit because it would be long, cold, dark days. And how miserable is that? Just it's so boring, it's freezing, and so I thought the only time I thought I could think about winning is when I got today 130 or 40, and I definitely had that with what I had. Now maybe I would have got, I probably would have gotten more. I had caught that big 20-something pound pike on the last day I was there. So we can maybe catch some more of those. And I don't know if like.
I feel like my mother. I'm not here to entertain you. Are you entertaining?
That's how I go to a craft fair. I see a jar of jelly beans. I say, guess how many jelly beans are in the jar? And you win a prize. Oh, come on, man. Let me just have some. I'll tell you what, you guess how many I want. If you spit a handful, you all right. I have two sisters, and one of them's named Winnie. And if you ask Winnie if I was weird, she'd probably say yeah. But that's backwards, because she's weird. She has like a husband and two children, and they have a family photo on top of their VCR. Well, they're all looking slightly to the left. Something's going on over there. The camera is right in front of you. But I guess something happened to the left. That made everybody happy. They said my sister is cross-eyed, so she can't quite pull it off. One eye is right along. That casino, I was standing by the door. The security guard came over and said, "You're gonna have to move. You're blocking the fire exit." As though if there was a fire, I wasn't gonna run. If you're flammable and have legs, you are never blocking a fire exit. I hate turkeys. If you go to the grocery store and you stand in front of the lunch meat section for too long, you start to get pissed off at turkeys. You see like turkey ham, turkey pastrami, turkey bologna. Somebody needs to tell the turkeys, man, just be yourself. I already like you, little brother. You do not need to emulate the other animals. You got your own thing going. I used to draw you. If you had a couple fingers missing, you would draw a screwed up turkey. That turkey was in an accident. A lot of bars have black lights. When a bar has black lights, everybody looks very cool. Except for me, because I was under the impression that the mustard stain came out. I think Pizza Hut is the cockiest pizza chain on the planet. Because Pizza Hut will accept all competitors' coupons. That makes me wish I had my own pizza place. Rich's Pizzeria. This week's coupon, unlimited free pizza. We're not good at any of the Rich's Pizza locations. Free pizza oven with purchase. A small Coke. Two for Tuesday, buy one pizza, get one franchise free. Whenever I walk in trying to hand me out flyers, and when someone tries to hand me out a flyer, it's kind of like they're saying, here, you throw this away. I can't get into the flossing thing. People who smoke cigarettes, they say, man, you don't know how hard it is to quit smoking. Yes, I do. It's as hard as it is to start flossing. You seem jittery. Yeah, I'm about to floss. I like cinnamon rolls. That's why I wish they made like a cinnamon roll incense. Because I don't always have time to make a pan. Perhaps I'd rather let it stick. And I have my roommates wake up with false hopes. I played in a death metal band. People either loved us or they hated us. Or they thought we were okay. A lot of death metal bands have intense names like Rigor Mortis, or Mortuary, or Obituary. We weren't that intense, we just went with Injured. Later on we changed it to acapella. Because we were walking out of the pawn shop. Cigars. They might have the cigar store, they might have the cigar store. What kind of cigars do you like? It's a boys. I was at a bar, I was minding my own business, no one was talking to me because I just did a show. This guy bumped into me, which is cool, but he didn't apologize. He said, move. And I thought that was rude, so I said, go to hell. Then I started to run. He caught up with me. He had a mustache, a goatee, a pair of earrings, a pair of sunglasses, his hair was in a ponytail, and he was wearing a hat. He said, hey, you got a lot of nerve. I said, hey, you got a lot of cranium accessories. This is a smart crowd. When I play the dumb crowds, I have to say, you got a lot on your head. Acid was my favorite drug. Acid opened up my mind. It expanded my mind. After acid, I now know that butter is way better than margarine. I saw through the bull. When I was on acid, I would see things like beams of light. And I would hear sounds that sounded an awful lot like car horns. When we were on acid, we were going to the woods, because when you're in the woods tripping, there's less likely a chance you run into an authority figure. But we ran into a bear. That was even more of a buzzkill. My friend Dwayne was standing there raising his right hand, swearing to help prevent forest fires. I got away from the bear, put his arm around my shoulder, and said, Mitchell, smoking is way more intense in person. I went to England to tell jokes, and I wanted to do my Smoking the Bear joke in England. So I had to ask the English people if they know who Smoking the Bear was. But they don't. Because in England, Smoking the Bear is not the forest fire prevention representative. They have Smacky the Frog. It's a lot like a bear, but it's a frog. And I think that's a better system. I think we should adopt it. Because bears can be mean, but frogs are always cool. I never has there been a frog hopping toward me. And I thought, man, I better play dead. Here comes that frog. I've never said here comes that frog in a horrifying manner. It's always like optimistic. Like, hey, here comes that frog. All right. Maybe he'll settle near me. And I can pet him. And put him in a mayonnaise jar. With a stick and a leaf. To recreate what he's used to. I wear V-neck shirts always. It's a V-neck I got on. The neck is so fragile, man. I can't wear a regular neck shirt. It hurts. And I especially hate turtlenecks. Like wearing a turtleneck is like being strangled by a really weak guy. All day. Like if you wear a turtleneck and a backpack, it's like a weak midget trying to bring you down. You know when you go to a restaurant on the weekends, it gets busy, so they start a waiting list, they start calling out names. They say like, Dufresne, party at 2. Table ready for Dufresne, party at 2. And if no one answers, they'll say the name again. Dufresne, party at 2. But then if no one answers, they'll just go right on to the next name. Bush, party at 3. Yeah, but what happened to the Dufresnes? No one seems to care. Who can eat at a time like this? People are missing. You people are selfish. The Dufresnes are in someone's trunk right now. With duct tape over their mouth. And they're hungry. That's a double whammy. Hey, help. Bush, search party at 3. find the Dufresnes. I think Pringle's initial intention was to make tennis balls. Now, the day that the rubber was supposed to show up, a big truckload of potatoes arrived. And Pringles is a laid-back company. They said, "F***ing cut them up." I wrote a script and I gave it to a guy who reads scripts, and he read it, and he said he really likes it, but he thinks I need to rewrite it. And I said, "Dad, I'll just make a copy." Thanks for coming to my special.
That was hilarious. Best special you've ever seen? I up there. Very good. At least for 30 minutes.
California, Comedy Central presents London Sights Hall. Y'all look good. Not as good as me, but y'all look good. Oh, man. It's so good to be out here doing this, for Comedy Central. But, Comedy Central, they told me I had to watch my language because woman said they had standards and practices. I was like, wait a minute, you're Comedy Central. Aren't you the network where your number one show is a cartoon with a talking piece of Mr. Hanky? To be happy, I just keep my clothes on out here, man. I always get in trouble, people telling me what to say. I hope this show goes better than my last show. My last show, I did a benefit for a feminist organization. All right, now see, the thing, benefit means no money. All right, so I should be able to say what I want to say. And I figure if I piss them off, who cares? Are they gonna get mad and pay me? Nothing to lose, right? So it's Rolex because I got. I got scared. I was like, oh no, I had made these for the bad. I stepped over the line. So I was like, ladies, calm down. I'm just joking. He likes oral sex anytime. They didn't like my Clinton jokes either. They didn't like them. But because they go big Clinton supporter. I'm a big Clinton supporter too, but I didn't realize the man. Was an idiot. He's an idiot. The president is on national TV apologizing for getting oral sex. Why didn't he just stick with his lie? You gotta stick with your life. You lie, man. You have to believe that lie wholeheartedly. It has to become the truth for you. But this man, the most powerful man in the world, is on national TV apologizing for receiving oral sex. He's an idiot. There are men sitting in here right now who gladly accept oral sex on national TV. Why are you apologizing? Oral sex is not grounds for impeachment. It's not, right? It's not. Oral sex is not a high crime. It's not a misdemeanor. It's not treason. He got oral sex from a White House intern, not from an Iraqi secret agent. Patriotic, if you ask me. He kept it in-house. I like that. If the man would have stayed with his lie, he could have saved us all a lot of embarrassment. He really could have, right? Because it's embarrassing. All the countries are laughing at us. They pulled out that dress, man. It's scary. They scared that little dress with the DNA. He lost it. He gave up the lie. But my thing is, who's going to believe a woman who keeps a nasty dress? They done tossed that right out of court. Excuse me, Your Honor. She kept the dress. What? Oh, case dismissed. And get your nasty ass out my courtroom. You in jail just for being nasty, Miss Nasty Ass. What else you keep? Some old Q-tips, some tissues, what? How old are those drawers you wear, Miss Nasty Ass? Wipe I'm not politically correct. I still say black. I do. I still say because African Americans, give me no bonus. You know, make your life any easier. You don't see black people standing around going, "Ooh yeah, African American." Man, I tell you, this beats the hell out of being black. You should have made it switch years ago. Oh, this is nice. Excuse me, I'm here to pick up my load. Miss Hall, you were rejected for that last week. Oh, that was last week. I was black then. See, I'm African American now. I'll just go in the vault and take what I need. I'll sign on my way out. African American ain't helping nobody. You think Rodney King's black ass is sitting somewhere going, damn, if I just would have waited 2 years before I acted a fool, it wouldn't have been beating my black ass. I've been African American. I understand that whole African American thing, though. You know, some black people want to get in touch with their African roots. That's what they want to do. Trying to find their African roots. You know? But then, yeah, some black people just don't give a damn. You know, you tell them, hey, I just got back from the motherland. They like, where'd you go, Detroit? You see the Temptations. They don't care. And I understand that attitude. I really do. I understand that attitude. I don't care about Africa. Because think about it. I know we were taken from there, but now once they ever come over here and try to take us back, I never read about any failed rescue missions. When Americans are taking hostage, we go get them, right? Man, we send planes and troops and bombs, Jesse Jackson. We go get them. Not once have I ever been out shopping and some brother just rolled up on me. Psst. Psst. Hey, sister, I've been looking for you for many years. Come, the boat is this way. We're going home. I remember when Tiger Woods was black. See, you don't know what he is now. I remember he was black. They were writing about it. It was when he was an amateur. They were writing about it. It was like, hey, this black kid coming out of Stanford is going to be the hottest thing in golf. That's what they were saying, right? As soon as he turned pro, he won his first tournament. I read, biracial golfer wins first tournament. Oh, okay, 50-50. He's 50% black, 50 Asian. All right, cool. Then after he won the Masters, I'm flipping through the Sports Illustrated and I read, Tiger Woods is a quarter black. I'm like, damn, he's down to 25% now, man. What the hell is going on? They treat him like he's milk. You know, whole milk, half and half, 2%, 1%, skim, you know. For every win, he loses some blackness. Only thing keeping him black is every now and then his father shows up. Hey, that's my boy, all right? Try to steal him. They taking him away. I'm saying one more visual title, you know, next thing we'll read, Tiger Woods has just been named the Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan. come clean. Let's be honest, you know? Instead of standing there saying till death do your part, let's just go, give it a shot. They say marriage is a contract. That's what they say. Marriage is a contract. No, it's not. Contracts come with warranties. Right? When something goes wrong, you know, you can take it back to the manufacturer. Your husband starts acting up, you can't take him back to his mama's house. He's broke. I don't know. Just stop working. Just laying around making a funny noise. Can't do that. Till death do your part, man. See, that's biblical times. That's Moses wrote that. That's in the Old Testament. You know, that's way back then. See, they had no problem saying till death do your part back then, because they didn't live that long. They had good plagues, you know. Soon as that guy got on your nerve, take up some locusts and just come in and eat his ass up for you. I think my parents are the exception. Last week they celebrated their 43rd wedding anniversary. They've been together, man. I'm a great parent. So the thing is, you know, I get a divorce. They don't want to hear that. I can see my mother now. What? Oh, you gonna get a divorce, huh? It's just that easy, huh? Things get hard, things get rough. You just gonna throw in the towel. It's just like that. Let me tell you something. That's a bunch of bull. Let me tell you something. Your father and I had a shootout, okay? He took one in the arm. Harry, sure where I shot you. But see, that's love right there. I learned how to work these things out. He was wrong. I shot him. You move on. They want grandkids from us. Want grandkids. No, everyone, you know, we've been married 6 years, so people like trying to force us to have kids. They're like we're cheating or something. You know, hey, look, you gotta have some kids, all right? Y'all playing around too. We gotta have some kids. Let me tell you that. They all say the same thing. Kids, they're a lot of work, but they're worth it. All right? They're a lot of work, but they're worth it. But I noticed something. They never look you in the eye when they say that. You know, it's always, hey, kids, they're a lot of work, but they're worth it. As a kid. And I try to get my friends to hang out with us. We have kids. They don't want to hang out with us. Like, come on, y'all, let's go hang out. Nah, you know, we can't hang out. You know, we're going to stay here with the kids tonight. Yeah. You know, they're a lot of work. But they're worth it. Kids. Maybe next week we can go hang out or something. What? Oh, you going on vacation next week? Well, isn't that nice? That's just nice. Where you going? Jamaica! Woo! Yeah, that's beautiful. Yeah, you know, we started to go last year, but Bobby needed braces. Yeah. Bobby, smile and show them Jamaica, baby. Go ahead, see? We right on the beach. Look at that. You know, they a lot of work, but they're worth it. Yeah. I have nephews. They love spending time with us. They love it. Because we let them do whatever they want to do. They're not our kids. We don't care. The only thing I can do is keep you alive. That's it. They come visit us, man. What? No dinner? All right, fine. Hey, ice cream all day. How about that? I don't have to cook a damn thing. Just scoop it out. There you go. Eat up. I don't pay your dental bills. I don't care. I remember the first time they stayed with us, my sister-in-law, she called me, it was like after midnight. She's like, did you have a hard time getting the boys to sleep? I'm like, sleep, girl? We sitting up drinking liquor, playing Nintendo. They're not my kids. My single friends are funny. I don't go with my single friends. Not at all. Never. Because I never have a good time. Never have fun. We go to a club, and a guy come over. Hey, can I buy you a drink? They're like, oh, no, she's married. Like, yeah, I'm married, but I'm thirsty. Why don't you shut the hell up and let me have a free drink? Because women love free drinks. We do. But I noticed something. Guys don't buy you free drinks like they used to. They don't, right? Say that. Remember the good old days? Remember that used to, remember the good old days? You go to your local bar and the bartender will come up and say, excuse me, ma'am, the gentleman way over there in the corner, he would like to buy you a drink. You was okay, thank you. Beautiful. And you would get your drink, and the greatest thing of all, he would keep his ass way over there in the corner and leave you the hell alone and let you enjoy your peace and pride. All you had to do was shake it out. Thank you. Stay over there. Now guys don't do that now. No, hell no. Guy buys your drink now. He thinks that gives him the right to stalk you for the rest of the night. He's in your face before the drink gets there. You know that guy. How you doing, girl? How you doing? Yeah, you can call me Drink Man. What's your name? What's your name? Juan. Juan. I'm wondering how you gonna pay me back for that drink later on. You go to the ladies' room, you come out, he's leaning against the sink. Well, we really did. Drink Man. Girl, you keep this up, I'm gonna think you following me. You on the dance floor, they just having a good time. Woo, yeah, you turn around. Remember me? Drink Man. Yeah, come on, girl. I paid for that drink. You owe me. I'm like, look, you gave me a drink, not a kidney. You want to get the hell away from me? I think with men and women, it comes down to sex, you know? We're on different levels when it comes to sex. It's something in men, I think that's why there's still people walking around the earth. There's something innate, you know? I think men have something that we're like, hey, we gotta make more people, we gotta make more people, we gotta make more people. And women are like, who the hell gonna take care of these people? Hey, get off me. Men and women, we're just on different levels when it comes to sex. Like, look at the porno industry. That's $1 billion industry and men support. They act out their fantasies. So what's the number one fantasy for most guys? What is it, ladies? 2 women. Exactly. 2 girls. That's what they want. 2 women. Oh, this pretty bastard said 3. Well, that's for inflation, huh? That's what they want. 2 women. Fellas, I think that's a bit lofty. Because come on, think about it. If you can't satisfy that one woman, why do you want to piss off another? Why have 2 angry women in the bed for you at the same time? And think about it. You know how much you hate to talk after sex. Imagine having 2 women just nagging you to death. So what are you thinking? Come on, let's talk. Hold me. Never cuddle. That's the thing, man. 2 women. That's proof right there that men and women are on different levels. Because men can watch 2 women together, and that's eternal. Doesn't work the same way for us, does it, ladies? No. Everybody, no, it doesn't work the same. You ask any woman in here her sexual fantasy, and I will bet you $1 million that it's not to go home and catch your man bent over with some big girly guy standing behind him. Oh, yeah. Say my name. Say my name. Who's that man? Who's that man? Ooh, that'll ruin your day. What do you say there? What the hell is going on here? You want to catch your husband sharing a little bubble bath in his new bowling partner? Good evening and welcome to the Fillmore, located in beautiful San Francisco. Put your hands together and give love for Mr. Ford. Turned into a party game here. We're in the Fillmore. This is the Fillmore. The Fillmore. Can you believe that? This is like the grand temple of hallucinogenic partying. It was in this room where the first guy ever to do this did this. Are the dead still on? No, they're tuning up, man. Oh, I thought that was the show. Look at this, man. If these walls can talk, they can puke. So let's just use our imagination. I don't know. Drugs are bad. But I don't know what's worse, drugs or medication. Seems like all the people that did drugs in the 80s, hey, I don't do drugs anymore. Come on, medication. You know what I mean? Like, you have friends who are on medication. What is it? I don't understand. What is it? I don't understand. Taking a drug for your head that doesn't get you high. What is that? I have a friend of mine, this woman called me up. She goes, Mark, listen, I'm thinking I'm going to get on medication, man. Everything's up. Everything sucks. And I'm like, yeah, it does. You're sick? I don't understand. What are you asking me? Everything does suck, yes. All evidence, everything sucks. You're not sick. Because I asked her, I said, how's your life? She goes, sucks. I said, how's your boyfriend? Bad. How's your job? Hate it. How about the place you live? It sucks. So I think things just suck. I don't think you're sick. You know what I mean? I mean, because if you're going to take a drug, now I'm not selling drugs, I'm not really pro drugs, I'm just trying to figure out some things. If you're going to take a drug, it should be like, if someone comes up, hey, Mark, try this, it'll get you down. I'm like, really? This will? Okay, you're going to hang out, right? Okay. Oh, yeah, okay. See, that's a drug. Do you understand? Something that you take for a few weeks and you feel a little bit better about everything, that's weird. Well, I'll call that same girl like 3 weeks. We had Prozac for 3 weeks. How's everything? Good. What are you doing? Arranging flowers. It's great to be in San Francisco. It's great to be in the city. Cities are important. I hate to tell you people something, but what's going on between this city and the city on the East Coast is really frightening. You understand? Everything in between cities is not to be dealt with. It's getting weird out there. That city should be appreciated as exotic, not chaotic and dangerous. Just like loosen up a little bit, enjoy it a little bit. Especially this city, this is like a parade of freaks. That's walking through the Castro once. I saw a guy, swear to God, pierced nipples. He had nipple clamps, right? Team of sled dogs hooked up to him. Man, look at the Castro. Call me daddy. And some people would see that and they go, oh, look at that. What is with the dogs? I think that's the wrong approach. I think if you see something like that, you should just go, hey, thanks for sharing. I never thought of that idea. Dogs. Hey, come here. It's not for me to judge, just to enjoy the party. Hey, and hot. Enjoy that joke, buddy. Take your time with it. Chew it up a little bit. Masticate that joke. So, okay, here's what I'm telling you. I'm happy to be in the city because I was in North Carolina. Now, but see, the thing is like, you can't prejudge. I've never been down south, and for some reason, the picture of the South I had in my head was somewhere around 1950. You understand? I pictured hoods, burning crosses, fire hoses, dogs. So I'm creeped out before I even get there. You understand? And I get there, and I'm knowing in my head that everything that's gone on. You know what? People in the South are not stupid. Surprised? They're not stupid. I was surprised because I prejudged. I was asked. That's what I have to tell you. And like, I know what went on down there. You know what went on down there. The Confederation rights, all that. But none of it's happening in the street anymore. But it's got to be happening somewhere. You understand? So I'm getting freaked out by their niceness. They're like, how y'all doing? I'm like, what's up? What are you saying? He said, welcome to Raleigh. I quit smoking about a year ago. I think I picked a good time to quit smoking. Thank you for your support, but no cause, but I've done it before. I think a good time to quit smoking because there is no dignity left in cigarette smoking anymore. And you see these people can't smoke in the buildings they work in. They're standing out on the sidewalk like abused animals. Stick in your sticky pocket. I know, but the smoking sections are disappearing. I was at the airport. They used to have a smoking section at the airport. No more. They now have these glass encased rooms. You're not just a smoker. You're an example to other people. You're an exhibit at a futuristic zoo. You're the nicotine terrarium. There ought to be a sign out front that says the addict in its natural environment. Parents are walking by with children pointing, look in there, honey. Those are smokers. Look to them. Read the sign, they're almost extinct. Honey, stop running. You're teasing them. Stop running. Oh my God. Like cigarettes are the least of your worries now. Everyone's got a gun now. They just passed a law. In Texas, apparently, you can carry a gun now. If you're over 21, you can carry a weapon on your body anywhere. But apparently, you have to wear 6 guns. There has to be a holster. You have to walk like this. Crazy ass Republicans. Everybody can be on I'm surprised like they like. Oh, it's amazing. I'm surprised some freak has anyone packing. That's surprising. It hasn't happened in a comedy club. Someone just stands up and goes, "Hey, who's funny now? Clown boy." I guess it'll be you, sir. Guy with the guns is always funny, isn't it? I don't want to be funny quarterback. I always want to come up the after the show, but I just try to help. Chili here a couple years ago. I guess I'm going to do this. Remember a couple years ago, this guy taking AK-47 semi-rifle weapons, and they went into McDonald's. Two different guys and shot everyone in the McDonald's and killed themselves. Didn't really catch on. But I mean, it happened twice. I was so sad that when the country became a fast food place without scouting it out for the suspicious looking owner. Take those Big Macs on the fly. See the guy wearing fatigues talking to himself. I got a bad feeling. Don't look now. Just give me But there has to be something funny about being shot at McDonald's. I mean, it's McDonald's. You shouldn't be eating there in the first place. The karmic return for eating at McDonald's took a bullet in the head. Let me not picture it, okay? On your lunch break, you just picked up that tray of food. Hey, Big Mac and fries. That's a chocolate shake. And you got about 30 seconds just to lay there going, believe it. Hey, it's at the gates of heaven. It's golden arches. I don't believe this. It's not only the afterlife you're expecting, though. Just the inside of a cardinal large shrine. I think God would be sympathetic if he showed up at the gates of heaven with special songs. I think he'd be on the verge of laughter. Did you get shot at McDonald's? Well, come on in. You can reorder at the counter. Republicans, it seems like they're all cut from the same cloth. There's like high school principals. They all sort of reenact. I think they're such an evil. The great thing is about Republicans gaining power is you can see what colossal ass kissers they are. You know, these are like always the guys that are so staunch and tough, but geez, Bob Dole and Phil Graham couldn't get online quick enough to kiss the Christian Coalition's ass. Just sitting there going, bring her right over here. Yeah. Bill's my name. Bring her right over here. Phil Graham, yeah, let me have it. Yeah. Sure, we'll give you whatever I want. Yeah. Religious fanatics. Jeez. Rush Limbaugh. He should come out every day. He should come out. He should just come out. I think he should come out with like on his face. Just like. Just sit down there. With this smug, stupid little smile. Just go. I was talking to Pat Robertson today, as you can see. I just don't understand it. I don't understand the Republican agenda. I don't understand how the poor become the enemy. I don't understand that really. How does the poor become the enemy? Because they never finish their sentences. You know, they always come out and go, we're going to trim the national budget and we're going to get rid of welfare. But we never hear, so the poor will die. I want to be part of that. Hey, come on, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Oh, you haven't got shoes. Sorry. That's what they're saying. They're sick. It doesn't even matter. I mean, what are they preparing for by pandering to the Christian? I mean, I'm starting to think like, hey, you think the Time Warner merger is big? When you see church and state, that's going to be really big. I think Christ is coming back to broker that himself. It doesn't matter who's president. They can generally be put presidents, but they pick people for jury duty. That would be interesting. Just go out to the mailbox one day. listen, I'm not a religious person. I'm a Jew. So if anyone wants to yell, shut up, you Jew, do it now. Good. I said that on stage once. I don't talk about being Jewish much, because I don't think it's that important necessarily. But one time I said I'm a Jew, so I'm talking to his wife about it. And whenever, questions went up to him saying that, it could have been healthy, you know what I mean? But a lot of people, Jews get bad rap. They get a bad rap. I could walk away some stuff up about it. All of a sudden, I want to defend the Jews. Okay, we had Passover not too long ago, and you guys had whatever it is you do with the bunny, and so I want to help you understand, because I think Christians apparently get a bad dossier on Jews, you know what I mean? And the thing is, it's like, okay, well, I'll tell you about Passover. Basically, what Passover is, it's a ritual dinner where we talk about the story of the Exodus of the Jews out of Egypt, and we have a service and a meal, and then there's a sacrifice of a Christian baby and dessert. My family doesn't do that, but Orthodox, if we grow up and some people are going to eat, I've heard that. He's not lying. He's telling the truth. But obviously, I will be honest with you guys. I mean, the great thing about being Jewish really is that we got all the money. And all of it, all the money, and we run the media. I'm surprised I have time to do this. Yeah, it's true. I mean, someday we all get a newsletter, the same newsletter, and says, congratulations, we have all the money again, 1,500th year in a row. Congratulations, Jews. Sometimes me and a few other Jews would just go to the basement of some synagogue. And the synagogue, I don't know if you know this, most synagogues, when you go into the basement, there's just stacks of gold bullion and fresh cash. And sometimes me and some other Jews would just go down there and go, I can't believe we have it all. Look at all this money. If anyone's watching this and believes it, I go to my friend's house, so I gotta get on the net. So you gotta get on the net. You gotta get on the net. This is the future. This guy spends 8 hours a day playing video games with a guy in France. I go, what are you, ass? He goes, no, man, the computer's a tool. No, I thought the computer's a toy. You're a tool. It's using you to get to me. It's sucking me in. So you gotta get on the internet, man. It's the future. I'm like, all right, let's go. I'm ready for the future. I'm strapped in. I'm ready. I'm gonna get into a universal chat board. I'm gonna talk to some people. And I'm sitting there and I'm ready for the excitement. I'm watching the screen, and there it is. Do you like dogs? Yeah, this is the future. Yeah, I do like dogs. Here's what's happening. We're moving out of a petroleum-based phallic here, no more tanks, fast cars, okay, into an information-based scroll era. You understand what I'm saying? It's not about big, it's about information storage. It's about big balls. And the way I prefer that is remember those kids in high school that never shut up about their cars, gearheads, are like, oh man, I got 74 Chevelles, got gold cylinder heads, Holly double bumper, low profile DNs, French coated primer, mother. I'm gonna get chicks with this car, man. They never got any chicks, they never stopped working on the car, you know what I mean? But then I hear guys talking about computers like the same language, only they're geeks, you know what I mean? Yeah, I got a 486, it's got a CD-ROM, but I'll tell you something I've never heard, and that's a woman go, wow, that's a lot of money. Here's what's going to happen. They're going to come out with a whole computer. They're working on it. They're bored. They got nothing better to do. What's going to happen, man? And pretty soon, I know some relationships are probably already suffering this with someone's on the computer too much. Imagine walking in on somebody. They got virtual reality glasses on, some sort of weird keyboard, and this genital mitt. And they're just like, yeah. Whoa. Hey, get out here, Central presents. Thanks for coming out, man. Thanks for coming out, really. I need the money. I really do need the money, man. I lost it. I was in Vegas, man. I lost it all down there, man. Man, I lost it all, man. You can always tell who moved to Vegas, too. You know, because we just walking down the street all depressed, you know. You know, your wife was right next to you. You're an idiot. You know, the worst is, like, to lose all your money, you know, at the table, because you can't leave it, because your drink still hasn't come yet. How was that waitress? I need some big money, though. I need some money, man. I gotta move, man. I got the worst apartment in the world, man. I get no sleep. Jehovah's Witnesses are knocking on my door. And the worst part about it is that I live right next to the temple, so I'm like the first stop. And I'll talk to them. I don't care, you know. One time I let this dude in, right? It's like around 5:30 in the morning. I let him inside, right? Walked him to the living room. I sat him down. I said, man, what is it that you have to tell me? You know, and he looked at me. He said, I don't know. I never made it this far. I was about to give him a chance. Some people don't want to tell my father. He don't like him at all. My father, he comes to the door butt naked like, what the hell? That's okay. We'll come back tomorrow. My father, he's a big smoker, man. He smokes Philip Morris regularly. You ever see that cigarette? That cigarette does not work. They don't even keep it in the front at 7-Eleven. It's like in the back when you ask for it. Let me Philip Morris regular. Let me get that for you. Hold on a second. We need you to sign these consent forms. Now, you do understand that you will catch cancer. Yes, I do. Have your lungs in your possession the whole time? Yes, I have. He smokes like this for over years, man. He smokes about 3 packs a day, too. That's a lot, right? And if you smoke 3 packs a day, you might just start chewing tobacco. That's probably the same thing. Because obviously the smoke from the plant ain't doing it no more. You need the juice from the root. That's what's going to come out next, tobacco juice. You heard it, man. Tobacco juice is going to quiet down those people worried about secondhand smoke. Starbucks will be carrying it. You be walking in Starbucks. Let me get 2 lattes and let me get a low-fat Philip Morris double mocha. And grande to go. And let me try one of them carcinogen buns with it. Boy, you go tonight smoking something, all right? It's either cigarettes or weed. I can't even go to the club without smelling some weed when I go to the club. I'm in the club dancing. I'm like, man, dancing like somebody. Somebody smoking some weed up in the bed. You know, you be looking for the guy, too. You looking for who's smoking. Who the hell is smoking weed up in here? But if the party's jumping, I'm gonna say have a good time. It's not like the guy's smoking crack or anything. Because that's when it's time to go right there. If you smell crack in there, it's like party over. Shit, even the guy smoking weed gets mad. Like, man, I didn't know they were gonna be doing drugs up in here. This is ridiculous. In the You need some help, man. Take him away. That's messing up the party. Let me get me something to eat. I was walking down the street trying to get some jokes today, walk around. I saw this dude get arrested right on the corner. And I'm walking by him, right? And I stopped to watch. And the dude got mad at me. They putting the cuffs on him. He looked at me. What the hell are you looking at? I said, I mean, your ass go to jail. Well, you can see anything with the cuffs on. You want me to tell another pocket? Let him go. You want a piece of me? And I messed with him all day. They put him in a SWAT car. I came out the window, knocking on the window. Did I hit the car? I'm gonna kill you. Whatever. I can stop and watch. I pay my taxes. I hate to see black people get arrested, though. So every time my brother get arrested, he always look at me like I'm supposed to help him escape. Like I'm supposed to knock out the car. Get the key. We in this together. I'm like, no, we not. They ain't saying nothing about this at the meeting. So you gotta be careful when you're another brother walking by another brother getting arrested. Because suddenly you might be the guy who got away. There he is. I don't know him. My favorite show is Cops. What's that show? That's my show right there. I can watch people get arrested in the comfort of my own home. I never see like the beginning though, it's coming like in the middle when like everybody's running. Everyone, the criminal's running, man, the cameraman is running. The cameraman's quick too, we run together. And the thief is always surprised that the cameraman keeping up with him. I'll be jumping over fences. The cop is nowhere in sight. The cop's like 2 blocks away. Like, the cameraman couldn't go to work. My favorite part is when they lose a guy for like a little while. It's in somebody's backyard. That's when the voiceover comes over. We know he's back here somewhere. We need It's a That's what my mom wanted me to do. She wanted me to be a cop. I couldn't do that job. I didn't get you. You give me a gun and a stick. You know, give me a gun and a stick and a badge that says I can do anything I want to do. And every day I'll be itching to use that stick. Every day I'd walk down the street just walking to short people. Keep it moving. Working out and working out. I'm trying to lose my belly, man. And I'm trying to lose it. That's why I'm wearing this big jacket. Like, you know you gotta lose some weight when your girlfriend wants to lick your titties. They stop playing with your chin like, oh, this is fun. Just like mine, you fat slob. A lot of women get a lot of dates here tonight. That's good. It must be rough dating right now. It's rough. You gotta kick out some money. Right? You gotta pay for everything. Women don't want no broke guy. Y'all make us pay for everything up front for the first 6 months. 6 months, we gotta pay for everything. Pay for the movies, pay for dinner, pay for the club, Pay for everything. When they pay for something, they call it a treat. You know, they tell you know what? I'm gonna treat you tonight. Now you look at it like it's about damn time. I've been waiting for my damn treat. I think I just don't like driving women home, man. That's the thing. Supposed to be women live in bad neighborhoods. You know, they always say the same thing when you get out the car. They get out the car. Don't drive away. So I get inside my house. You know, like if somebody out there, I'm gonna get out of my car. I might roll down the window like, hey man, don't be doing that to her. Leave her. That's why I'm the white man. I guess we'll be seeing her again. I drive around the block, try to help her out. Leave her alone! That's how you think so strong. Some big women, some WNBA women. That's what you gotta think. They don't need no protection. Walking everywhere. It's kind of cool in the beginning because you can play basketball with them and stuff. But late at night in bed, it's like sleeping with your brother or something. I'll be gonna move your big ass over. Give me some room. Big women don't think they big. They think they petite. I think these little girls, they really do ask, why don't you carry me? Why don't you carry me? Worst thing was looking at her feet. She has a big feet. Size 13 and a half. And I'm a size 12. You don't want your woman's feet bigger than your feet. That's a scary sight to wake up to in the morning. Some mornings I would wake up and touch her throat, make sure there's no Adam's apple. But I didn't whip me that gown, Jerry Springer. How do you know? You never know nowadays. She's too big, man. She's one of them Gemini women who want to hit on me when she get mad. So that's why I like dating small women. Small women don't hit you that much. And then they do hit you, they realize how big you are, and then walk into the bathroom like, big girls don't go nowhere. They stand their ground like, and you people are backing up. Hey! I was just playing with you, kid. getting serious. I'm over like 2 hours. You know, till you get her good. You know. Like, honey, you okay? So then you outside, offers a look. She hit me with the pillow first, right? What's happening, man? He's shopping, man. He's shopping at the mall, man. 'Cause, you know, security guards always follow me around. You know, and the worst part is like when I'm leaving, like if I don't buy something, the closer I get to the door, I start thinking to myself, like, oh God, I hope I didn't take anything. Went into the gas station. There are too many gay people working in the gas. I'm not homophobic, but I am a little uncomfortable with the gay fitting room attendant. And they do scare the out of me. I mean, you He's picking up my partition. Is everything fine? You don't bring me things I didn't ask for. Try these ones. These are your color. Can I get some privacy, man? I need to speak to the manager. Yes, I'm the manager. Everywhere you go, gay people like to talk to me too. They always feel like they have something to compare to, you know. Always comparing themselves to black people. I understand what you're going through. I deal with the same type of prejudices that you go through every day. I'm like, get the out of here. I don't remember seeing your ass on the plantation. It's so hot out here. Swing low. Sweet chariot. I don't remember hearing the song that way. I went to my family reunion recently. I had a cousin come out of the closet at the family reunion. Everybody was sitting right for right. My cousin said something goes, I just want everybody to know that I am gay. I'm proud of it. And everyone got quiet except for my grandmother. You know, she's 87. She's sitting at the head of the table. And she looks at him and says, why do you have to be gay? Can't you just with them now? And everything about it was that he actually stopped to think about it too, you know. I couldn't believe he came out of the closet at the reunion, because that's not coming out of the closet anymore. That's coming out of the apartment. Everybody. I like lesbians, so I like lesbians. That's my fantasy, be alone with some lesbians. That'll never happen. It only happened in a porno flick, right? That's every man's fantasy, be like alone with like 5 men naked women. That's why pornos are doing so well, man. It's fantasy. They just open like there's a video shop on my corner. Just add like a porno section to the back. And it's always funny too, because guys really want to go in the porno section, but they gotta sit around the action adventures, you know. To the coast is clear. Come out with teach. I watch them now and then. Like if I go to the shop, I get like 2 regular movies and 1 porno flick. I always get the 2 regular movies just so the cash won't think I'm full for that. You don't want to think of that, but you'll start talking about your ass. How are you doing today? There's one dude, like, you know, just come in with like 4 tapes. Like, he returned 4 and then checked out 3 new ones. I feel sorry, he must have been whacking off all week. He had no energy. He came and carried a box. See. California. Comedy Central presents always a big pleasure to be back in Los Angeles. I'm ecstatic. First El Nino, then La Nina, and no wonder you people are crazy. And it doesn't matter, the weather is out of control throughout the entire country. Wherever you go, one day it's 90, then it's 30, then it's 80, then it's 20, and my balls can't take it. Big, small, big. Apparently I can't have kids because my sperm are gagging. But I don't know what's worse. I don't know if it's the weather or the weathermen. Okay? A couple of years ago in New York City, we had a blizzard, and our weatherman at the time was Al Roker. You know Al. Okay? He predicted before the blizzard, which is an emergency condition, by the way, he predicted we would have 4 to 12 inches of snow. We had 36 inches of snow. Giving him the benefit of the doubt, he's 2 feet off. It's not even close. What's the word meteorologists mean in English? It means a liar. What's the best job you can possibly have? It's being a weatherman in San Diego, California. Does not get any better than that. You got a 6-figure income, you're on TV for about 30 seconds. People go, what's wrong? And you're like, Lou, nice. Back to you.
Like, I don't know how many calories I had stored, but I had a lot. And so how long would that have lasted me, assuming I didn't get anything else? I definitely would have reached my goal of 130 or 40 days. And then after that, I thought we were just going to push into then it's just to see who has what reserves, and go as far as we can. And that would get me through January into February. And I just thought, man, that's it.
And you're like, I can last. Dude.
And I knew I could do it.
What aspect of that is miserable?
The hardest thing for me would have been the boredom, because it's hard to stay busy when it's all dark out, when the ice is 3-4 foot thick, you can't fish, and I think it would have just been really boring. It had to have been a real Zen master to push through it, but because I had experienced it to some degree, I knew I could. And then I think things that you start thinking about family and this and that in those situations. And I just knew that because I'd gone to all these trips to Russia for a year at a time, the time context was a little broader for me than I think for some people, because I knew I could be gone for a year and come back catch up with my loved ones, bring what I got back, whether that be psychological, whatever it is, and we'd all enrich each other. And once it's in hindsight, that year would have been like that, talking about it. So I had that perspective, so I knew I wasn't going to tap for any other reason other than running out of food someday. So that was my stressor.
So you're able to, given the boredom, given the loneliness, kind of zoom out and accept the passing of time. Just let it pass.
For me, I'm an I like to be active. And so I would try to think of creative ways to keep my brain busy. You saw the dumb rabbit first skit, but then I did a whole bunch of elaborate Normandy reinvasion, Asian reenactments and stuff. There was every day I would think I got to think of something to make me laugh, and then do some stupid skit, and then that would fill a couple hours of my time, and then I'd spend an hour to a few hours fishing, and then spend a few hours, whatever you're doing.
Would you do that without a camera?
Yeah. Oh no, the skits. Funny question. That's a good. I don't know. I actually don't know. That I will say that was one of the advantages of being on the show versus in Siberia. So no, I didn't in Siberia just do skits by myself. But I didn't film it, and so it was quite nice to have this camera that made you feel like you weren't quite as alone as if you were just in the woods by yourself. And I think for me, I was able to. It was a pain. It was part of the cause of me missing that moose. There's issues with it, but I just chose to look at it as this is an awesome opportunity to share with people a part of me that most people don't get to see. So I just chose to look at it that way, and it was an advantage. You could do stuff like that.
I think there's actual power to doing this kind of documenting, like talking to a camera or an audio recorder. That's an actual tool in survival. That I had a little experience of being out alone in the jungle and just being able to talk to a thing is much less lonely.
It is. It really is. It can be a powerful tool, just sharing your experience. I definitely had the thought. So going back to your earlier comment, I definitely had the thought. If I knew I was the last person on Earth, I wouldn't even bother. I wouldn't do it. I would just right on.
I knew that the weather in this country was completely out of control and that something was wrong 10 years ago. I was in Boston, Massachusetts, February. Normally, in February, Boston and most of the country, the weather is gray, rainy, gray, sleet, gray, sleet, snow, gray. Every day it just gets grayer and grayer and grayer. You wake up one day, you go, come to work. Boss goes, why not? You sick? No, it's too gray.
Where is this?
I don't even know why the sun bothers to come out. Then you wake up, it's the greatest day you've ever seen. And the next day, it's even brighter. That's usually Valentine's Day, and that's the day you look at your wrist and go, hey, maybe I should slit them to see color. February in Boston. In 4 days, I experienced 5 seasons. It was 30, it was 60, it was 90, it was 12. The last day, it was thunder, lightning, and snow together.
What is that?
You're lying in bed, okay? When you get thunder outside, when you get up to look, you have an expectation. It's not snow, it's rain. That's not right. They don't even write about that kind of weather in the Bible. And I imagine if a prophet had seen that kind of weather after he wiped the poop out of his pants, he'd have told us about it. I was supposed to work that night. I said, I'm not coming in. I'm scared to death. Because I know what the next season's going to be. Locusts. There will come a time, mark my words, where there will be a season of just great big giant frogs that fall from the sky. Oh yeah, look at me like I'm next. You'll see Willard Scott. Willard Scott. He smiles so much, I don't think he has a central nervous system. Scott will be standing in front of the Washington Mighty and dressed in a chipmunk outfit. Frogs will be bouncing off his head. They'll be going, giant frogs, giant frogs. What can I say? Back to you. Now you know, and everybody knows why the weather is screwed up. Because we lost the ozone layer. Well, if we lost the ozone layer, why don't we put it on milk cartons and try to find it? It's absolutely stupid that we live without an ozone layer. We've got rockets and got saran wrap. Fix it! What the heck can you do? The only thing that we've come up with to deal with the fact we didn't have an ozone layer is sunblock. And I don't trust that stuff at all. Why? Because the people who told us about sunblock were the same people who said eggs are good. And then they said eggs were bad. And then they said eggs are good. And they said they were bad. And they said the yellows are actually bad, but the whites are going to be fine. I gotta eat. You'll find out about sunblock in a number of years. You'll find out that's the reason you have cholesterol. No, it wasn't the steak. It's the sunblock. I don't use sunblock. What I use is Crisco. It's the best. In a tub, and it costs about $1.10. You can share it with everybody at the beach. The great thing about Crisco is you never get burned. Because when you start to sizzle, you move your ass. And whatever you do, don't get a flu shot. Every year, it's the same thing. They scare people into getting flu shots. Every year, it's the worst flu ever. It's coming our way. Even as I'm speaking, there's a guy getting on a boat in Formosa. He didn't wipe himself properly, and he's coming our way. Get off that boat and start shaking hands with everybody. Last year, they scared me into getting a flu shot. What you gotta realize when you get a flu shot is this. What it does, it gives you a cold. Every day, you wake up and go, I got a cold. You never get the flu, but you always got a cold. I like the cold, though, because I get to take my favorite drug, which is NyQuil. I love that stuff. What's the matter with the rest of you? What do you take? Robitussin? Non-narcotic sissy pansy. NyQuil is 180 proof. It's the moonshine of medicine. Why would you bother with anything else? Nighttime NyQuil, it's a nighttime NyQuil. Trade either one you want, okay? Because your cold doesn't care what kind it is. Now, what's got to a point where I almost snapped. So you can imagine what that was like. I had just about had it. So I went to a place to calm down. I went to my health club, the International House of Pancakes. There's no reason to bodybuild. No. That's why God gave us the International House of Pancakes. Because you'll always feel good about your body when you go there, no matter what your body is. Because there's always someone there who weighs 350 pounds more than you ever weigh. Guarantee it's on the back of the
Welcome.
sometimes.
How are you, fruitcake?
What I like about it the best is they don't give you a cup of coffee there.
Pretty good at
It's not called a hot coffee.
Okay, how'd you do that?
I was sitting in a group chat with my friends. He texted me. He joined the group chat. And he joined the VC. And he was like flirting with everybody. And then he sent like 4 videos of his day. And he turned on this camera and started like fucking beating the shit.
Okay, I mean, well, first, are you 18? Okay, you gotta leave. It says you gotta be 18 to be in there, so please leave. Take care, fruitcake.
Touch this man. Even if you're alone, you get this big jug of coffee, which makes me feel good because I think maybe somebody's coming, and I don't know. So I put in the milk and the sugar, and I try to do the whole thing, and then I go, "Bring me some pancakes!" That was way too much coffee. And you need a lot of pancakes, because I got 6 syrups on the tap. And I got to use every one of them. So I finished the meal, and I was drinking the boysenberry. Well, because I had to take the edge off the coffee. When from behind me, a young woman of 25 uttered the following. It was the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life until Dan Quayle was elected the Vice President of the United States. She said, "Were it for my horse, I wouldn't have spent that year in college." You gotta repeat that. Because it bears repeating. If it weren't for my horse, that's in giddy up, let's go. I wouldn't have spent that year in college, which is a degree-granting institution. Don't think about that sentence for more than 3 minutes or run, shoot, you know. The American medical profession does not know why we get an aneurysm. An aneurysm is when a blood vessel bursts in your head for no apparent reason. There's a reason. You go to the mall one day with your friends. Somebody over there says the dumbest thing you've ever heard. And it goes in your ear. You turn around. You see if your friends heard it. But your friends are over there, they're pretending that they're going to buy a cellular phone. And they're not going to buy a cellular phone because these idiots don't understand what the rate structure means. So you turn around to see who said it. Because if you can talk to them, just asking like, what did you mean by that? But they're gone. Now those words are in your head. They stay there. They don't go away. I know you think you're driving to work, but you're not driving to work. All your brain's thinking it's important for my horse. It's important for my horse. You sit down and have dinner with your family. You think you're having dinner, but it's not. How did you get to college? It's like a loneliest strip in your head. It just goes over and over and over. 7 days, that's all you think about. You don't know you're thinking about it. But your brain's going overtime. And at the end of the week, they find you dead in your bed. This country has finally lost its mind. I know exactly the moment when it occurred. I was in my apartment. I was watching TV. It was January. It was announced. The President of the United States may or may not have oral sex with a 21-year-old in the White House, and that, now I'm quoting, wasn't the bad news. What was the bad news? The bad news was they had made her lie. I went down to the International House of Things because I needed to put my teeth into some pancakes before they reached around to try to eat my brain. The next day, this country went nuts. discussion started, and it took place in every office, it was in all media, it was everywhere. And the discussion was, is oral sex adultery? And I kept thinking, did I miss a day in school somewhere? I know I didn't pay attention, but at what point did the principal announce, and well, did he come on like a Thursday afternoon and say, tomorrow you'll be having fish sticks for lunch, and I want you kids to remember that BJs don't count. Is oral sex adultery? Yes! There is no discussion. If curling is an Olympic sport, then oral sex is adultery. And oral sex should be an Olympic sport. Why? Because it's harder than curling, and if you're any good at it, you deserve a medal. It's not obvious to you, I didn't smell LSD during my life. The reason I did LSD was because it allowed me, I thought, to have every thought that it was humanly possible. I thought after taking LSD, I was prepared for everything. Well, I wasn't, because I watched the testimony of Bill Clinton. 4 hours. I didn't want to watch it, but since the International House of Pancakes is my health club, I screwed up my back. So I was stuck at home having to listen to this. Now, if you didn't watch this, it was not only the testimony of Bill Clinton was on one channel, but on the other channel, he was in front of the UN, speaking live. And I went back and forth. And there I turned him on, and he's doing his testimony. And he says to the lawyer, can you define the word alone? He's got to know what the word alone means. He doesn't know what the word alone means. That means he may be thinking that the voices in his head are other people. To him standing in front of the UN, and they're all giving him a big round of applause. They're standing up, yay, yay, got PJ, got PJ. He said, could you tell me what you mean by the word is? Shiz? No, is. You know what the word is means. I know what the word is means. That's the first word. It's the word to be. That's why he went out to try to get his winky whacked. He's in front of the UN. Put back. He said, well, no, I didn't have sex. Because you see, it's like this. I put a prophylactic on my finger, I put it in my ear, I'm not really screwing my ear. There he is. There he is. Which one is real? And then, just before I passed out, I thought, if it weren't for my horse. What is the difference between a Democrat and a Republican? The Democrat blows, the Republican sucks. Democrats believe that the federal government should be in charge, and the Republicans believe that the state should be in charge.
There he is. How you living, pimp? What's good? Did you win the lottery?
No.
Why not?
Just I just won.
Are you trying to develop a sentence?
Yes. Can we plant that up?
Dog, you have an invitation. I'm waiting on you.
John, you're giving me to go.
Yeah, I generally start with mini golf. See, I'm like a chef who's preparing an amazing meal for a food connoisseur. I start out with some mini golf.
Remember, you can do this in two.
Yeah, not where the hole is though.
I think I can do it too.
Impossible.
I don't even think I can do it in fair right now.
It's a good point. Oh fuck.
You got lucky.
Yeah, you kind of fucked up there, son. You have a tough shot.
Okay,
Zoot,
so Rabbi,
Zoot, I'm,
today on day 51, I'm day 51 into Earth now.
that's phenomenal, dog. Do you know how many days until Grand Theft Auto launches? 300 and guess.
About 430. Around about 430.
352 days, 22 hours, 17 minutes, 22 seconds.
Sorry. You do have ADHD.
No, dude, I'm not that good. I just made a little countdown. And dude, I don't make fun of your issues, so it's not cool to make fun of people's issues.
I have the same
You,
condition.
it doesn't matter, and you don't even know what I have. I could have just made it up so that I could get advantages.
What do you mean?
In the United States, what a shot. 2 shots, Zoot. You get advantages in the United States, like free fucking speed. Welcome, Miss Aquarius. Long time no see.
You get, hey, Miss Aquarius.
What happened? Miss Aquarius, I can't hear you. What'd you say? Oh, my video won't load. Thank you. I just have to restart the device. I appreciate that. How are you, Miss Aquarius? All right, you go back to sleep. We're just playing right now, but if you want to play, we can. But just get your rest. It's early.
I tried to play to sleep.
I know. I apologies, Miss Aquarius. Zoot over here has been throwing off my hours.
That's the one who's from Australia.
Yeah, he's from Australia.
Oh.
Oh, Zoot, how'd you like that shot, son? Zoot, do you like this hole? Zoot, I asked you a question. Zoot, are you going to answer the question, or you're just going to sit there on your thumb?
I'm sitting there on the phone.
It seems that way. To answer your previous, or to put a close on the previous point, knowing the amount of days until Grand Theft Auto launches is not at all a symptom of ADHD at all. If anything, it would be like autistic savantism, but it would not be ADHD. What is shot, Zoo?
It would probably more be obsessive compulsive disorder.
No, it would be autistic savant. It's where you'd be able to calculate. Like, have you ever seen the movie Rain Man?
Yes.
All right, it'd be like that. But making a reminder in a calendar, that's just like normal behavior. Not everything has to be a disorder. Now, I need one of the best shots of my career here. And I hit the count in 11. So, Zoo, you went to the gym today?
Yeah.
How's Fat Girl? How's your coin doing?
Hasn't moved, hasn't done.
Dude, that coin is going to be worth nothing. And then it'll probably be worth a lot. And then back to nothing.
I think it's gonna be worth a lot.
How did the Trump coin do?
Which one?
The one he launched right before the inauguration.
Oh, they dumped that. They dumped that shit and put a lot of us around with it.
So I saw like hundreds of thousands of people bought it, but only like 800 people actually made money. How about Melania? How'd Melania do?
A lot of people made money on it. 800 people made money.
Dude, look at this shot. Look how that was. Do you own Melania? Yo, Zoot, remember that time I asked you a question and you were just dead silent? Zoot, you are the most frustrating person with whom to hold a conversation.
Yes.
Yes, you hold Melania.
No, I didn't.
Oh. Do you own the Trump coin? Zoot, I'm not even going to talk with you. You're just like too difficult with a person with whom to have a conversation. Didn't you buy them?
No, I have a lot of Ethereum and I don't own many other shitcoins.
And you don't own Harry Potter Obama Sonic Tenino?
No, I use that with like play money, but I like have ETH in another location. And a family member that I trust, I gave them like a lot of ETH hold for me because I didn't want to gamble it. And I've held that for over 5 years.
We know it's your grandma.
5 years.
I'm going to get in good graces with your grandma, and she's going to give me it.
Sorry?
I'm going to get in good graces with your grandma, and she's going to give it to me.
I mean, it's not. It's an okay amount. It's not. It's above average in terms of for my age. It's above average.
Dog, it's like 800. It's like 800. It's like $800,000.
Not anymore. No, that's not true. It was never that much.
Oh,
It was half that.
okay,
It's about half that.
okay,
In Australian dollars.
okay.
Still a good amount.
Then why do you always come in here and you're like, oh, I'm a millionaire? I'm not a millionaire. Like, because of the fluctuation of the market.
Because
Oh
yeah.
no, Zoot, that was terrible. You also had a terrible shot.
But that's always been my biggest position.
Okay, Zoot, what are you gonna do? Zoot, you have a very important shot here. Perhaps the most important of your career. It's your turn. Let's see what you're gonna do. Oh, Zoot. You've got a pretty easy shot. You're gonna fuck it up. No doubt you're gonna fuck it up. Told you. Zoot, I'm gonna see how many games in a row I can just beat you straight up without ties. Once you tie me, then stop. But until then, it's just ass kicking. Do you like this hole? Zoot, do you think you can get this hole in a hole in one? That's 2 straight games in a row? 3 straight. I think it's 3 straight. I do not like this hole. And I'm not good at it. If I were to say of any hole where you beat me regularly on a hole, this is one of them. I always get fucked up in the pink shit. Oh, Zoot, great shot. I told you, man. It gives me a chance. Whatever you do, Zoot, don't miss it. Dude, you got in my way. Oh, what an amazing shot, Zoot. One of the best shots of not just my career, but anyone's career. Zoot, you know what the number 1 ranked stand-up special in the history of IMDb is?
So Eddie Murphy.
Nope. Delirious is like number 4 or something. It's Mitch Hedberg's Comedy Central Presents. Oh, I fucked that up. And I just watched it, and it lives up to it. It's very funny. It's 30 minutes of just like really interesting jokes. Oh, Zoot, did you fuck up, son?
Have you ever been tested for autism?
Fuck no. I don't have autism.
Why not?
Because I was always a very good student who never had any kind of fucked up issues like that.
don't know. You just have really rich vested interests.
Stand-up comedy? Being a stand-up comedy fan makes someone have special interests?
Yes.
You're incorrect on that. In fact, that's a joke in itself, that you think that funny people or people who have interest in stand-up comedy have autism. You're obsessed with mental disorders, dude. And I know you have some, so I get that, but it's like not everybody's fucked up. What a great shot. Thank you. And you also have oh, I love it. Zoot. Oh, almost. Almost got it, Zoot.
Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
in a month from now, I'm gonna make some very famous. I'm gonna put them about you.
Is it that one guy's ex-wife?
Yeah.
Cool, man. I'm gonna be viral by then. So that's tight. I'll make her viral. Stop. Is she hot?
Yes.
Tight, though. Look how good this shot is. Zoot, you have a chance to time me. I shouldn't be sitting here talking so much shit. I should just be winning.
But Rabbi, I have not lost any weight in the last 2 weeks. I've only been putting on. I've stayed the same way.
Okay. Oh, stop, Zoot. Stop it.
I've regained I've gone into a maintenance phase where I've been breathing muscle.
Okay. When are you going to go to the strip club, dog?
Weeks.
You keep saying that. You said that like a long time ago.
No, sorry. July, mid-July. So.
Get in the water. Fuck, Zoot.
Mid, I feel comfortable mid-July, but I've been looking for other places.
Why have you been looking for other places?
I've just been looking for shopping around, seeing what like the different standards are for different clubs.
Okay.
But my body is in a very early phase. Fitness.
Cool.
Physique. My body is a very early physique.
That's not a sentence.
My body is a very early like body. I'm not bodybuilding, but it's a very early like stripper physique.
There you go. That's a sentence. peels. That's good.
I wasted blank.
Oh, that sucks.
Doesn't suck. Hey, Rabbi.
Yo, pimp.
You stole my what? Not. Didn't come around.
I don't know why you would use a blank tile where you did.
I don't know why you would fucking fuck up my blank tile like that.
Because I'm sexy?
Like the S is a very fucking big letter and you just fucked it up. Rabbi.
Yo,
Put
pimp.
down what's there.
Yo, pimp.
I put down the word there. Any word.
You're doing really well. Taint was a good word to use.
Yes, this is a good word to use.
Let's see it, pimp.
Back when did the blank not work on the blank doesn't work on the free roll.
That's correct.
I just wasted 2 blanks this game.
Yes, you did.
I'm still beating.
Yes, you are.
If you
Be right back, Doug.
know, and made up. That's it.
You put down pale.
So, Rabbi, I'll tell you a story in a second.
Excellent. I'm ready for it.
This is the story of kind of why I'm in this chat.
Because you want to make $1 trillion.
Yes.
Okay, well,
But it goes back 5 years.
okay.
In 2020, yeah?
Okay.
Can you fuck off? Sorry, there's something here. in 2020, I tried to buy $20,000 Australian for making $1,000 PayPal.
Okay.
PayPal suspends my account.
Wait, on PayPal or on eBay?
PayPal suspends my account. The bank shuts me down.
Hold on. Clarify. You tried to buy all these Pokemon cards on PayPal? That's not a thing. On eBay?
Yes, using PayPal.
Okay, I got you now.
I had 20 grand in PayPal.
Okay.
I get a message from PayPal saying that you are money laundering. We suspect this account is money laundering.
Okay.
They freeze my funds for 4 days. My bank freezes my account for 5 days.
Okay.
So then, when I get my money back, I'm just like, I'm not putting my money in a fucking bank account because I can't fucking trust them. I can't fucking trust them. But then I bought Bitcoin, and then I realized Bitcoin was too slow, so I put it all into Ethereum and put 20K into Ethereum at $200 Australian. I swapped because I realized Bitcoin was too slow. The network was too slow. So I was like, what's faster? And the second best option was ETH, and I had no idea what it did when I bought that.
Well, that's a nice story. It really is. I'm not making fun of you. That's cool.
And that's been my most profitable investment I ever made.
I can see why. What percentage are you up on Ethereum?
Well, 1,200%.
Amazing.
It was 2,000. It was about 2,200%.
That's going to change your life. Those Pokemon cards are going to be the best thing that ever happened to you, maybe.
Yep.
I really mean that. I think you'll look back on this, perhaps even watch it live someday or archive someday and be like, dude, that is the best. That bank fucking me is the best thing that ever happened to me.
I mean, I still had some Bitcoin as well. But $35,000 market cap by FGI. Right, I see. Right, you're so much in front of me.
I know, I'm sexy. What do you want me to do?
Would you date a former sex worker?
Absolutely. You know why? Because basically my definition of a sex worker is very open, and like anybody who's been a wife could arguably be a sex worker. Basically, someone who is in a relationship, whether contractual or not, that is in exchange of sex for goods or housing or something.
But you,
Perhaps we're all sex workers. Jet.
could you imagine yourself living anywhere, like in Australia?
Yeah, I think I'll have multiple houses in Australia. In Perth and where the fuck you are, and in Melbourne and in Sydney and in Darwin.
Oh, is it Saturday night?
No, it's Friday night. It is 2:13. I guess it's Saturday morning.
Hey, Rabbi,
What up, Pimp? Did you win the lottery?
I am getting a lot stronger.
That's amazing. Did you win the lottery?
I'll check in now.
Wow, I can't
So,
believe I couldn't
I
find
take
something.
creatine. I take creatine, which gives me water retention that increases my body weight temporarily before sessions, so I'm not losing weight anymore. So I can stay in a maintenance phase while losing body fat. But that makes sense.
Sure.
So I can preserve my muscle. I can preserve my muscle. I have a creatine, and I'll lose body fat, but I won't lose the muscle fat. Well, the muscle mass and muscle fat. I'll lose body fat without losing muscle. Which puts me at the same weight. So I don't lose weight, I don't gain weight.
Cool story. Zoot, would you date a sex worker?
Go for it. I have dated a sex worker and do it again.
There you go.
But
Dude, Nose was really good. Dude, there isn't anything to play. Oh, dude. I almost fucking lost.
but like any relationship, I would have my like rules.
So she was allowed to fuck other guys while you were dating?
Children fucking out with that.
I mean, what kind of sex worker was she? Like a stripper?
Yeah.
I'm going to change the game by just playing this one word. It's going to open up a lot.
She wasn't fucking out.
Yeah, that's what you think, though. That's a cool story. And I really liked it.
Look, I was with her pretty much the night as you.
Okay. I believe you, and so does everybody else. Oh, what is that move? You ready for this one? What was that, At? Uh-oh, Zoo. Uh-oh, Zoo. You're in trouble. Zoot.
You just died playing what?
Fuck yeah.
I don't think I could. I mean, we talked. I thought to her on multiple occasions.
Oh yeah, so you're the one rejecting her.
If I wanted to, I could have fucked that girl.
Incorrect. That's wrong, and you know it.
She was an escort in Australia. I could have just paid $2,000 to her.
The okay, that's like saying I could have fucked. I don't know, Margot Robbie. All I had to do was pay $50 million, and I could have fucked her. Like you can't do that.
She can.
No, that's not how that game works.
I mean, it would be more realistic.
Not really.
I mean, Margot Robbie's in an escort.
She is for the right price, baby. Isn't any chick? Isn't any person?
No. No one. Not anyone. I mean,
Where did you play that? Oh, I see. That was a good one.
I have lost a little weight.
So you got all the blanks and played like shit.
I got all the blanks. I got X. I got I. I didn't get the Q. Hey, where's the Q?
I played it.
You got a Q.
Yeah, it's in
What
the
did you play?
far left. Like I played a double word score because I'm sexy like that.
I gotta be back in about. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be back after this later. I'll play till the game finishes. But after this game, we're going back for a bit.
Okay. Double letter score. I should have said not double word score.
Well, not really. Well, I gotta do some other stuff as well. Gotta go look at make some fun. Oh no, I don't have fun.
You literally have nothing to do but take a shit.
No, I don't need to do that. Just this.
I don't think I can play any of my letters anywhere. You played air. That was good. I'm almost certain I can't play anything else. Let's say, what's that bitch's name? Who's Bonnie Blue's partner in crime?
Louis Phillips and then I got one of my friends.
Why are they no longer friends?
Because Bonnie Blue stole their idea.
Yeah, she did. Bonnie Blue.
She front ran, like Louis Phillips, like Bonnie Blue, like Louis Phillips was meant to do it, and then Bonnie Blue front run the event.
Good on her. That's cattiness 101.
She front run the event, like Louis Phillips was meant to do it, but like Bonnie, yeah. So Louis Phillips had the event planned, and then Bonnie Blue like planned it month before, and then I had friends do that.
Well, that's fucking Bonnie Blue's or Lily Phillips's fault. She shouldn't have played it out so far in advance. No. Oh, man.
That's it.
I got you, Zoo. All right, come back when you're done masturbating.
I just give up, I'm sure. Because even if I had a bunch of food and this and that. But because I knew you're a part sharing, it gives you a lot of strength to go through, and having that camera just makes it that much more vivid because you know you're not just going to be sharing a vague memory, but an actual experience.
I think if you're the last person on Earth, you would actually convince yourself. First of all, you don't know for sure. There's always going
Hope
to be
dies last. Yeah.
hope really does. It does die. Like you really don't know.
Yeah.
You really hope to find. I mean, if like an apocalypse happens,
Mm-hmm.
I think your whole life will be going about finding the other person.
It would be, and there's a chance. I mean, I guess I'm saying if you knew you for some reason knew you were the last. I wonder if you would. I wonder if that was the thought I had. If I knew I was the last person, like, cause here I was having a good time, having fun fishing, plenty of food. But like, if I knew I was the last person on Earth, I don't know that I would even bother. But now, if that was for real, would I bother? That's the question.
No. I think if you knew, if somebody, some way you knew for sure, I think your mind will start doubting that whoever told you you're the last person, whatever was not.
Right. The power of hope might be more
Powerful than
I accounted for in that situation.
Also, you might, if you are indeed the last person, you might want to be documenting it for once you die, you know, an alien species comes about. Because whatever happened on Earth is a pretty special thing. And if you're the last one, you might be like the last person to tell the story of what happened. And so that's going to be a way to convince yourself that this is important. And so the days will go by like this, but it will be lonely. Boy, would that be lonely.
It would be.
Yeah, I mean, there is going to be existential threat. But also, I don't know, I think hope will burn bright. You'll be looking for other humans.
That's, you know, one thing that's talking to you, the appreciate value is you're always, not out of naivety, but you're always choose to look at the positive. You know what I mean? And I think that's what a powerful mindset to have. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. That'd be a pretty cool survival situation though, to be the last person on Earth. If you could share. Yeah. Like I said, many people consider you the most successful competitor on the run. The other successful one is Roland Welker, Rockhouse guy.
Oh yeah.
This is just a fun, ridiculous question, but head to head, who do you think survives longer?
If you want to get to the competitive side of it, I would just say I'm pretty dang sure I had more pounds. And I didn't have the advantage of knowing when it was in, which I think would have been great psychological.
Oh, yeah.
It would have made it really easy. Once I got the moose, I could have shot the moose and just not stressed. And so that was a big difference between the seasons that I felt like. I felt like the psychology of season 7, they kind of messed up by doing a 100-day cap because from my own experience, that was the hardest part. But Roland's often.
For people who don't know, they put a 100-day cap on, so whoever can survive 100 days for that season. It's interesting to hear that for you, the uncertainty, not knowing, so that was
for sure.
It's the hardest. That's true. It's like you wake up every day.
I didn't know how to ration my food. I didn't know if I was going to lose after 6 months and then it's all going to be for naught. I didn't know if there's so many unknowns. So you don't know, like I said, if I shot a moose, 100 days, done. If I shot a moose and you don't know, it's like, crap, I can use somebody else. But it's going to be way in the future. So anyway, that for me was definitely the hardest part.
When you found out that you won, your wife was there. It was funny because you're really happy. It was a great sort of moment of you reuniting. But also there was a state of shock of like, you look like you were ready to go much longer.
That was the most genuine shock I could have. I hadn't even entertained the thought yet. I didn't even think it was. You hear the helicopters, and I just assumed that was people out there. I thought, and for one, previous person that had gone along with it done 89 days. So I just knew whoever else was out here with me, somebody's got that in their crosshairs. They're going to get to 90, and they're not going to quit at 90. They're going to go to 100. I just figured you can't start thinking about the end until a couple months from then. So I was just shocked. And they tricked me pretty good. They know how to make you think you're not.
So they want you to be a surprise.
Yeah, they want it to be a surprise.
You really weren't. You have to do that, I guess, for survival. Don't be counting the days.
No, I think that would be. Then you see that on some of the people do that. For myself, that would be bad psychology. It's always disappointing yourself. You have to be upset with the fact that this is going to go a long time. Once you come to peace with that, maybe you'll be pleasantly surprised, but you're not going to be constantly disappointed.
What was your diet like? What was your eating habit during that time? How many meals a day?
I was trying to eat this thing. I was nuts trying to. The more the moose is hanging out there, the more the critters, every critter in the forest is trying to peck at it, or mice trying to eat it and stuff. So
one of the ways you can protect the food is by eating it.
So I was having 3 good meals a day, and then I'd pick up some meat and go to sleep, and then wake up in the middle of the night with a long night. Eat a lunch at night, and then so I usually have a fish stew for lunch, and then moose for breakfast and dinner, and then have some for some nighttime snacks with a nice and long so you can get 14 hours. I've got some food around, so that is it okay that I was pretty low carb? Yeah, I actually felt really good. I think I would have felt better if I would have had a higher percentage of fat, because it's still more protein than if you're on a keto diet. You want a lot of fat. And so I didn't try to mix in nature's carbs, different reindeer lichen and things like that. But honestly, I felt pretty good on that diet.
How did you, what's the secret to protecting food? What are the different ways?
Yeah, a lot of times, in a typical situation in the woods, you raise it up in the tree in the bag, so then a game bag so the birds can't peck at it, you hang it in the tree, so it's cool. You gotta make sure first you cool it, because it'll spoil. So you cool it by whatever means necessary, hanging it in a cool place place, letting the air blow around it. And then you'll notice that every fourth freeloader in the woods is coming steal your food. Yeah. And it was just fun. I mean, it was crazy to watch. Like all the camp everything I did, there was something that could get to it. Put on the ground, the mice get on it, and they poop on it, and they kind of mess it up. So I ultimately kind of just dawned on me, shoot, I'm gonna have to build one of those things, like food caches. So I did, and I put it up there, and I thought I kind of solved my problem. To be honest, the Venky then, so they were taking a page out of they were mixing in rolling solution. They built a tall steel shelter and then put a box on the top that's enclosed. And then the bears can't get to it, the mice can't poop on it. It's safe. And I never finished it. I mean, in hindsight, I don't actually know why. I think I just, the way it timed, like I didn't think something was going to get there, then it did. And then you're like counting calories and stuff. I should have, in hindsight, just boxed it in right away.
To get ready for the long run.
Yeah.
Is rabbit starvation a real thing?
Yeah, so you can't just live off protein. And rabbits are almost as protein. So a rabbit eats the innards and the brain and the eyes, and then everything else is just protein. And so it takes more calories to, process that protein that you're getting from it without the fat. So I had a lot of rabbits in the first 20 days. I had 28 rabbits or something, but I was losing weight at exactly the same speed as everybody else. So that's interesting. Yeah, and I've never tried that before, so I was wondering if I'm catching a ton of rabbits. I wonder if I can last, 6 months on rabbits? But no, you just starve as fast as everybody else. So I had to kind of learn that on the fly.
I wonder what you make of that. So you need fat for that.
Yeah, that's And you notice when the Wolverine came and when animals came, they would eat the skin off of the fish, they would eat the eyes, they peel the meat fat, they leave all the meat, like behind the eyes, but the fat. So, yeah, you can kind of observe nature and see what they're eating.
What do you like eating when you can eat whatever you want? What do you feel best eating?
What's the best? I just try to eat clean, I think. I'm not super strict there on anything, but I think when I eat less carbs, I feel better. Meat and vegetables. We eat a lot of,
So basically everything you eat on loan for somebody.
Throwing some buckwheat, I like it.
Let's step to the early days of Jordan. So your Instagram handle is Hobo Jordan. So early on in your life, you hoboed around the U.S. on freight trains. What's the story?
My brother, when he was 17 or so, he just decided to go hitchhiking, and he hitchhiked down to Reno from Idaho everywhere. And he was loving traveling, but hated being dependent on other people. So he ended up jumping on a freight train and just did it. He honestly pretty much got on a train and traveled the country for the next 8 years on trains, lived in the streets and everywhere. But he was sober, so it gives you a different experience than I thought. But at one point when I was, 18, he invited me to come along with him. He'd probably been doing it 4 or 5 years. And I said, sure, so I quit my job and went out with him. Hobo Jordan is a bit of an overstep. I was self-conscious about that because I rode trains across the country, up and down the coast, back. Spent the better part of the year running around, riding trains, and all the staying in places related to that. But all the people, the real hobos, the good are out there. But it was for me, what it felt like was a bit of a rite of passage experience, which is kind of missing, I think, in modern life. So I did this thing that was a huge unknown. I've been kind of was there with me and my brother for most of it. We traveled around, pushed my boundaries in every which way, throws at night, all the stuff. And then at the end, I actually wanted to go back home, and so I went on my own and went from Minneapolis back to Spokane on my own. This was my first stint of time by myself for a week, which was interesting.
Alone with your own thoughts.
With your own thoughts is my first time in my life having been like that, and so it was powerful at the time. You know what it did too is it gave me a whole different view of life because I had gotten a job when I was 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and then I was just in the normal run of things kind of, and then that just threw a whole different path into my life, and then I realized some of the things while I was traveling that I wouldn't experience again until I was living with natives and such, and that was, you know, you like, you don't have a schedule. You literally just have needs, and you just somehow have to meet your needs. And so there's a really sense of freedom you get that is hard to replicate elsewhere. And so that was eye-opening to me. And I think once I did that, I went back. So I went back to my old job at salad dressing plant. And there's this old cross-eyed guy, and he was, hobo Gordo's back. And but that freedom always was very important to me, I think, from that time on.
What do you learn about the United States, the people along the way? But I took a road trip across the U.S. also, and there's a romantic element there too of the freedom of maybe for me not knowing what the hell I'm going to do with my life, but also excited by all the possibilities. And then you meet a lot of different people and a lot of different kinds of stories. And also like a lot of people that support you for traveling. Because there's a lot of people kind of dream of experiencing that freedom. At least the people I've met. And they usually don't go outside their little town. They have a thing, and they have a family usually, and they don't explore. They don't take the leap. And you do that when you're young. I guess you can do that at any moment. Just say fuck it and leap into the abyss of being on the road. But anyway, what do you learn about this country, about the people in this country?
You're in an interesting context when you're on trains. So the trains always end up in the crappiest part of town, you know, and you're always outside interacting with other interesting things. You know, every once in a while, you'll have to get from one place to another. One interesting thing is you notice you always get picked up by the poor people, you know, people that empathize with you. Stop. You go to whatever ghetto I remember you end up in, and people are really, what are you guys doing? Real friendly and relatable. It kind of, you know, broadened my horizons for sure from being an Idaho kid, and then meeting all these different people and just seeing the goodness in people and this and that. It's also very, you know, drugs and a lot of people with mental issues that you're friends with, dealing with, and all that kind of stuff. So,
any memorable characters?
Well, there's a few for sure. I mean, a lot of them I know that are still around, but Rocco was one guy we traveled with. He's become like a brother, but he traveled with my brother for years because they were the two sober guys, kind of, and he traveling because he was hooked on stuff, all that, and so he was kind of sober and straight edge. He always was a 5'7" Italian guy that was always giving him fights, and like he had his own sense of ethics that I think is really interesting because he's super honest, but he expects it of others. And so it's funny in the modern context, the thing that pops in my head is when he got a car for the first time, which wasn't that long, you know, he was 30, and he registered it, which he's mad about, and he had to register. But then the next year, they told him he had to register again. Registration. Went down there to the DMV, chewed him out that he had to re-register because he already registered. Where's the paperwork? But just kind of use the world from a different lens, I thought, but on everything. He's just terrible. Now he just lives like digging up bottles and finding treasures.
But he notices the injustices and
he notices
speaks up.
In a very and speaks up, and he's always like, the car register. and then there was like, you know, Devo comes to mind because he was such a unique character as far as one, he would have lived to be 120. The amount of chemicals and everything else in his body is still. You could always get a dime, you know, always spare a dime, you know, bums change, and I see him sometimes, and I'd be gone, and then go to New York to visit my sister or something, and I'd sure enough, there's on the street, what do you know? And, you go visit him in the hospital, you got bit by 20 27 hobo spiders. He's just always up, but charismatic, vital, like the vitality of life is in him, but it was just so permeated with drugs and alcohol too.
I wonder what, because I've met people like that. They're just, joy from me is the whole way of being. And they're like, they've been through some shit. They're stars of that. They're rough, but they always got a big smile. There's a guy I met in New Brunswick, Pico, who lost his leg. And he drives a boat, and he just always has a big smile, even given that the hardship he has to get. Everything requires a huge amount of work, but he's just big smile and stories in those eyes.
There's something about enduring difficulty that makes you able to appreciate life and look at it and smile.
Any advice for her to take a road trip again, or if somebody else is again popping out on freight train?
It's very easier now to get a map on your phone. You feel like good.
It's not about the destination. The map is about the destination. But here is like, right, give it back where you go. Exactly.
I say do it. Like, go out and do things, especially when you're young. Experiences and stuff help create the person you will be in the future. Doing things that you think like, I don't want to do that. I'm scared of that. I mean, that's what you got to do. You just get out of your comfort zone, and you will grow as a person, and you'll go through a lot of wild experiences along the way. Say yes to life.
Say yes to life. Yeah.
I love the boredom. Freight train riding is very boring. And like you'll wait for hours for a train that never comes. And then no. And I remember we went to jail, got out, and then
how'd you end up in jail?
Oh, it was thing trespassing on a train. But we were riding the train, and my brother woke up and they had a dead owl land on his head, and he hit the train and fell on him, and we woke up and was laughing. That's got some kind of bad omen. And then we were looking out of the train, and we saw a train worker look and saw it. And no, that's a bad omen. Anyway, sure enough, the police stopped the train. Somebody had seen us on it, and they searched it, got us, threw us in jail. It was not a big deal. And then but when we got out, of course, they put us through into some suburban town in Indiana, and we didn't know where to head out of there. And so we were at some factory, and we just stayed in the factory, and we waited there for 4 days. No train that was going slow enough that we could catch. And then we found this big old roll of aluminum foil. And now I gotta apologize to this woman because we were so bored just sitting there. We built these hats and these horns coming out every which way. And sitting there that night, and some minivan pulled up to the train that was coming by. We're circling the car, so entertaining yourself with whatever you can.
So hitchhiking was tough.
I didn't like hitchhiking just because you're depending on other people, and it is not. I don't know why. You just want to be independent. But if you do meet really cool people, a lot of times there's really nice people that pick you up, and that's cool. But I just personally actually didn't do it a lot, and I wasn't. If you're on the streets for 10 years, you'll end up doing it a lot more because you need to get from point A to point B. But we just tried to avoid it as much as we could.
Well, the one downside of hitchhiking is people talk a lot.
No, they do.
So it's both the pro and the con.
Yeah.
Because they'll, sometimes you just want to be sort of alone with your thoughts. There is a kind of lack of freedom in having to listen to a person.
It's so true. And then you don't know how to react. I mean, I was young. I remember I got picked up at 19 or something. And I was just like, hey, how's it going? So I was like, I just died. And then it's all, and I got diagnosed with cancer, and pretty bitter and all that, and understandably so, but he was just like, how to respond here. And so then you're young, and you have to be nice, and I remember that being interesting, because I didn't really know how to respond. Angry and going through some stuff, and dumping it out, didn't have anyone else to dump it out on it.
I'm going to take the first one next time. So how did you end up in Siberia?
I'll try to keep it a little bit short on the how. But the long story short was I had a brother that adopted, and when he grew up, he wanted to find his biological mom and tell his thing. And so he did. And he was probably 20, he found biological mom, told her things. Turns out he had a brother that was going to go over to Russia and help build this orphanage. And that brother was about my age. And I remember at that time I read this verse that said, if you're in the darkness and see no light, just continue following me. Basically, I was like, okay, I'm gonna take that to the bank, even though I don't know if it's true or not. And then the only glimpse of like light I got in all that was when I heard about that orphanage. You go build that orphanage, and I prayed about it, and I felt, and I can't explain, like it brought me to tears. I felt so strongly that I could go. So I was like, well, that's a clear call. I was just gonna do it. Yes, I just bought a ticket, got a visa for a year, and then I went and helped build an orphanage. And we got that built, and I wanted, but he was an American, and I wanted to learn Russian to learn the language. And so he sent me to a neighboring village to live with a couple Russian families that needed a hand, somebody to watch their kids, and cut their hay, milk the cow, and all that. So I found myself in that little Russian village, just getting to know these two guys and their families. It was pretty fascinating, and at first I didn't know the language yet. It was two awesome dudes. Both of them had been in prison and met each other in prison, and like were really close because they found God in prison together and stayed together and got out and stayed connected. And so I bounced back between those two families, and they used to always tell me about their third buddy they'd been in prison with, who was a native fur trapper now in the north. And he said, we'll meet our buddy up north. And one day that guy came through to sell furs in the cities, and he like invited me to come live with him. And my visa was about to expire, but I was like, when I come back, I'll come. And so I went back home, earned some more money, freshman or whatever, then went back and headed north to hang out with Yura and fur trap, and that started a whole new, opened a whole new world that I didn't know about.
Before we talk about Euro and fur trapping, let's like the wine. Could you describe that moment when you were in the darkness as a crisis of faith?
Yeah, for sure. It was like a darkness in that I didn't know how to parse, what is this thing that's my faith, and what's the wheat and what's the chaff, and how do I get through it? And I basically just clung to keeping it really simple. And oddly enough, in my Christian path, it was that God was actually defined in a certain way. God is love. And I was just like, that's the only thing I'm gonna cling to, and I'm gonna try to express that in my life every way I can. And just trust that if I do that, if I act like I've heard this lately, but if you just act like you believe, over time that world kind of opens to you. When I said I would go to Russia, I prayed. I was like, Lord, I see you, I don't know, but I got this, what I felt like was a clear call. I have only one request, and that is that you would give me the faith to match my actions. I'm choosing to believe. Like, I could choose not to, because, whatever. But I'm going to choose to act with you, and I just asked to have faith. And then honestly, for the whole first year I went through, that was a very crazy time for me, learning the language, being isolated, misunderstood, blah, blah. But then trying to approach all that with a loving, open heart. And then I came back and I realized that prayer kind of an answer. That wasn't the end of my journey, but I was like, whoa, that was like my deepest request that I could come up with, and somehow that is an answer.
So through that year, you were just like, first of all, you couldn't speak the language. That's
right.
Really tough.
It's tough because it's unlike on a loan because not only do you not speak and feel isolated, but you're also misunderstood all the time. So you seem like an idiot and all that, and so that was tough. I felt very alone at that time, at certain times in that journey.
Well, you were sort of radiating, as you said, with love. So you were radiating this kind of camaraderie.
Mm-hmm. I was really intentional about trying to. That was, I don't know why I'm here. I just know that that's my call, is to love one another. And so I was just trying to and then it meant digging people's wells. It might meant just going and visiting that old lady babushka up at the house that's lonely, or and that was really cool. I got to talk to some fascinating ladies and stuff, and then go to that village, help those families. I'm gonna be like, cut the hay, be the hardest worker I can be, because that's my goal here. I didn't have any other agenda or anything except to try to live a life of love, and I couldn't define it beyond that.
What was it like learning the Russian language?
It was super interesting. I think I had to stop while I was learning it. One, that it was way too hard. Like, if I would have just learned Spanish and German, I would be so much harder. But here I am, a year in, and I was like, how do you say I want cheese properly? And then, but at the same time, it was really cool to learn a language that I thought in a lot of ways was richer than English. It's a very rich language. I remember there was a comedy act in Russian, but he was saying one word you can't have is English. Is meaning like I didn't drink enough to get drunk, that that type of thing. But it's just you make up these words using different prefixes and suffixes, and blend them in a way that is quite unique and interesting. And honestly, would be really good for poetry, because it also doesn't have sentence structure in the same way English does. The words can be jumbled in a way,
and somehow in the process of jumbling, some humor, some musicality comes out. It's interesting. Like, you can be witty in Russian much easier than you can in English. It's witty and funny, and also with poetry, you can say profound things by messing with the order of words, which is hilarious, because you had a great conversation with Joe Rogan, and on that program you talked about how to say I love you. Hilarious. And it was, for me, the first time. I don't know why. You were a great person to articulate the flexibility and the power of the Russian language. That's really interesting. Because you were saying, like, yeah, люблю тебя. You could say every single order, every single combination of ordering of those words has the same meaning. It's slightly different.
You could, like, it would change the meaning if you took ya out. Yeah. There's like a different emphasis, or ya. So, like, all these different,
or just you also.
Right, exactly. So it is rich, and it was interesting coming from the English concept and getting a glimpse of that. And then wondering about all those, Russian authors as well. Appreciate that. Oh, we're not actually getting the full feel here.
Oh yeah, definitely. I've recently become a fan, actually, of Melissa Volkanovsky, which is Revere, world famous translators of Russian literature. Tolstoy, Dostoevsky, Chekhov, Pushkin, Bulgakov, Pasternak. It helped me understand just how much of an art form translation is. Some authors do that are more translatable than others, and Dostoevsky is more translatable. But you can still spend a week on one sentence.
Oh yeah.
Like, just how do I exactly capture this very important sentence? But I think what's more powerful is not like literature, but conversation, which is one of the reasons I've been carrying and feeling the responsibility of having conversations with Russian speakers, because I can still see the music of it, I can still see the wit of it, and in conversation comes out like really interesting kinds of wisdom. When I listen to like world leaders that speak Russian, and I see the translation, and it uses the irony, like in between the words. You translate them literally, you lose the reference in there to the history of the people.
Yeah, for sure. And I've definitely seen that on, like, when if you listen to, I think probably some teacher speech or something, and you just see that, oh wow, something major is lost in translation. You can actually see it happen. I wouldn't be surprised if that wasn't the case with that whole greatest tragedy of the fall of the Soviet Union. I hear him being quoted as saying all the time. I bet you there's something in there that's being lost in translation that is interesting.
I think the thing I see the most lost in translation is
I'll just say that was tangibly the hardest part about learning. The humor comes last. And you have to, like, wait to wait that whole year, or however long it takes you to learn the language to be able to start getting the humor. Some of it comes through, but you miss so much nuance, and that was really difficult in interaction with people to like just do that, when there's humor going on and you're totally oblivious to it.
Yeah, everybody's laughing, trying to laugh along. What did they make?
To be honest,
This person that came from descended upon us. All full of love.
I've had a nickel for every time I heard like, oh, American stuff. You're an American. The only good American I've ever met. That's it. But I think because I tried to work hard, tried to be more useful than I was at Gray and all that. They all appreciated me out there. I definitely heard that a lot. So
You talk about their way of life. So like when you're doing first rapping.
The first rapping was an interesting. You basically what you do in October or something, you go out to your hunting cabin. You'll have like 3 hunting cabins. You go stock them with meat or whatever it is. And then for the next couple months or however long, we'll go from one cabin. Usually the guys just out there doing it on their own. So they'll go out and they'll go from one cabin, and each cabin will have 5 or 6 trap lines going out of it. Every day it'll take a half a day to walk to the end of your trap line, open all the traps, and a half a day to get back. And they'll do that. They'll spend a week at a cabin, open up all the traps. They'll take a day to hike over to the other cabin, get that one, open up all those traps, and then there, and then 3 weeks later, so they'll end up back at the first cabin. And so it's kind of that rhythm, and they'll do that for a few months during the winter, and you're trapping sable. There's no sable like pine marten, but we would have the equivalent of over here. And what is it? It's like a weasel, a furry little weasel, and they make coats out of it. And so when I went, he showed me how to open the trap, showed me the rope, gave me a topographical map. There's one cabin, there's the other, and we parted ways for like 5 weeks. We did run into each other once in the middle there. At the cabin, but other than that, you're off by yourself, hoping to shoot a grouse or something to add to your noodles and make the meal better, fish, and then working really hard trying not to get lost. So,
how do you get from one cabin location to the next?
that's funny because it was supposed to basically by landmarks and feel. Like I didn't have a compass and things like that, but by feel. I got myself into trouble once, and the first time I went to one cabin, I got myself into trouble. The first time I went to the other cabin, I nailed it. So I had 2 different experiences on my first trip. But the one that I nailed, and I remember I was it's like a day hike. Cabin south, and so I just walk south. The left, the sun should be on the left in the morning, and right in front of me in the middle of the day, evening, it's like end up at my right. Just kind of guess what time it is and follow along, and it takes all day. It ended up like 100 yards. Whoa, this is the trail. I'm not the cabin. Like, oh, amazing. Then the other time I went out and heading over the mountains, and I thought, it's fast. I probably had gotten slightly lost. And then I thought I was halfway there, so I thought, okay, I'm going to sit down and cook some food, get a drink. I'm thirsty. I sat down and went to start a fire, and my matches had gotten all wet because the snow had fallen on me and soaked me, and I didn't have them wrapped in plastic. Drink water, and so I was like, well, I'm just going to power through. I'm halfway there. Well, I kept hiking, and then I realized it was getting night, and then I realized I was at the halfway point because I saw this rock. I was like, oh, no, that's the halfway point. I was like, I can't do this if I need to go get water. I ended up having to traverse down the mountain and head to the water. I ended up the whole ordeal. I had to take my skis off and go through an old forest fire burn, so they were all really close trees, but then the snow was like this deep, so I was just trudging through and just wishing a bear would eat me. Get it over with. I finally made it down to the water, chopped the hole through the ice. People take a sip.
He is severely
dehydrated, and I was exhausted, cold, like, you feel sort of nervous, you're in over your head. And then I got down to the river, stopped the whole night, drank it, hiked up the river, and eventually got to the other cabin. It was probably 3 in the morning or something. We stopped a
and ice.
Just get some water.
This has got to be like one of the worst.
You know, it was a bad day. It was a bad day, and here's what was funny is I got to the cabin at like 2 in the morning, and I brushed over a lot of like the misery that I had felt, and I laid down and thought to go to sleep, and then Europe started from there. I was like, "Whoa, dude, Europe, what are you doing?" And I was like, "How's it going?" He said, "Oh, it sucks." He laid down and he fell asleep. I fell asleep, and I was like, "Oh, that's funny. The last few weeks that we've been apart, who knows what he went through? Who knows why he was there at that time at night? All this summarized and it sucked. We went to sleep, and the next morning we parted ways, and who knows what happened.
And you didn't really tell him.
Never knew. Neither of us said what happened. It's just like, oh,
Yeah, and you probably was through similar conversations.
yeah.
Like, what gave you strength in those hours when you know, going to waist high snow, all of that? You're laughing, but like that's hard.
Yeah. You know that Russian phrase,
Eyes afraid and good. I'm sure that's a polite way to say it.
right. It's kind of like, you know, just put one foot in front of the other. You know, think about what you have to do. It's really intimidating. But you just know, if I just do it, I just keep trudging, eventually I'll get there. And pretty soon you realize I've covered a couple kilometers, right? And so when you're really in it in those moments, I guess you just put your head down and just getting through.
I've had similar moments. We've been through that. Like take it one step at a time.
One step at a time. I think that a lot, honestly. I tell myself that a lot when I'm about to do something really hard. Just one step at a time. Just gonna get. Don't like sit there and think, oh, that's a long way. Just go, and then you'll look back and cover a bunch of ground.
One of the things I realized was helpful in jungle. That's one of the biggest realizations for me. It's like it really sucks. But when I look back at the end of the day, I won't really remember exactly how much it sucked. I have a vague notion of it sucking, and I'll remember the good things. So being dehydrated, I'll remember drinking water. And I won't really remember the hours of feeling like
That's I gotta tell you, it's so funny how like this awareness of that, so having been through it and being aware of it, means next time you face it, you're like, you know what? Once this is over, I'm gonna look back on it. And it's gonna be like that and nothing, and I'll actually laugh about it and think it's the thing I'll remember. You know, I remember that story of that miserable day going down to the ice, and I can smile about it now. And now that I know that, I can be in a miserable position and realize that that's what the outcome will be. Sometimes it's just over. It's just gonna be a story. You survive that. You survive. And
you mentioned you've learned about hunger during these times. Like, what was like the hungriest you got?
it was the first time. So continue the story slightly. I went for traveling with that guy, and then turned out all his cousins were these native nomadic reindeer herders. And after I like earned his trust and he liked me a lot, he took me out to his cousins who were all these, you know, nomads living in teepees. I was, this is awesome. I didn't know people still lived like this, and they were really open and welcoming because their cousin just brought me out there, you know, vouched for me. But during fencing season, and fencing in Siberia for the reindeer is like an incredible thing. You take an axe, you go out and you just build these 30-kilometer loop fences with just logs interlocking. It's tons of work, and all these guys are more efficient bodies, they're better at it, and I'm just like working less efficiently and also a lot bigger dude, but we're all just on the same rations kind of, and I got down, I was like 165 pounds, you know, getting down pretty dang skinny for my 6'3" frame, and just working really hard. And in the spring in Siberia, there's not much to forage. You know, in the fall you can have pine nuts and this and that, but in the spring you're just stuck with whatever random food you got. And so that's where I lost the most weight and felt the most hungry, and I had a lot of other issues. You know, I was new to that type of work, and so working as hard as I could, but also making mistakes, chopping myself with the axe and getting injured, all kinds of stuff. You know,
So injuries plus very low calorie intake.
slow, yeah.
And exhausted.
I remember if you were the poor son of a gun, you get stuck slicing the bread, you know, like your you're cutting the bread and somebody throws all the spoons and drops the pot of soup there. It's like before you can even duck slice, and you slice all the meats like gone from the bowl. Everybody else grabbed the spoon in midair, and you're just like, oh, hoping this one little noodle's gonna give me a lot of nourishment.
Wow. So everybody gets, I mean, yeah, first come, first serve, I guess.
Because it's like all the dudes out there working on the thing.
So you mentioned the axe. You gave me a present. Probably the most badass present I've ever gotten. So tell me the story of this axe.
So the natives, when I got there, I thought, I grew up on a farm. I thought I was pretty good with an axe, but they do tons of work with those things. And I really grew to love their type of axe, their style of axe, and just an axe in general. They'd always say it's the one tool you need to survive in the wilderness, and I agree. And this one has certain, design that the natives, that was unique to the event the natives out with. One is with these Russian heads or the Soviet heads, whatever they had, they're wider on top here, meaning you can put the handle through from the top, like a tomahawk, and that means you're not dealing with a wedge, and if it ever loosens and you're swinging, it only gets tighter. It doesn't fly off, and so that's something that's kind of cool. Then they have what they do that's unique is, so you can see the Wolverine axe. So it's got the little Wolverine head in honor of the Wolverine had bought on the show.
So you have actually two axes. One of the small.
This is a little made too small because you need something to actually work out there. You need something kind of serious. But then they sharpen it from one side. So if you're right-handed, you sharpen it from the right side. And that means when you're in the woods and living, there's a lot of times where whether you're making a table or a sleigh or an axe handle or whatever you're doing, that you're holding the wood and doing this work. And it makes it really good for that planing. The other thing it is, especially in northern woods, all the trees are like this big, that you're never cutting down this big giant tree. And so when you swing with a single-sided axe like this, sharpened from the one side, it really, with your right hand swing like this, it really bites into the wood and gives you because with that, if you can picture it, that angle is going to cause deflection. And without that angle on your right-handed swing, it just like bites in there like crazy. And so there's other little, the handle is made by some Amish guys in Canada. This is all hand forged.
It's hand forged.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
And so it's a pretty sweet.
Yeah, it's amazing.
There's other things, like I slightly rounded this pole here. It's just a little nuance because when you pound a steak in, if you picture it, if it's convex, when you're pounding it, it's going to blow the fibers apart. If it has just a slight concave, it helps hold the fibers together. And so it's a little nuance. It's not too flat because you want to still be able to use the back as you would.
What kind of stuff are you using the axe for?
Oh, so the axe is super important to chop through ice in a winter situation, which you probably hopefully won't need. But what I use an axe all the time for is when it's wet and rainy and you need to start a fire. Like it's hard to get to the middle of dry wood. It's just a knife or a saw. And so I can go out there, find a dead tall tree, dead standing tree, chop it down, split it apart, split it open, get to the dry wood on the inside, shave it some little curls, and have a fire going pretty fast. And so if I have an axe, I feel always confident that I can get a quick fire in whatever weather, and I wouldn't feel the same without it in that regard. So that's the main thing. Of course, you can use it. I use it if you're taking an animal apart, or if you're all kinds of what else? Building a shelter, skinning teepee poles, or whatever you're doing.
What's the use of a saw versus an axe?
I greatly prefer an axe. A saw, though, its value goes up quite a bit when you're in hardwoods. Like when you're in a hardwood, oaks and hickory and things like that, they're a lot harder to chop. So a saw is pretty nice in those situations. I'd say in those situations, I'd like to have both. In the Northwoods and in like more coniferous forests, I don't think there's enough advantages that a saw occurs. With a good axe, now you'll see people with little like camp axes and stuff, and they just don't think they like axes. It's like, well, you haven't actually tried it. Try a good one first and get good with it. The one thing about an axe, they're dangerous, so you need to like practice. Always control it with two hands. Make sure you know where it's gonna go. It doesn't hit you, or when you're chopping, let's say grapes and something, that you're not doing it on rocks and stuff, so that you do it on top of wood, so that when you're hitting the ground, you're not dulling your axe. You have to be a little bit thoughtful about it.
Have you ever injured yourself on that in the early days?
Oh yeah, that got into knee surgery, and then about 3 months later, I torn my ACL. I went over to Russia, and I was like, well, I got a good knee, it's okay. And then that's when I was building that fence that first time. And at one point, I chopped my rubber boot with my axe because it reflected off, and I was new to them, and I was really frustrated because I'd done it before. And the native guy was like, oh, yeah, I think there's a boot we left, a few years ago, we left a boot like 4 kilometers that way. So we got the rain gear. They rode him over. Sure enough, there's a stump with a boot upside down. Pulled out, put it out. I was like, sweet, I'm back in business. Went back a couple days later, chopped it, cut your foot, cut my rubber boot, and I was just like, dang it. And I was mad enough that I just grabbed the axe and swung it at the tree, and it just one-handed deflected off and ran right into my knee.
No.
And I was like, I fell down. I was like, oh my gosh, because you get your axe really like razor sharp, and then just swung it into my knee. I didn't even want to look. I was like, oh no. Well, I looked, and it wasn't a huge wound because it had hit right on the bone of my knee, but it split the bone, cut a tendon there, and I was out in the middle of the woods. So I literally, I knew I was in shock. I was I'm just going to go back to teepee right now. So I, ran back to teepee, laid down, and honestly, I was stuck there for a few days. That was in so much pain, and my other knee was bad. It was rough. I literally couldn't even walk at all or move. I had to, there was a plastic bag. I had to, poop in it and, roll to the edge of the teepee, shove it under the moss. I could have totally immobilized.
I guess that should teach you to not act when you're in a state of frustration or anger.
There you go. It's such a lesson, dude. There were so many of those. And I was always in a little bit over my head, but like I said, you kind of do that enough and you make a lot of mistakes. But every time you learn, now it's like an extension of my arm. That's not going to happen because I just know how it works now.
You mentioned wet wood. How do you start a fire when everything's around you is wet?
It depends on your environment. But I will say, in most of the forests that I spend a lot of time in all the North Woods, the best thing you can do is find a dead, standing tree. So it can be downpouring rain, and you chop that tree down, and then when you split it open, no matter how much it's been raining, it'll be dry on the inside. So you chop that tree down, chop a piece, foot-long piece out, and then split that thing open, and then split it again, and then you get to that inner drywood, and then try to do this maybe under a spruce tree or under your own body so that it's not getting rained on while you're doing it. Make a bunch of little curls that'll catch a flame or light, and then you make a lot more kindling and little pieces of drywood than you think, because it'll happen to light it, it'll burn through it. So just be patient, you'll be fine. You can make a nice pile of curls that you can light or spark, and then get a lot of good dry kindling, and then don't be afraid to just boom, 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 pile a bunch of wood on and make a big old fire to get warm as fast as you can. It's amazing how much better of a recharge it is when it's cold and wet.
You can throw relatively wet wood on top of it.
Once you get that going, then it's dry as it goes. But you need to be able to split open and get all that nice dry wood on the inside.
I saw that you mentioned you look for fat wood.
Yeah. So on a lot of pine trees, the place where the tree was injured when it was alive, it pumps sap to it. And this is a good point because I use this a lot. It pumps that tree full of sap, and then years later the tree dies, dries out, rots away. But that sap infused wood, it's like turpentine in there. It's oily, and so if it gets wet, it doesn't light it. It pulls water, and so you can find that in a rainstorm. You can just make a little pile of those shades and get the crappiest spark or quickest light, and it'll just burn like a factory fire starter. It's really, really nice. So it's good to spot. It's a good thing to keep an eye out for.
Yeah, it's really fascinating. And then you make this thing.
That's just to get the sonic going fast.
What was that? That was oil?
Oh, I just used motor oil. I had to mix it with some sawdust. It's on the ground. Like,
I don't know how many times I've watched Happy People, A Year in the Taiga by Wanda Herzog. You talked about this movie. Where is that located? Where else?
So there's this big river called the Yenisei that feeds through the middle of Russia, and there's a bunch of tributaries off of it. And one of the tributaries is called the Putcham and the Tunguska, and up that river. And just a little ways north is another river called the Pakhta, and that's where that village is, where they film Happy People. So in Siberian terms, we're neighbors.
Nice.
But similar environment, similar place. The first rapper that I was with knew the guy. Film.
What would you say about that way of life? Maybe in the way you've experienced it and the way you saw it in Happy People.
There's something really, really powerful about spending that much time being independent, depending on what we talked about a little earlier, but you're putting yourself in these situations all the time where you're uncomfortable, where it's hard, but then you're rising to the occasion, you're making it happen. And nobody, when you're fur trapping by yourself, there's nobody else to look at, to blame for anything that goes wrong. It's just yourself that you're reliant on, and there's something about the natural rhythms that you are in when you're that connected to the natural world that really does feel like that's what we're designed for. So there's a psychological benefit you gain from spending that much time in that realm. And for that reason, I think that people that are connected to those ways are able to tap into a particular. I've noticed it a lot with the natives. So if I've met the natives in the village, I would think of them as like unhappy. Like they drink a lot. They're always fighting. The murder rate is through the roof. The suicide rate is through the roof. But those same people out in the woods living that way of life, I thought these are happy. And it's kind of it's an interesting juxtaposition of these things. But then I lived in a native village that had the reindeer herding going on around it, and everybody kind of benefited because of that. I also went to a native village that they didn't hold those ways anymore, and so everybody was just in the village life, and it just felt like a dark place. Whereas the other native village, it was rough in the village because everybody's drank all the time. But when it had that escape, and it had that escape valve, and once you're out there, it was just a whole different world. And it was such an odd juxtaposition.
It's funny that the people that go trapping experience that happiness and still don't have a self-awareness to like stop themselves from drinking and doing all that stuff. And it's strange that you're not able to. You're in it. You're happy. You're not able to sort of reflect on that, the nature of that happiness.
It's really weird. I've thought about that a lot, and I don't know the answer. It's like there's a huge draw to comfort, and it's all multifaceted. It's really complex because you can be out in the woods and have this really cool life. I will say it's a little bit different for men than women because men are living like the dream as far as like what I would like. So you're hunting and fishing and managing reindeer and you got all these adventures. So what ends up happening is there's a lot more guys than young men out there in the woods. There's a draw also, I think, to go to the village probably to find a woman, and then there's a draw of like technology and the new things. And I think but then once they're there, honestly, alcohol becomes so overwhelming that everything else kind of just fizzles away.
But it's funny that the comfort you find, you can draw the comfort. But once you get to the comfort, once you find the comfort, within that comfort, you become the lesser version of yourself.
Yeah,
it's weird.
What a lesson for us.
We need to keep struggling.
Yeah, a lot of times you have to force yourself in that. So like if you take Tim as an example, a lot of times you drag a drunk guy into the woods, literally just drag him into the woods, and then he'd sober up, and then he was like a month blackout drunk. And now he's sobered up, and now boom, back into life, back into being a knowledgeable, capable person. And because comfort's all, you almost have to force yourself into that situation. Plan it out. Okay, I'm gonna go do that
hard thing,
and do that hard thing, and then deal with the consequences when I'm there.
What do you learn from that on the nature of happiness? What does it take to be happy?
Because it's like complex, multifaceted. It includes a lot of things that are out of your control and under control, and it makes it's quite the moving target in life. You know what I mean? So one of the things that really impacted me when I was a young man and I read the Gulag Archipelago was don't pursue happiness, because the ingredients to happiness can be taken from you outside of your control, your health, but pursue like a spiritual fullness, pursue I think the word is duty, and then happiness may come alongside or it may not. But so he gave the example that I thought was really interesting. In the prison camp, everybody's trying to survive, and they've made that their ultimate goal. I will get through this, and they've all basically turned into animals in pursuit of that goal, and like lying, cheating, stealing, and then he's like, somehow the corrupt Orthodox Church produced these little babushkas who were like candles in the middle of all this darkness because they did not allow their soul to get corrupted. And he's like, what they did do is they died. They all died, but they were lights while they were alive and lost their lives, but they didn't lose their souls. So for myself, that was really powerful to read and realize that the pursuit of happiness wasn't exactly what I wanted to aim at. I wanted to aim at living out my life according to love, like we talked about earlier.
Trying to be that candle.
Yeah, make that your ideal. And then in doing so is interesting. So for me personally, my personal experience of that is I thought when I went to Russia that I kind of gave up. I was like in my 20s, I spent my whole 20s living in teepees and doing all this stuff that I thought I should be getting a job, I should be pursuing a career, I should get an education of some sort. Like, what am I doing for my future? But I felt I knew where my purpose was, I knew where my calling was. I'm just going to do it. And it sounds glamorous now when I talk about it, but it sucked a lot of the times. And there was a lot of loneliness, a lot of like giving up what I wanted, a lot of watching people I cared about. You put all this effort in and you just see the people that you put all this effort in just die and this and that and this. It was that happened all the time. And then the other thing I thought I gave up was like a relationship, because you couldn't, I wasn't going to find a partner over there. And so interestingly enough, now in life I can look back and be like, whoa, weird. Those two things I thought I gave up is where I've been like almost provided for the most in life. Now I have this career guiding people in the wilderness that I love. Like I genuinely love it. I find purpose in it. I know it's healthy and good for people. And then I have an amazing wife and an amazing family. Like, how did that happen? But I didn't exactly aim at it. I consciously, in a way, I hoped it was tangential, but I aimed at something else, which was those lessons I kind of got from the Gulag Archipelago.
So you have, just because you mentioned Gulag Archipelago, I got to go there. You have suffering in your family history, whether it's the Armenian Assyrian genocide or the Nazi occupation of France. Maybe you could tell the story of that. What this survival thing, it runs in your blood, it seems.
I love history. Like I find so much richness in knowing what other people went through and find so much perspective in my own place in the world. I have the advantage of in my direct family, my grandparents, they went through the Armenian genocide. They were Assyrians, which was like a Christian minority, indigenous people in the Middle East. They lived in northwestern Iran. And during the chaos of World War I, and the Ottoman Empire was collapsing and it had all kinds of issues, and one of its issues was it had a big minority group. And it thought it would be a good time to get rid of it, and they get justified in all the ways you can, like there's some people that were rebelling or this and that, but ultimately it was just a big collective guilt and extermination policy against the Armenians and the Assyrians. And my grandparents, my grandma was 13 at the time and my grandpa was 17, which is interesting because it happened almost 100 years ago, but my dad was born when my grandma was pretty old. So, but my grandmother, her dad was taken out to be shot. The Turks were coming in and rounding up all the men, and they took them out to be shot. And then they took my grandma and her She had 7 brothers and sisters and her mom, and they like drove her out into the desert. Basically, her dad got taken out to be shot, but his name was Shalman Kumar or whatever. Took him out. They're all tied up, all shot. He said a quick prayer before they shot him, but he fell down and he found he wasn't hit. And usually, of course, they'd come up and stab everybody or finish him off, but there was some kind of an alarm, and all the soldiers rushed off, and he found himself in the bodies and was able to untie himself. They were naked and hungry and all that, and he ran out of there, escaped, went into a building, and found a loaf of bread wrapped in a shirt, and was able to escape, fled. He never saw his family so continue the story. My grandma got taken with her mother and brothers and sisters, and they just drove them into the desert until they died, basically, and run them around in circles, and this and that, and then all the raping and pillaging that accompanies it. And at one point, her mom had the baby, and the baby died, and her mom just collapsed and said, "I just can't go any further." And my grandma and her sister like picked her up to we got to keep going, and like picked her up, and they left the baby along with everybody else had died. It was just the 3 of them left, and somehow they bumbled across this British military camp and were rescued. Neither the sister nor my great grandmother ever really recovered as far as recovered from what I understand, but my grandma did. At the same time, in another village north in Iran, the Turks came in and were burning down my grandpa's village, and my grandpa's dad was in a wheelchair. He had like a money belt, stuffed all his money in it, and gave it to grandpa, and just told him to run, don't turn back. And they came in the front door as he was running out the back, and he never saw his dad again. But he said he turned around and saw the house on fire. Never knew what happened to his sister. So he was just alone. He ran. Yeah, at some point I can't remember. He like lost his money belt. Like he took his jacket off, forgot it was in. Something happened. Anyway, so he was in a refugee camp. He ended up getting taken in by some Jesuit missionaries. So anyway, both of them had lost basically everything. And then at some point, they met in Baghdad, started a family, immigrated to France, and then it just so happened to be right before World War II. So the Nazis invaded. My aunt, she's still alive, but she actually met a resistance fighter for the French and under a bridge somewhere, and they fell in love, and she got married. So she had kind of an in on the French resistance at one point. And of course, they were all hungry. They'd recently immigrated, but also had this occupation and all that. And so the Uncle Joe, the resistance fighter guy, told them like, "Hey, we're gonna storm this noodle factory. Like, come." And so they stormed the noodle factory, and all my aunts ran in there and were like throwing out noodles into wheelbarrows, and everybody was running. And then the Nazis came back and took it back over and shot a bunch of people and everything. And Grandpa, because he had already come from where he came from, was paranoid, so he buried all the noodles out in the garden. And then my 2 aunts got stuck in that factory overnight with all the Nazi guards or whatever. And then the Nazi guards went all from house to house to find everybody that had noodles and punish them. But they didn't find my grandpa's. Fortunately, they searched his house, but not the garden. And then so they had noodles, and somehow it must have been in the same factory, but about olive oil, and they just lived off of that for the whole war years. My aunts ended up getting outed. They hid behind boxes and crates overnight and stuff, and the resistance stormed again in the morning, and they got away and stuff. So anyway, chaos. So when they moved to America, I will say that most people that loved it. It's like paradise here.
I mean, that's a lot to go through. What lessons do you draw from that on perseverance?
Look, I'm just one generation away from all that stuff. Like my aunts and uncles and dad and stuff were the kids of these people, and somehow I don't have that. What happened to all that trauma? Like it's like somehow my grandparents bore it, and then they were able to build a family, but not just a family, but a happy family. Like I knew all my aunts and uncles, and I didn't know them; they died before me. But it was so much joy. The family reunions were the best thing ever at the Jonas's, and they And it's just like, how in one generation did you go from that to that? And it must have been a great sacrifice of some sort to not pass that much like resentment, or like what did they do to break that chain in one generation?
Do you think it works the other way, like where their ability to escape genocide, to escape Nazi occupation, gave them a gratitude for life?
Oh
It's
yeah,
not a trauma in the sense like you're forever bearing it. The flip side of that is just gratitude to be alive when you know so many people did not survive.
yeah, it must be, because the only footage I saw of my grandma was like they were all having kids and stuff, and they were cooking up a rabbit that they were eating, whatever. And they but a joyful woman, you could see it in her, and she must have understood how fortunate she was and been so grateful for it and so thankful for every one of those 11 kids she had. So I recognized it again in my dad, because my dad went through a really slow, kind of painful decline in his health, and he had diabetes, ended up losing one leg, and so he lost his job. He had to watch my mom go to school. All he wanted to do was be a provider, be like a family man. I bet the best time in his life was when his kids randomly came up. But then all of a sudden he found himself in a position where he couldn't work. He had to watch his wife go to school, which was really hard for her, and become the breadwinner for the family. And he just felt like a failure. And I watched him go through that. After all these years of letting that foot heal, we went out first day, and we were splitting firewood with a splitter, and he was just so good. And he crushed his foot in the log splitter. He's like, no. And so then they just amputated it. Got both legs amputated, and then his health continued to decline. He lost his movement in his hands. So he was like incapacitated to a degree and in a lot of pain. I would hear him at night in pain all the time. And delayed a trip back to Russia and just stayed with my dad for those last 6 months. And it was so interesting, having had lost everything. I watched him wrestle with it through the years, but then he found his joy and his purpose just in being almost, a vegetable. I'd have to help him pee, roll him onto the cot, take him to this, but we would laugh. He would like, I'd hear him at night crying or like in pain, like and then in the morning he'd have encouraging words to say, and that's added. And I was like, wow, that you face loss, suffering, and gotten that from him somehow, from his parents. And then I find myself on this show, and I had a thought like, in a way, like a thing that's, and I was like, and it just felt like this gift that it kind of handed down, and now it'd be my duty to hand down, but it's kind of an interesting.
And be the beacon of that, represent that kind of perseverance in the simpler way that something like survival in the wilderness shows.
Yeah,
it's the same. It rhymes.
It rhymes, and it's so simple. Like the lessons are simple, and so we can take them and apply them.
So that's on the survivor side. What about on people committing the atrocities? What do you make of the Ottomans? They did to Armenians, or the Nazis, what they did to the Jews, the Slavs, and basically everyone. But why do you think people do evil in this world?
It's interesting that it's really easy, right? It's really easy. You can almost see it, sense it in yourself to justify a little bit of evil, or you see yourself cheer a little bit when the enemy gets knocked back in some way. Really, in a way, it's just perfectly naturalist for us to feed that hate and feed that tribalism in group out group. We're on this team, and I think that can happen. I think it just happens slowly, like one justification at a time, one step at a time. You hear something, and it makes you think then that you are in the right to perform some kind of, you're justified in bring a couple eggs to make an omelet type thing. And then, but all of a sudden that takes you down this whole train to where pretty soon you're justifying what's completely unjustifiable.
It's just gradual.
Yeah.
It's a gradual process, a little bit at a time.
I think that's why, for me, having a path of faith is works as a mooring because it can help me shine that light on myself. You know, it's like something else. Because if you're just looking at yourself and looking within yourself for your compass in life, it's really easy to get that thing out of whack. But you kind of need a perspective from which you can step out of yourself and look into yourself and judge yourself accordingly. And am I walking in line with that ideal? You know, and I think without that check, your subject, you know, it's easy to ignore the fact that you might be able to commit those things, but we live in a pretty easy, comfortable society. Like, what if we pictured yourself in the position of my grandparents, and then all of a sudden you got the upper hand in some kind of a fight? What are you going to do? You know, you definitely picture becoming evil in that situation.
I think one thing faith in God can do is humble you before these kinds of complexities of the world. And humility is a way to avoid the slippery slope towards evil, I think. Humility that you don't know who the good guys and the bad guys are. And you defer that to sort of bigger powers to try to understand that.
Yeah.
I think there's a kind of, a lot of the atrocities were committed by people who are very sure of themselves being good.
Yeah, that's true.
It is sad that religion is at times used as a way to kind of is yet another tool for justification, right? Which is a sad application.
It really is. It's so inherent and so natural enough to justify ourselves. It's really. I mean, I think it's almost. Just understanding history, read history. It blows my mind that, and I'm super thankful that somehow, and this has been misused so much, but somehow this ideology arose that forgive those that persecute you, and just on down the line. That something like that rose in the world into a position where we all kind of accept those ideals, I think is really remarkable and worth appreciating. That said, a lot of that gets wrapped up in what we got, that it's unnatural. It just becomes another instrument for tribalism or another justification for wrong. And so I even myself am self-conscious sometimes talking about tribal mistakes, because I know when I'm talking about something else other than there's everybody than what someone else might think of when they do be talking about it. So it's interesting.
Yeah, I've been listening to Jordan Peterson talk about this. He's a really articulate, and it's just sometimes hard to understand in the moment, but when I read it carefully afterwards, it starts to make more sense. I've heard him talk about religion and God as a kind of base layer, like a metaphorical substrate from which morality of our sense of what is right and wrong comes from, and just our conceptions of what is beautiful in life. All these kinds of higher things, they're like fuzzy, understand? But their religion helps create the substrate from which we as a species, as a civilization, can come up with these notions, and without it, you are lost at sea. I guess for him, morality requires that substrate.
Like you said, it's kind of fuzzy. So I've only been able to get clear vision of it when I live it. It's not something you profess or anything like that. It's something that you take seriously and apply in your life. And when you live it, then there's some clarity there. But that it has to be kind of defined. Like and that's where you come in with the religion stories. Because if you leave it completely undefined, I don't really know where you go from there. Actually, it's really funny to speak to that. I've done them a couple times, but one time didn't do that many. The other time more, and I had a really profound experience in helping couch all this in the proper context for myself. So when I did it, I remember I was sitting on a swing and I could see everything was so blissful. Except I could see my flat hands on these chains, on the swing. But everything else was blissful and kind of amorphous. Mm-hmm. And I could see the outline of my kids and I could just feel the love for them, and I was just like, man, I just feel the love. It's so wonderful. Like, but then I would, at times I would try to picture them. I couldn't quite picture the kids, but I could feel the love. And then I started asking all the deepest and existential questions I could, and I felt like I just one answer, another answer. Everything was being answered, and I felt like I was communing with God, whatever you want to say. But I was very aware of the fact that communing was just peeling back the tiniest corner of the infinite, and it just jumped me with every answer I felt like I could have, and it kind of blew me away. So then I asked it, well, if you're the infinite, why did you reveal to me yourself? Why did you use the story of Jesus to reveal yourself? And then that infinite amorphous thing had to somehow take form for us to be able to relate to it. It had to have some kind of a form. But whenever you create a form out of something, you're like boxing it in and subjugating it to boundaries and stuff like that. And then that's subject to pain and subject to the brokenness and all that. And I'm like, oh wow. And then but when I have that thought, then all of a sudden I relate my dark hands on the chains to the rest of the experience. And then all of a sudden I could picture my children as the children rather than this amorphous feeling of love. It was like, oh, there's Alana and all that. And but and they were bounded, and then once they're bounded, it's to death, to the misunderstanding, and to all that. Or, I picture the amoeba, or the cell, and then when it dies, it turns into a unformed thing. And so we need some kind of form to relate to. So instead of always just talking about God completely intangibly, it kind of gave me a way to relate to it. Like, oh wow, that was really powerful to me. And putting it in a context that was
But ultimately, God is the thing that's formless, that is unbounded.
Right.
But we humans need. I mean, that's the purpose of stories. They resonate with something in us.
Mm-hmm.
But we need the sort of the bounded nature, the constraints of the stories. Mm-hmm. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to relate to it. Can't relate to it.
Yeah.
And then when you look at the stories literally, when you just look at them just as they are, it seems really simplistic.
Right. And then that was always, a lot of my family, a lot of my friends completely left the faith. And I totally, in a way, I get it. I can understand, but I also really see the baby that's being thrown out with the bathwater, and I want to in a way, I guess.
And it's interesting that you say that the way to know what's right and wrong is to live it. Sometimes it's probably very difficult to articulate, but in the living of it, do you realize it?
Yeah, I'm glad you say that, because I found a lot of comfort in that, because I feel somewhat inarticulate a lot of the times and unable to articulate my thoughts, especially on these matters. And then you just think but I can live it. I can try to live it, And then what I also am struck with right away is I can't, because you can't love everybody. You can't love your enemies, and you can't. But as placing that in front of you as the ideal is so important to put a check on your human instincts, on your tribalism, on your. Very quickly. Like you're talking about with evil, it can really quickly take its place in your life. I almost want to observe it happen, but and so I so much appreciate all the me striving, and that's where, I grew up in a Christian family, so I had these cliches that I didn't really understand, like a relationship with God. Like, what does that mean? But then I realized when I struggled with I actually did try to take it seriously and struggle with what does it mean to live out a life of love in the world. So that's like a wrestling match. It's not that simple. It sounds good, but it's really hard to do. And then you realize you can't do it perfectly, but in that struggle, in that wrestling match is where I actually sense that relationship. And then that's where it kind of gains life and how that really, and I'm sure that relates to what goes to getting at in this metaphor.
In the striving of the ideal,
in this travel towards the ideal, you discover the idea of a better version.
One thing I noticed really tangibly on alone is that because I had so many people that were close to me kind of just leave it all together, I was like, I could do that. I actually understand why they do it. Or I could not. You know, I do have a choice, and so I had to choose at that point to maintain that ideal. And because I could add enough time on a level of mention, you don't have any distractions, all the time in the world to go into that. And I could play those paths out in my life. And not only in my life, but I feel like societally and generationally, like I throw it all away and everybody starts from square one, or we can try to, redeem what's valuable in this and wrestle with it. And so I just chose that path.
Well, I do think it's a kind of wrestling match. You mentioned you like that Chicago. I'm very much a believer that we all have the capacity to do. And striving for the idea to be a good community is not a trivial one. You have to find the right tools for yourself to be able to beat a candle. And then for that, religion and faith can help. I'm sure there's other ways, but I think it's grounded in the understanding that each human is able to be a really bad person and a really good person. And that's like a choice, it's a deliberate choice. And it's a choice that's taken every moment and builds up over time. And the hard part about it is you don't know. You don't always have the clarity using reason to understand what is good, what is right, and what is wrong, and to kind of live it with humility and constant struggle. So then, yeah, you might wake up in a society where you're committing genocide, and you think you're the good guys, and you have to have the courage to realize you're not. It's not always obvious.
It isn't, man.
And only history has the clarity to show who were the good guys and the bad guys.
Right. Yeah, definitely. It's like quote, line between good and evil goes through the heart of every man, and there's play in that. And our job is to work on that within ourselves.
Yeah, that's the part. It's what I like. The full quote talks about the fact that it moves from the line moves moment by moment, day by day. You have the freedom to move that line. It's like it's a deliberate thing. It's not like you're born this way.
Yeah, it's
and especially in conditions that are like war and peace. In the case of the camps, absurd levels of injustice. In the face of all that, when everything is taken away from you, you still have the choice to be the candle, like the grandma. By the way, grandmas in like all parts of the world are like the strongest.
Shout out grandmas.
But I don't know what it is. I don't know. They have this like wisdom that comes from patience, and they've seen it all. They've seen all the bullshit of the people that come and gone, all the abuses of power, all of this. I don't know what it is. And they just keep going.
Right. Yeah, that's so true.
What do you think of, as we've gotten a bit philosophical, what do you think of Werner Herzog's style of narration? I kind of wish he narrated my life.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Because that documentary is actually in Russian. I think he took a longer series, and then put narration over it. And that narration can transform like stories.
Yeah, he does an incredible job with it. I've already seen the full version. You watched the 4-part full version. You should. You'd like it. It's in Russian, and so you get the fullness of that. And it's he had to fit it into a 2-hour format, and so I think what you lose in those extra couple hours is worth watching. You'll like it. So
Yeah, they always go pretty dark.
do they?
He has a very dark
sense about nature that is violence and murder.
I think that's important to recognize because it's really easy. I mean, especially with what I do and what I talk about, and I see so much of the value in nature. Gosh, I also see like a beautiful moose and a calf running around, and then next week I see the calf ripped to shreds by wolves, and you're just like, oh. And it's not as it's not as Rousseauian as we'd like to think. It is. Things must die for things to live, like you said, and that's played out all the time, and it's indifferent to you. It doesn't care if you live or die, and doesn't care how you die or how much pain you go through while it's like it's pretty brutal. So that it's interesting that he tapped into that. And I think it's valuable because it's easy to idealize. But
yeah, the indifference is, I don't know what to make of it. There is an indifference. It's a bit scary. It's a bit lonely. Mm-hmm. You're just a cog in the machine.
I think you just really care about you. I think that's what my chat was a lot on that show. It's part of the depths of psychology you delve into, and that's when I thought like I understand that deeply, but I could also choose to believe that for some reason it matters, and then I could live like it matters, and then I could actually, and the kind of that was another fork in the road of my path.
What do you think about the connection to the animals? So in that movie with the dogs, and with you it's the other domesticated the reindeer. What do you think about that human-animal connection?
In the context of that indifference, it's interesting that we assign so much value and love and appreciation to these animals, and in some degree we get that back. I think right now I just put the reindeer. I think of the one they gave me because she was long and tall, so they named him Boone. And I just remember fleeing me and just watching him eat the leaves and go with me through the woods and trust him to take me through rivers and stuff. And it really is special. It's really enriching, to have that relationship with an animal. And I think it also puts you in the proper context. One thing I noticed about the natives who live with those animals all the time is they relate to life and death a little more naturally. We feel really removed from it, particularly in urban settings. And I think when you interact with animals and have to confront the life and the death of them and the responsibility of the symbiotic relationship you have, I think it opens it a little bit of awareness to your place in the puzzle and puts you in it rather than above it.
Have you been able to accept your own death?
I wonder, you wonder when it actually comes. But I did have my dad to watch confronted in as positive a manner as you could, and that's a big advantage. And so I think when the time comes that I will be ready, but I think that's easy to say when the time feels far off. It would be interesting if you got cancer diagnosis tomorrow and be heavy.
Did you ever confront death while in survival situation? When you're, I
did have a time. I had a time where I thought I might have it. I had a lot of situations that could have gone either way, and a lot of injuries, broken ribs, and this and that. But the one that I was able to be conscious through a slowly evolving experience that I thought I might die in was at one point we were siphoning gas out of a barrel, and it was almost at the bottom, and that sucked really hard to get the gas up. And then I didn't get the siphon going, so I waited, and then while I was sitting there, Europe put a new canister on top and put the hose in, and I didn't see it, so then I went to get another siphon, and I went sucked as hard as I could, and it just instantly a bunch of gas filled my mouth, and I couldn't spit it out. I had to go like that, and I just full mouthful of gas, and I just drank, and I was just what is that gonna do? And he and my friend were gonna go on this fishing trip, and so was I, and I was just I might just stay, and I was just in Russian village, and they're all right, well. Even Euro was man, I had a buddy that died doing that with diesel a couple years ago, and I was like, oh man. And so anyway, I made my way to the hospital, but then you're really out of it. And then they put me in this little dark room. It almost sounds like unrealistic, but it's exactly how it happened. Put me in a little room with a toilet, and they give me a cold, galvanized bucket, and then just had a cold water faucet, and just chug water, shoot it to the toilet, and just flush it as much as you can. But they only had a cold water faucet, so I was just sitting there until it was puke, chugging for the puke, and I'm in the dark, and I started to shiver because I was so cold, but I said feel I was picturing, I remember reading about the Japanese torture where they would put a hose in somebody and then make them drink water till it. Anyway, and I just felt so. The only way I can describe it, I felt so possessed, like demons. It was like I was permeated with gas. I could feel it was coming out of my pores, and I wanted to rip it out of me, and I couldn't. I puked into the toilet. And couldn't see, but I was wondering if it was rainbow. and then I just remember I could tell I was going out pretty soon, and I remember looking at my hands up close, you see them a little bit, and I was like, oh, that's how Dad's hands look. They were alive, and then interesting. My hands are gonna look like that in a few minutes or whatever. So then I wrote down to my family what I thought, I love you all, at peace, blah blah blah. And then I passed out. And then I didn't think. I actually thought. When I went to pass out, I thought there was a coin toss. So I really felt like I was confronting the end there.
What are the harshest conditions surviving on that?
Well, there are places that are just purely uninhabitable. But I think as far as places that you have a chance.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
Maybe Greenland. I think of Greenland because I think of, those are Vikings that settled there were rugged, capable dudes, and it is amazing. But there are Inuit that natives that live up there, but it's a hard life, and the population's never grown very big because they're just scraping by up there. And you picture, and the Vikings that did land there, they just weren't able to quite adapt. And the fact that they all died out is just symbol to that must be a pretty difficult place.
What would you say that's primarily because the food sources?
The food sources are limited, but the fact that some people can live there means it is possible. They figured out ways to catch seals and do things to survive, but it's by no means easier to be taken for granted or obvious. That's probably the hardest thing.
Yeah, it's fascinating, not just humans, but to watch how animals have figured out how to survive. I was watching out the documentary on polar bears, they just figure out a way, and they've been doing it for generations. And they figure out a way. They travel hundreds of miles to the water to get fat, and they travel 100 miles for whatever other purpose, because they want to stay on the ice. I don't know. But it's there's a process.
Yeah.
And they figure it out against the long odds, and some of them don't make it.
It's incredible. What a tough thing, man. You just think every animal you see up in the mountains when I'm up in the woods, that thing just surviving through the winter scraping by. It's tough. Because
What do you think it would take to break you? Let's say mentally. If you're in a survival situation.
I think it would have mentally. It would have to be. We talked about that earlier. I guess the thing that I confronted that I thought I knew was that if I knew I was the last person on Earth, but maybe you're right. Maybe I think I wasn't. But I think I can't imagine. We're so blessed in the time we live. But I can't imagine what it's like to lose your kids, something like that. It was an experience that was so common for humanity for so much of history. Would I be able to endure that? I would have at least legacy to look back on of people who did, but God forbid I ever have to delve that deep. You know what I mean? I could see that breaking somebody.
And I mean, in your own family history, there's people who have survived that.
Right.
Maybe that will give you hope.
I mean, I think that's what I would have to somehow hold on to.
But in a survival situation, there's very few things that.
I don't know what it would be like. On alone, I knew if I wasn't gonna. And ultimately, it is a game show. So it's like ultimately, I'm gonna kill myself out there. It's like, but so if I hadn't been able to procure food and I was starving to death, it's like, okay, I'm not. You know, but like if you put yourself in that situation, but it's not a game show. And haven't been there to some degree. Like I will say, I wasn't even close. Like I don't even know. Yeah, I hadn't pushed my mental limit at all yet. I would say, or on the scale. But that's not to say there isn't one. I know there is one, but I have a hard time. I know I've dealt with enough pain and enough discomfort in life that I know I can deal with that. I think it gets difficult when there's a way out and you start to wonder if you shouldn't take the way out. As far as like, if there's no way out.
Oh, that's interesting. I mean, that is a real difficult battle when there's an exit, when it's easy to quit.
Right.
Yeah, that's a thing that like gets louder and louder the harder things get. That voice.
It's not insignificant. Like if you think you're doing if you think you're doing permanent damage to your body, you would be smart to quit. You should just not do that when it's not necessary, because health is kind of all you have in some regards. So, I don't blame anyone when they quit because of that reason. But if you're in a situation and if you don't have the option to quit, is knowing that you're doing permanent, that's not going to break. That won't break. You know, you just have to get through it. I'm not sure what my mental limit would be outside of like the family suffering in the way that I described earlier.
When it's just you,
Right.
alone, there's the limit, but you don't know what the limit is.
I don't know.
Injuries, like physical stuff, is annoying though.
Oh.
That could be.
Isn't it weird how, like, I mean, I can have a good life, happy life, and then you have a bad back or you have a headache. And it's amazing how much that can overwhelm your experience. And again, that was something I saw in Dad that was like interesting. How can you find joy in that when you're just steeped in that all the time? And people, I'm sure, listening, there's a lot of people that do, and it's so. And talk about the cross to bear and the like hero journey to be like good for you for trying to find your way through that. There was a lady in Russia, Tanya, and she had cancer and recovered, but always had a pounding headache, and she was really joyful and really fun to be around. And I just like, man, you just have to have a really bad headache for today to know how much that throws a wrench in your existence. So all that to say, if you're not right now suffering with blindness or a bad back or like count your blessings, because it's so easy to have. It's amazing how complex we are, how well our bodies work, and when they go out of whack, they can be very overwhelming, and they all will at some point. And so that's an interesting thing to think ahead on, how you're going to confront it. And it does. Keeps you humble, like you said.
It's inspiring that people figure out a way. With migraines, that's a hard one, though. If you have headaches,
it's so hard.
Oh man, because those can be really painful. And it's like and dizzying and all this stuff.
Yeah,
that's inspiring. That's inspiring that she found.
There's nothing in that. You know, I mean, you can find somehow you can tap into purpose even in that. I guess I would just speak from my dad's experience. I saw somebody do it and I benefited from it. So thanks to him for seeing the higher calling there.
You wrote a note on your blog in 2020. You spent 5 weeks ish in the forest alone. I just thought it was interesting because this is in contrast to on the show Alone.
Mm-hmm.
You're really alone. Like you're not talking to anybody. You realize that You're right. I remember at one point after several weeks passed, I wandered into a particularly beautiful part of the woods and exclaimed out loud, "Wow!" It struck me that it was the first time I had heard my own voice in several weeks. No one to talk to. What did your thoughts go to something like deep life?
Yeah, I'd say my mental life is really active. What you end up when you're that long alone. I'll tell you what you won't have is any like skeletons in your closet that are still in your closet. Like you will be forced to confront every person, even the one not. I mean, one thing if you cheated on your wife or something, but you'll be confronted with the random dude you didn't say thank you to, and the issue that you didn't resolve. All this stuff that was long gone will come up, and then you'll work through it, and you'll think how you should make it right. I had a lot of those thoughts while I was acting, and it was so interesting to see what you would just brush over and then and confront it, because in our modern world, when you're always distracted, you just never ever gonna know until you take the time to be alone for a considerable amount of time.
Spend time hanging out with the skeletons.
Yeah, exactly. I recommend it.
So you said you guide people. What are your favorite places to go to?
If I tell them, then is everybody gonna go?
I like how you actually have it might be a YouTube video or your Instagram post where you give them a recommendation of like the best fishing pole in the world, and like you give detailed instructions how to get there, but it's like a journey of a life. It's like a Lord of the Rings type of journey.
Right. No, I love the like there's a region that I definitely love in the States. It's special to me. I grew up there. Stuff like that, Idaho, Wyoming, Montana. Those are really cool places to me. I like the small town vibes they're still maintaining and stuff there.
A mix of like mountains and forests.
Mm-hmm. But another really awesome place that blew my mind was New Zealand. The South Island of New Zealand was pretty incredible. As far as just stunning stuff to see, I was pretty high up there on the list. But there's all these places have such kind of unique things about Canada. Became like where they did Alone. It's not typically what you'd say, because it's fairly flat and cliffy and stuff, but it really became beautiful to me because I could tap into the richness of the land, or the fishing whole thing. It's like that's a special little spot, something like that, and you see the beauty, and then you start to see the beauty of this in the smaller scale. Like, oh, look at that little meadow with that. It's got an orange and a pink and a blue flower right next to each other. That's super cool, and there's a million things like that.
Have you been back there yet? Back to where the Alone show was?
No, we're going back this summer. I'm going to guide a trip up there. I'm really looking forward to being able to enjoy it without the pressure of.
What advice would you give to people in terms of how to be in nature? So like hikes to take or journeys to take out of nature, where it could take you to that place where the busyness and the madness of the world can dissipate and you can be with it. Like, how long does it take for people usually to just like?
I think you need a few days probably to really tap into it. But maybe you need to work your way there. Like, it's awesome to go out on a hike, go see some beautiful little waterfall, or go see some whatever it is. But I think just doing is it. Everybody thinks about doing it. You just really do it. Like, go out and then plan to go overnight. Don't be so afraid of all the potentialities that you delay it inevitably. Like, it's actually one of the things that I've enjoyed the most about guiding people is giving them the tools so that now they have this ability into the future. You can go out and feel like, I'm going to pick this spot on the map and go there, and that's a tool in your toolkit of life that is, I think, really valuable, because I think everybody should spend some time in nature. I think it's been pretty proven healthy.
Yeah, I mean, camping is great, and solo. I've got a chance to do it solo. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's cool. You did.
Yeah, it's cool. And I recorded stuff that helped.
Oh, good.
So you sit there and you record the thoughts. Actually, for having to record the thoughts, I had to it forced me to really think through what I was feeling to convert the feelings into words, which is not a trivial thing because it's mostly just feeling.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You feel a certain kind of way.
That's interesting. I felt like the way I met my wife was we met at this wedding, and then I went to Russia, basically, and we kept in touch via email for, that year, and a similar thing. It's really interesting to have to be so thoughtful and purposeful about what you're saying and things. I think it's probably healthy.
What gives you hope about this whole thing we have going on? The future of human civilization.
If we talk, we talked about gratitude earlier. Look at what we have now. That should give you hope. Look at the world we're in. We live in such an amazing time with,
buildings and roads,
and food security, and I lived with the natives, and I thought to myself a lot, I wonder if not everybody would choose this way of life, because there's something really rich about just that small group, direct relationship to your needs, all that. But with the food security, the health, modern medicine, the things that we now have that we take for granted, but that I wouldn't choose that life if we didn't have those things. Otherwise, you're gonna watch your family starve to death or things like that. So we have so much now, which should lead us to be hopeful while we try to improve, because there's definitely a lot of things wrong, but I guess there's a lot of room for improvement, and I do feel like we're sort of walking on a nice edge, but I guess that's the way it is.
As the tools we build become more powerful.
Yeah, exactly. That nice edge is getting sharper and sharper. I'll argue with my brother about that sometimes. He takes the more positive view, and I'm like, it's great, we've done great, but man, more and more people with nuclear weapons, and more. It's just going to take one mistake with more power.
I think there's something about the sharpness of the knife's edge that gets humanity to really focus and step up and not screw it up. There's, just like you said with the cold, going out into the extreme cold, it wakes you up.
Yeah.
And I think it's the same thing with nuclear weapons. It just wakes up humanity.
Everybody was half asleep.
Exactly. And then we keep building more and more powerful things to make sure we stay awake.
Yeah, exactly. Stay awake. See what we've done. Be thankful for it, but then improve it. And then, of course, I appreciated your little post the other week where you said you wanted some kids. That's a very direct way to relate to the future and to have hope for the future.
I can't wait. And hopefully I also get a chance to go out in the wilderness with you at some point.
I would love it.
That'd be fun.
Open invite. Let's make it happen. I got some really cool spots I have in mind to take you.
Awesome. Let's go. Thank you for talking today, brother. Thank you for everything you stand for.
Thanks, man.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Jordan and Jonas. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me try a new thing, where I try to articulate some things I've been thinking about, whether prompted by one of your questions or just in general. If you'd like to submit a question, including an audio and video form, go to lexfriedman.com/AMA. Now, allow me to comment on the attempted assassination of Donald Trump on July 13th. First, as I've posted online, wishing Donald Trump good health after an assassination attempt is not a partisan statement. It's a human statement. And I'm sorry if some of you want to categorize me, other people, into blue and red bins. Perhaps you do it because it's easier to hate than to understand. In this case, it shouldn't matter. Let me say, once again, that I am not right-wing, nor left-wing. I'm not partisan. I make up my mind one issue at a time, and I try to approach everyone and every idea with empathy and with an open mind. I have and will continue to have many long-form conversations with people both on the left and the right. Now, onto the much more important point. The attempted assassination of Donald Trump should serve as a reminder that history can turn on a single moment. World War I started with the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand. And just like that, one moment in history, on June 18, 1914, led to the death of 20 million people, half of whom were civilians. If one of the bullets on July 13 had a slightly different trajectory, where Donald Trump would end up dying in that small town in Pennsylvania, history would write a new dramatic chapter, the contents of which all the so-called experts and pundits would not be able to predict. It very well could have led to a civil war, because the true depth of the division in the country is unknown. We only see the surface turmoil on social media and so on. And in the events like the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand, where we, the human species, get to find out what the truth is of where people really stand. The task then is to try and make our society maximally resilient and robust to such destabilizing events. The way to do that, I think, is to identify the threat, the enemy. It's not the left or the right that are the quote enemy. Extreme division itself is the enemy. Some division is productive. It's how we develop good ideas and policies. Too much leads to the spread of resentment and hate that can boil over into destruction on a global scale. So we must absolutely avoid the slide into extreme division. There are many ways to do this, and perhaps it's a discussion for another time. But at the very basic level, let's continuously try to turn down the temperature of the partisan bickering and more often celebrate our obvious common humanity. Now, let me also comment on conspiracy theories. I've been hearing a lot of those recently. I think they play an important role in society. They ask questions that serve as a check on power and corruption of centralized institutions. The way to answer the questions raised by conspiracy theories is not by dismissing them with arrogance and feigned ignorance, but with transparency and accountability. In this particular case, the obvious question that needs an honest answer is, why did the Secret Service fail so terribly in protecting the former president? The story we're supposed to believe is that a 20-year-old, untrained loner was able to outsmart the Secret Service by finding the optimal location on a roof for a shot on Trump from 130 yards away, even though the Secret Service snipers spotted him on the roof 20 minutes before the shooting and did nothing about it. This looks really shady to everyone. Why does it take so long to get to a full accounting of the truth of what happened? And why is the reporting of the truth concealed by corporate government speak? Cut the bullshit. What happened? Who fucked up and why? That's what we need to know. That's the beginning of transparency. And yes, the director of the U.S. Secret Service should probably step down or be fired by the president. And not as part of some political circus that I'm sure is coming, but as a step towards uniting an increasingly divided and cynical nation. Conspiracy theories are not noise, even when they're false. They are a signal that some shady, corrupt, secret bullshit is being done by those trying to hold on to power. Not always, but often. Transparency is the answer here, not secrecy. If we don't do these things, we leave ourselves vulnerable to singular moments that turn the tides of history. Empires do fall. Civil wars do break out and tear apart the fabric of societies. This is the most successful human experiment in the history of Earth. And letting ourselves become extremely divided risks destroying all of that. So please ignore the political pundits, the political grifters, clickbait media, outrage-fueling politicians on the right and the left who try to divide us. We're not so divided. We're in this together. I've said many times before, I love you all. This is a long comment. I'm hoping not to do comments this long in the future and hoping to do many more. So I'll leave it here today. But I'll try to answer questions and make comments on every episode. If If you would like to submit questions, like I mentioned, including audio and video form, go to letsfreeman.com/AMA. And now, let me leave you with some words from Ralph Waldo Emerson. Adopt the pace of nature. Her secret is patience. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. The following is a conversation with Ivanka Trump, businesswoman, real estate developer, and former senior advisor to the President of the United States. I've gotten to know Ivanka well over the past 2 years. We've become good friends, hitting it off right away over our mutual love of reading, especially philosophical writings from Marcus Aurelius, Joseph Campbell, Alan Watts, Viktor Frankl, and so on. She is a truly kind, compassionate, and thoughtful human being. In the past, people have attacked her, in my view, to get indirectly at her dad, Donald Trump, as part of a dirty game of politics and clickbait journalism. These attacks obscured many projects and efforts, often bipartisan, that she helped get done.
Hardship will show you who your real friends are, that's for sure. Can you read the quote once more?
Don't eat with people you wouldn't starve with. The following is a conversation with Andrew Huberman, his 5th time on the podcast. He is the host of the Huberman Lab podcast and is an amazing scientist, teacher, human being, and someone I'm grateful to be able to call a close friend. Also, he has a book coming out next year that you should pre-order now called Protocols, an operating manual for the human body. This is the Lex Friedman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Andrew Huberman. You think there's ever going to be a day when you walk away from podcasting?
Definitely. I mean, I came up within and then on the periphery of skateboard culture. And for the record, I was not a great skateboarder. I always have to say that because skateboarders are relentless. If you call something you didn't do or whatever. I mean, I could do a few things, and I loved the community, and I still have a lot of friends in that community. Jim Thiebaud at Deluxe, you can look him up. He's kind of the man behind the whole scene. Tony, Hawk, Danny Way, all these guys, I got to see them come up and get big and stay big in many cases, start huge companies like Danny and Colin McKay, or DC. Some people have a long life in something, some don't. But one thing I observed and learned a lot from is skateboarding, at the level of observing the skateboarders and then the ones that started companies. And then what I also observed in science, I still observe, is you do it for a while, you do it at the highest possible level for you, and then at some point you pivot and you start supporting the young talent coming in. In fact, the greatest scientists, people like Richard Axel, Catherine Dulac, there are many other labs in neuroscience, Carl Dijsselhoff, they're not just known for doing great science, they're known for mentoring some of the best scientists that then go on to start their own labs. And I think in podcasting, I am very fortunate that I got in a fairly early wave, not the earliest wave, but thanks to your suggestion of doing a podcast, fairly early wave. And I'll continue to go as long as it feels right. And I feel like I'm doing good in the world and providing good. But I'm already starting to scout talent. My company that I started with Rob Moore, Psycom Media, a couple other guys in there too, Mike Playback, our photographer, Ian Mackey, Chris Ray, Martin Fogues. We are a company that produces podcasts. Right now it's Huberman Lab Podcast, but we're launching a new podcast, Perform, with Dr. Andy Galpin. And we want to do more of that kind of thing, finding a really great talent, highly qualified people, credentialed people. And I've got a new kind of obsession with scouring the internet, looking for the young talent in science, in health, and related fields. And so, will there be a final episode of the HLP? Yeah, I mean, bullet buster cancer aside, someday they'll be the very last. And thank you for your interest in science. And I'll click out.
Yeah, I love the idea of walking away and not be dramatic about it.
Right.
When it feels right, you can leave and you can come back whenever the fuck you want.
Right.
Jon Stewart did this well with the Daily Show. I think that was during the 2016 election when everybody wanted him to stay on. He just walked away. Dave Chappelle, for different reasons, walked away,
Disappeared, came back.
gave away so much money. Didn't care. And then came back and was doing stand-up in the park in the middle of nowhere. Genius. You have Habib, who undefeated, walks away at the very top of a sport.
Is he coming back?
Don't we don't. Right, you don't know. I don't know.
Bears everywhere. Yeah, I think it's always a call. The last few years have been tremendous growth. We launched in January 2021, and even this last year, 2024, has been huge growth. In all sorts of ways, it's been wild. And we have some short form content planned. It's 30-minute shorter episodes that will distill down the critical elements. We're also thinking about moving to other venues. So there's always the thought and the discussion, but when it comes to when the hang up is, it becomes a natural time when you can do more to mentor the next generation coming in than focusing on self. And so there will come a time for that. And I think it's critical. I mean, again, I saw this in skateboarding. Like Danny and Colin and Danny's brother Damon started DC with Ken Block, the driver who unfortunately passed away a little while ago, rally car driver. And they eventually sold it, I think, to Quicksilver or something like that. But they're all phenomenal talent in their respective areas. But they brought in the next line of amazing riders, the Plan B thing, and Paul Rodriguez. For skateboarders, they know who this is. Now, in science, there are scientists like Feynman, for instance. I don't know if anyone can name one of his mentor offspring. So there are scientists who are phenomenal, beyond world class, right? Multi-generational world class, who don't make good mentors. I'm not saying he wasn't a good mentor, but that's not what he's known for. And then there are scientists who are known for being excellent scientists and great mentors. And I think there's no higher celebration to be had at the end of one's career and look back and say, hey, I put some really important knowledge in the world. People make use of that knowledge. And guess what? You spawned all these other scientific offspring or sport offspring or podcast offspring. I mean, in some ways we look to Rogan and to some of the other earlier podcasters. They paved the way. Rhonda Patrick, first science podcast out there. So, eventually it'll come past us. But fortunately right now everybody's active and it feels really good. Yeah, well, you're talking about the healthy really good, but there's also a different kind of way where you have somebody like Grigori Perlman, a mathematician who refused to accept the Fields Medal. Because he's one of the greatest living mathematicians, and he just walked away from mathematics and rejected the Fields Medal. What did he do after he left mathematics?
Life.
Sometimes we don't appreciate how lucky we are. We don't realize how bad off other people have it. You know what I mean? Even in America, people complain, right? They complain about crime, education. I think the education system is great just the way it is. There's kids in my neighborhood in Los Angeles, 7 years old, that don't speak fluent Spanish. And I don't know what's going on in the high schools, with the students and the teachers. I saw a bumper sticker. It said, our child is the proud parent of his teacher's baby. What's going on? And crime now is lower than it's ever been before. Well, because all the good stuff has been stolen already. I heard about these two guys last year that robbed the bank. They want to be recognized, so they pulled down the stockings over their heads, Actually, these guys use pantyhose, so they walk really close together. They did it. the effort. You know what I mean? Well, these people, while I've been thinking about this, it's not television or film. I think this is my theory now. I think it's alarm clocks. Because it wakes you up abruptly, puts you in a bad mood, you don't want to talk to anybody, you're there to go to your room. You should just wake up naturally. That's when you should show up to work or school. Are you with me? I think that's fair. I'm not looking for that. There's an alarm clock that wakes you up gradually. You hear your voice. Come on, get up, pal. Looking good. You got the whole day ahead of you. Come on, nice to have you out of bed. Get out of bed. You get out of bed before I kick you out of bed. Get out of bed. And you hit the snooze alarm. Sorry, buddy. Come on, pal. You're good. I'm on a self-improvement kick. Yeah, I'm trying to better myself. I went to the bookstore and I asked the sales girl if she could direct me to the self-help section. She said I could go, that is self-defeating. So I'm looking for these books for dummies. You know, they got them for everything, like, golf for dummy, cooking for dummies. By the way, becoming a gourmet cook, learning how to cook with wine. Actually, what I do is I get drunk and I mix rice, but still, it sounds like, come on over, I'm cooking with wine. They get through your drunk, there's rice everywhere. I'm looking for a book about computers for dummies because I got a computer. Everybody said you gotta get one, they're a lot of fun. So I got one, and I cannot figure out how to work this thing. It's so complicated. I'm actually having more fun playing in the box than it came in the computer. That took me an hour to figure out. Getting in the box is easy, getting out was tough. You gotta rock a little bit, and then you roll on. But they have these tech support people, and they know everything. If you got a problem, hey, I got a problem. Okay, does it say non-system error disk 165B? Yeah. It's like they're right in the room with you, Okay, click on that. Now does it say error problem 589? Yeah. I don't need bedroom. You see those blue pants on your bed? I'm on a strict running program. I started yesterday. I missed one day so far. I'm serious about it this time. I'm serious about it. I tried cross-country skiing last year. That's a tough sport. It's a little tip I gave a try. Start off with a small country. And go on the way. Julie's a good beginner's coach. That's why. What the most stressful job is, I was thinking about this. You ever go to an air show? You see the guy that stands on the wheel as it's flying? This guy's nuts. There's a few of them do it. I've seen it quite a few times. It's not as impressive anymore. But now, if a guy can stand on a helicopter blade, just that's pretty stressful. It's one of the three most stressful things in life. Okay, it's moving, done with your spouse, and then moving your dead spouse. I got this little fixer-upper house I bought about 5 years ago, and I haven't done anything to it like in 5 years. So now it's like a little knocker-down house. I mean, even if I had the time, I'm not good with the tools. I'm feeling it. This old house, that guy can fix it. I watch that and go, oh my God, that's great. Now, if I had a show, it would come with this fat truck. When I walk into the show, I'll be riding on a big fat truck contractor. Use me for shopping, flight ticket, point. Make sure you're on something firm. It's tough working for me too, because I have 3 cats, and they only allow one on the plane. So I had to smuggle the other 2 on, which was very stressful for me, because I had to break rules. But what I did was, this was good. I put the cats into a bowl and swallowed them, and put them on there. Take a little vacation. I'm going to go to upstate New York. New York's the only state that has an upstate. Have you noticed that? Other states have applied for it, but they can't get it. But I'm going to go up to Okay, you want to go someplace nice? Okay, here's where you want to go. Okay. All right, well, it's not on this map. What you want to do, though, is you want to come up 287 over here. Okay? Get off at exit 5 over here. You see a beautiful hotel. Like, take the map, though, just in case you get lost. You know, I tell you that, like, you're going to get halfway there and ask someone else for directions, right? Excuse me, I'm a little lost. I'm right here now. I take it over here. I'm going to go to the Adirondacks and something up front that says Mounds in the corner is so inaccurate. You have to do it with your fingers, you know, because you don't have a protractor in the car. They ought to just draw a little thumb and finger down there like that. You know, it's kidding who. I went to Michigan a couple weeks ago. People are like, you guys from Michigan? People in Michigan are so proud of their state because it's shaped like a hand. And they love to show you where they are by whipping out their hand. Okay, Ann Arbor's right here now. I'm going to go over here. So you don't want to come from a state that's shaped like your butt. Okay, you are. I'll tell you what. Okay, you're right here now. You want to go this way fast. Actually, went to Greece once. Amazing how many fraternity houses they have there. And like a nice little cross-country drive trip once. I'm sure we're okay, not on this map, but pretend that's Idaho. Use your imagination. Let me help you. Okay, there's Idaho. Okay, what I did was, I went up the coast of Idaho, up into Washington. Alright, just caught the corner of Washington, down into Oregon. A lot of mountains in Oregon. Going over the mountains. Down to California. California was nice. I think probably the nicest place I went on the whole trip was. I'm going to have to say Hawaii, which is out here. Not the main island, but those two little islands that are right off from the main island. Alright. We got Maui. No, I'm sorry. Maui. And I think Nantucket might have been the other one. I'm not really sure. I think it was a great trip. Although the flight out there was a little nerve-wracking. The pilot was a little experience. We're sitting there right on. He says, folks, we're going to be taking off in a few. Whoa, here we go. Any vacation after that, I got the whole packing technique down. Here's what I do. This might be a little good suggestion for you guys. It's got to the point now where I just empty the suitcase, I line the inside with Velcro, and I just toss it into the closet, whatever sticks I take with me. I went to Hawaii, I'm going to sign up a scarf. That's all I need. But what a great trip. I found this beautiful beach, too. It's like right on the water. Unbelievable. And let me tell you something. When it comes to water sports, expert. Not bragging, just expert. I went to a, what do you call it? Jet ski. I want to say lemon meringue, but that's way off. Catamaran. And you should have seen me tic-tac around the ocean. The steering sticking way offshore. I judge our distance, maybe at 830 miles. And the wind died down. I didn't panic or anything, just hung my throat and said, catch this raise. You know, I looked down just in time, scared me to death. This close to my feet, there's a, jellyfish. I want to say 7 meters, but that's way off. Maybe, the Thunderbirds? Yeah, maybe I do, maybe I don't. Actually, I don't need figures. Look at this. Size 14. Which doesn't mean anything, by the way. Maybe I do, maybe I don't. Swept off of California on the ocean side. And I got home that night and I heard the news on it. I heard they caught a great white shark, the exact same way I saw that day. A pregnant great white shark, which I had nothing to do with. But still, it's crazy. But you know what they say? You don't have to swim fast with a shark, you just have to swim fast with a perch in your mouth. That's what friends are for. I'm guessing 10 years ago. Because I finally met that bitch where, was always right. And, conscious of you said you would tell us to finish right. Well, there's a friend named English trainers and it's hard to get someone that will set miles. But I finally had a costume party, so she was asleep. First time I saw her, she was coming down the stairs. Unbelievable. She was great. She was like, take it two at a time. And we got to talking, and it turns out that she was this woman in Hollywood, which was very convenient for me. After a day, I went to drop her off, didn't have to stop the car or anything. I went by the house, and she was gone. What's hard about dating? It's unfair. Dating. The girl that comes around with a basket of roses. You really feel like you're on the spot to get one for your date, and they're so expensive. It's like $8 each. What if you don't like the girl? You never see a guy coming through like a bucket of tools. Hey, you want to buy a lunch for your date, man? I think it's unfair. It's the first date I ever went on was in high school. Her name was Marguerite. And she's kind of heavy set girl. Nice girl, not a good judge of weight. I'd say probably about 915 pounds. Well, I took her out one day. We went out for a dinner and a movie and a dinner. And that was a good time. When I got her home late and her father was waiting up in the doorway, he was looking through the peephole. Sometimes you can tell when someone's looking through the peephole. But it was pretty easy, like a whole glass door. Not a very good investment. But I never saw her again after that. So my father never gets mad at me. He controls his temper. He would just slowly count to 100, and he'd lift my hand out of the water. They have female condoms now. Heard about this? Apparently, prevents pregnancy by fixing the way over the woman's wine glass. How about that? Abortion's a touchy subject. Nobody likes to talk about that. Nobody knows what's right or wrong. I think the big question is, when does life actually begin? Now, what worries me is a lot of people say life begins at 40. You gotta draw the line somewhere, My friend's having a baby. She's having a C-section. I don't know if those are good seats or how far back there, but you gotta take what you can get for this, They can tell what the sex of the baby's gonna be before it's even born. How cool is that? Of course, the only problem now is finding what the sex of the baby's gonna be later on in life, It's amazing how women can get what they want from men. I went on a trip with my wife and two of her girlfriends last summer, and I was just observing, and it's just amazing. They go through 3 stages. It's sexy, a little girl, and then bitchy. I was at the oil counter, and I was just watching them work, and they worked it so well. I was like, hi, listen, we just missed our flight, and all that nice eyes. Listen, we were wondering if maybe we could get upgraded to the Concorde. How are we going to get back to where we came from? Do you think maybe it's what we can do? Jesus, what the hell is wrong with you, damn you? Every time I turn around, you pull some stuff like this.
Everybody manipulates everybody. That's the way it is. I used to be in advertising. That was real deceptive the way they manipulate people to get them to buy things. But this is a lot more fun than this kind of work than it was because it's about a lifestyle. You know what I mean? We were trying to have dinner at this very fancy restaurant. I forget the name of it. I want to tell you, I was very impressed. Just, first class. A lot of people don't know this, but New York has so much cultural and historical diversity strip clubs. I was talking to a friend of mine earlier this week on that dance, and we were just talking about how fresh the air smells. I don't know if it's that time of year or what, but just walking around, it's just nice. Lots of Queens. I don't care what you say about people. You think they're very sophisticated white trash. I don't know what they no, I think so. I don't know what they do for a living. I think so. I think they're very, very successful drug dealers, and that's a good sign. Like I said, I live in Los Angeles now. I live in a very ritzy neighborhood trailer park. And I think it's true what they say about people in Los Angeles. They are really, really great shape. Drugs, I don't know if it's from exercising like such or what, but man, just healthy looking, great looking, soft skin, and just an overall healthy attitude towards it. I think that's a nice sign. I love the big city because I'm a people watcher. That's what I do, watching people. And you can tell a lot about somebody by their appearance. Like, take this guy, for example, I don't know him at all. But he seems like a nice guy, obviously making a fashion statement in Kmart, and that's good. And you can tell just by looking at him, he's got a lot of self-pride, and that's good. He's got it's just the same with this guy, I don't know him about it. Original stand-up comedy and Comedy Central, your home for Friday night stand-up. City, Comedy Central presents You sound like you're in a pretty good mood, and that's what sets us apart. Obviously, your parents didn't just visit for a week. Actually, I just brought them back to the airport today.
baby. I wanted a highway, but it was a lot of red tape. Boy, that teething's a hard thing to get through with a kid. They're miserable creatures, boy. We're riding around in the car, and he's in the backseat screaming for like an hour. Then he falls asleep like a little angel, like nothing ever happened. I'm looking at him in that rear view mirror. You know, it's not child abuse if they're sleeping. And I remember doing the same thing to my dad. When I was a kid, he'd send me to my room as soon as that door closed. I realized he was on the other side. Why do you think they closed the door? I think you don't know what love is until you bring a child into your life. You don't know what love is till you become a parent. You don't know what love is till you fish a turd out of the bathtub for someone. Men have to act positive about it. Good job. It's the closest I ever came to dialing 911. Like, yeah, it's floating. Well, he's alive. I grew up, I never heard the word childproof. Jeez, safety was not a big thing when I was growing up. My seatbelt was something that got in the way. I'd be like, Mom, the seatbelt's digging into my back. Well, stuff it down into the seat. Are you mental? All those windows up, you're letting the smoke out. I didn't start out at the beginning, started out trying to conceive. And I wasn't involved, so I was buying. And it is expensive. Anyone in here having a fertility problem, and I consider being single a fertility problem. It's an expensive process, like $175 for a batch of sperm now. Ooh, was it cheaper in college or what? Practically tripping over this stuff. That's the irony in life. You spend the first whole half of your life trying not to conceive. 20 years later, you're on a slant board in a fertility office trying to make it run the other way. Really bothered my mom. She's very traditional. She's like, I don't know why you can't get pregnant like your sisters and I did. Well, I don't like the taste of gin. But I adopted as a single mom, so I still get to date, which is nice. I'm actually going out with a professional athlete. He's a bowler. He has his idiosyncrasies. Like every time he gets really nervous, he goes like this. And I'm not like most women, because I don't like big guys. All my friends like these big guys to protect them. Like I'm little. In case a fight breaks out, I got a chance. Basically, I date guys I think I can take. Is that so wrong? I don't like hairy guys, though. I tried it. I dated a little hairy guy once. You take a bath in my house, look like the sewer backed up. All that fur floating on the water. Just want to snap a cigarette butt into there. I'd have to wait for the tub to dry, then vacuum. I write things. Well gone. On a relationship, not a plumbing problem.
a big emergency neighborhood meeting. Everyone's outraged because they open up a strip bar. Big sign out front, totally nude. I thought they meant to get in. So I'm standing in line. Hey, anything for a free buffet? I was almost robbed the other night going home late. She just popped an Altoid, huh? Did you know if you have an Altoid in your mouth and breathe on someone, you can disorientate them? Who needs a mint this strong? If you think you need a mint this strong, what you need is a tongue scraper. Went shopping today. Twice, once to get the blouse, once to take it back. Ooh, they get snippy when you return things. Like it's their stuff. Something wrong with this blouse? I said, no, I just got home and realized I didn't really like the blouse. I just like the song that was playing when I bought it. Give me the money, I'm going to get the tape. Snapping at me like a fresh green bean. I like that one story. What's that woman's name? That Laura Ashley. Oh, she made a horrible dress, huh? Pilgrim House on the Prairie visit. She came up with. What the hell was she thinking? She made the dress to match the curtains and lampshades. Because the woman was in the house too long. If you're out in that dress, you're at a party, you're standing in front of the matching curtains. The host decides he wants some fresh air. That could be bad. Not her, though, the other one. Ann Taylor. I like her stuff. They're a little pushy in there, though, overly attentive, you know? They follow you around. Oh, that's a nice car, that's a nice necklace. You know what? If I wanted to shop with a friend, I would have brought one. So, why don't you go over there and mark something down or something? Then I get in the dressing room. I'm in there like 5-10 minutes. She's knocking at the door. I go, what? I've been in there a while. Are you okay? I opened the door crack. I said, could you give me some toilet paper? I'm in debt, though. You ever get in debt? Do you know they call you? One guy called me every day last week. Finally, I said, look, every month I put everyone I owe into a hat. I picked 3 names, I pay those people. If you call me one more time, I'm taking you out of the hat. They all want to be in the hat. I saw a truck out here today, side of the door. It said, driver has no cash. Well, I'm broke, too. I don't plaster it all over the side of my car. The self-esteem. Of course, when you're in debt, what's the only thing cheers you up? Spending a little, buying little purchases. It does, and you should. I highly recommend it. Whatever your little purchases. Manicure tie. I buy underwear. I put a new pair of underwear on. I feel like $1 million, you know. I buy the jockey ones. They're 100% cotton. You can breathe. You don't buy those Victoria's Secret things, do you, you women? Things that would come with a tube of Monistat. I'm over in a pair of those the other day. A little piece of paper falls out onto the floor. I pick it up. Inspected by Mary Lou. Oh, thank God. Last pair burst into flames. Mary Lou's on the job. blaster inside them. And you die, they just pull them up over your head. She's gone. Died in your underwear. You know, I think it has to be worse than death. I think saying past your own. Professionally, no matter what you do, you never want to hear anyone say, oh, she used to be good, he used to be good. I think athletes have it the worst because there's a physical performance, there's a shelf life on it. Some of these boxers, 40-year-old boxer, George Foreman's 49 years old. What's he doing boxing? You know, when you sock him in the gut, he pees a little. We laugh too hard when we pee. Imagine getting socked. Hopefully one of us peed tonight. Hey, I get just the right compliment. I let a little out. Sure. Someone said something real sweet. It's like my own little private thank you. Try it. Next time someone says something just moves, you go, ooh, I just peed a little. Pretty excited. I get to go to Hawaii next week. Went last year, had a near-death experience. Thought I'd go back. Have you been scuba diving? In Hawaii, they tell you don't have to be certified. For $65, you get the tank, wetsuit, goggles, fins, a 5-minute safety briefing. You're on your way into the ocean. Of course, you have to leave your visa card because a lot of people don't come back. Which I almost did because I didn't listen to one word of the safety briefing because the guy was missing the tip of his finger. That's all I could think about. Please do this, don't do that. Following the missing tip. Wondering how did it happen? Is it going to happen to me? First tell me where that tip went, then give me the safety briefing. What the hell's wrong with you? The last thing he said to me, he goes, what do you do? Stay away from the eel. I don't know what an eel looks like. Don't worry, I'll point them out to you. But I like activities on my vacations. I don't like to just sit around. I actually enjoy working out. Have you been to the gym lately? Well, some of those guys overdevelop, huh? You seen those mesomorph frogmen in the gym? These guys are like barrel and monkey men. You know, you just want to hook their arms together and lower them out the window of the gym. Like if your neck is as wide as your head, take a day off. Supposed to go in a little. Their arms are so huge they can't get their hands in their pockets. I don't know how they take a leak. They must have to use prongs or something. There we go. They shake it. Is that the laziest thing you've ever seen? It's like grab a piece of tissue. I had a wiener on tap. He's shaking it on everything. Wear a mud flap or something. Of course, there's no place like the gym to make you feel older. Maybe the bench. I asked this guy how many sets he had left. He goes, oh, I have 3 more, man. I'm at the man stage of my life. Shouldn't be called man until you've had that first mammogram. Ooh, you ever get one of those things? You're in one room, your breast is in the other. You put it in a vice and take it hostage. Start cranking it shut like you have the secret rocket formula. You don't think it's ever going to get back into its natural shape again. You'll be rolling it up to get it back in the bra. Put a little ham key on the end of it. This way. Oh, good. Dorsal fins. Maybe I'll go kayak on the East River. Yeah, grab an oar, jump on. You know, since there's not enough pain, like our younger women are signing up for it with the piercing and all that, boy, I just don't get that. I'll tell you, first time I saw one of those tongue piercings, I'm like, geez, your filling came out. Spit it in this cup. But you told me your tongue was pierced. Like, did it hurt? No, if he'll tell you that. Why'd you do it? I would have had improved the quality of my sex life. I guess you won't be doing all that talking. I mean, they're piercing everything. Tongues, lips, nipples, navels, piercing their labia now as well. Yeah, piercing their little Giorgio caves. Hey, what do you get up one day and go, yeah, the kids are at school. I think I'll go get my lip labia pierced. And geez, how did they get through the metal detectors at the airport? Irritated when I have to take my belt off, let alone my labia earring. That's why when I fly, I wear the clip-ons. We had our year of the woman. It took us hundreds of years to get 1 year of the woman. Then we get a year, one of us cuts her husband's penis up. I don't think we're getting another year. There's a little celebration got out of hand, huh? Crazy thing. Cuts it off, then takes it for a little spin-a-roni. Then wings it out the window into the bushes. You know, she put an arc on it. That's how you get distance. And the cops got on the trail. You just see two cops standing over that thing. Arguing about who's going to put it in the bag. Not like one could say to the other, I got the last one, Lily, you get this. No chalk mark around it. I'll tell you the weirdest part of that whole story. And it was still there. I'm thinking, aren't there any dogs in that neighborhood? That thing would have been snatched up like that in my neighborhood. Some nearsighted cat would have dragged that thing home. All proud. Look, everyone, I found a one-eyed mouse. Thank you.
You're watching Comedy Central. Up next, it's Saturday Night Live. What city? Anybody from out of town? Who's from out of town? Okay, where you from, brother? Florida. Clearwater, Florida. Clearwater. Now, in Florida, when the light turns green, that means you can what? Go. When you walk across the street, man, you know, the car to kill you, do you? You walk across green. New York green don't mean nothing. Every time you cross the street, you gotta play dodgeball. We have your woman on this side. Let me go. Go for yourself, girl. You get across, you gotta close up. Come on, girl. You get back. Oh my God, get up. Leave that shopping bag. Get up. What's the message you better know? They don't care. Police here in different too. Look at the black people. Yeah, they are. They didn't use the lights when they pulled us over. They just like. What's that? I know he had just moved me. Hell no, I ain't pulling over. I need all my lights. You have to give me a $12 ticket. I want your battery right there. I don't hear that. Getting pulled over. I don't care who you are. You get pulled over by the police. You cuss. As soon as police get behind you, you could be an old lady. You could get bastard mother. The police is gonna pull you over right away. You know what I mean? They follow you. Okay, they follow you for like 10, 15 blocks. And you're like, damn. You just want to get out the car. Just give me a ticket. Stop it. Okay, I'm ready to talk about this. Give me a ticket. You said it in your mind. Like, just use it. When police behind you, that's when you think of every ticket you ever got in your life. You say, okay, I got one in June. We'll be even in and out that funeral procession. Hey, now, on that last ticket, I didn't know where to send it. There was no address on the envelope, so they ain't my fault. They ain't my fault. You in your car. Nobody move. Everybody be cool. Turn your hands around. Turn your hands around. Turn your hands around. Sit up straight. Sit up straight. Be cool. Be cool. Be cool. Be cool. There we go. Seatbelts don't work. You tied right. Try to sit up. Sit up. Sit up. Put on. You check the ashtray. Oh my God. Turn signals ain't never worked. You do it with your hand. You forgot how to do it. You're doing anything you can. You talk to the people. All right, man, you go, and I go after you. Come on, lady, are you coming across the street? No, I'm not across the street. You might move. Be cool. But nobody's we get pulled over. We can't move. But nobody's we got to put our hands where you can see it. Nobody we get pulled over. Nobody say nothing. Nobody. On your right, on your left. On your right, on your left. Nobody move. Be cool. Why people you guys get out and talk to the police? Officer, how you doing? That stop sign, I couldn't see it. It was blocked by some foliage and wing. I couldn't see it. You know Bob Becker? Nobody move. How you doing, officer? The reason I was exceeding the speed. Why we talk like that to the police? Why we come up with words we never use? Suddenly we are Harvard graduates when we talk to the police. We super educated. How you doing, officer? The reason I was exceeding the speed limit was due to the fact that I was trying to extraordinarily get down to Houston as talk and read and educate the kids. The extraordinary processes of the educational system of America. Though it's 3 a.m., I was trying to get a jump on education. So I control my universe so we can control their universe. Destroy the negative images of stereotypes brought to us by different elements or factors in this universe. What you say, officer? Could you roll down your window, please? A lot of times you go to movies, don't get no brothers at all. Man, I went to go see Saving Private Ryan, good movie, Academy Award and all that, no brothers. Now, it was brothers in World War II. Come on, my daddy was in World War II. Come on. We got that first. We did. Yes, Sergeant. Did you run across that field? Make sure that the enemy. Did you run across that field? Make sure that the enemy. I'm sure I didn't miss up. Somebody shooting them guns. You know, they shoot by themselves. All right, man, let's go this way. Titanic, another movie. Titanic, good movie. No brothers. You know it was brothers in the Titanic. Who the hell do you think put that luggage aboard? Think about it. Remember when they went down to the engine room? I said, oh yeah, it's gonna be the brothers. It's gonna be the brothers now. I'm not sure you're gonna see brothers shoving coke. What's it like this? Don't look no more. There was no brothers. You know it's gonna be a historical moment 20 years from now. On BET. Brought to you by Marlon Liquor and Cigarettes. Why do you always give us historical moments about the stuff that's killing us? This is the story of Leroy and Bobby Jenkins. The only two brothers on the Titanic. A reenactment. Leroy, wake up. Take it. Go. I was outside fishing this stuff, man. 23rd. Some crazy lady in the front door. Let's go. Don't wake nobody up. They wouldn't let us on. They ain't gonna let us on. Brothers did a lot of stuff first. Black people discovered a lot of stuff. We did. Ain't nobody do his clap. No. We did. Think about it. We did, brother. We were there in history a lot of times. Christopher Columbus. Guess he discovered America. Hell no. You know he got close. He had a brother to do it. He got closest in the line. Yeah, Christopher. You gonna see what's out there. Been working your wife the whole trip. 20 minutes later, here we are there smoking a peace fight with the Indians. That's a good stuff. You got behind me. What you got? Hey, on the real deal, they about to take all your land. I see the plans. They're gonna give you a turkey dinner and take all of your land. Hey, when you hear with the word reservation, they ain't talking about a hotel. Hey, can I get a sack of this? Which way to Detroit? want you to sit right here. What is it? It's a plane. What does it do? You find out in a minute. When I started, they just pull his lever back. And we took off. All right, Henry, great. Come back now. Hell no. I'm going to D.C. It's like a runway stand, like a model, you know. Anybody a model out there? Any models? You a model? You models with that? You a model? Why models look so mean when they model? What is that about? Every time they go, I went to a fashion show, model had $10,000 worth of stuff, $15,000 shoes and bags. You know why? You know why they mad? Because they hungry, that's why. Trying to be a size 1 all your life. Headaches and cramps too. If you're looking for food, anybody got some good tea and shit? You want to have a little fun? Go to a fashion show and throw a cookie on the stage and watch it. Go to a fashion show and film it, right? And play it back in slow motion. It look just like crack ass. Same one. Just checking. Just checking. I grew up in Oakland, California. Right on. People, what you hear in New York, the Federal Witness Protection Program? I grew up poor. I grew up poor. There you go. And that's why I'm growing up poor. Being poor is cool. Because it's funny now that you look back, you know. Like Halloween was different. I mean, I grew up with baby kids. But we grew up in 2-bedroom house. Moms never had to worry about curfew. If you came home late, you had to have a maid or something. My brother and me at 5 o'clock in the afternoon eating dinner. Halloween was a trip. Halloween, we couldn't afford no Halloween costumes. Hey, kids, please. Mama sent us down to the liquor store for hot sauce. We didn't know what we were. I don't know what we are. She didn't tell us. I think when you be that, I guess. We're down here. We'll talk about New York for a second. I'm wrong. Women don't care. You're wrong. LA women different, you know. And you said LA got some. LA women, he said, I'm calling you an hour. You come talk later. I have a great for you. And they tell me, woman, what you be, yo? I'm waiting for you. I'm gonna let you up when I see you. I'm gonna let you up when I see you. You gotta know how to deal. What we need with women, we need a manual. That's what we need. Every lady should come with a foreplay manual. Wouldn't it be easier? Because we don't know what's happening. We don't know what's happening with the lady. We don't know. For example, like spanking. Spanking. Some women like to get spanked. Some women don't like to get spanked. But we don't know. We don't know that, do we? Fellas, what's what we do? We right? We spanking up. We start off some, soft at first, all right? Okay, yeah. All right, yeah. Gradually increasing. Shoot. All right, now. This ain't roots. I don't know where you get that at. Trying to be romantic as possible with the ladies, trying to be romantic as well. You gotta come up with different things all the time, staying, you gotta be sexy, So I watched the movie 9.5 Weeks. You see that movie? Yeah, good movie, huh? Ain't ladies like that. Using the fruit, the fruit. I thought it make it look good in the movie with the fruit. Come on, I'm trying to put some fruit in the woman's mouth, but she don't know what's coming. I had a little fruit, make a little, foreplay. A little fruit. What the hell is that? What the hell is that? You trying to say I need to lose some weight or something? I told you that freaking nothing in the booty, nothing in the mouth. I told you that. Strawberries, cantaloupe, the cheapest of all the damn melons. And ladies, let us know. Let us know, ladies. Ladies know what I'm saying. The ladies out there doing, they know what I'm talking about already. Let us know when we go to clubs. Let us know if you want us to come over there and talk to you. Because all men, we do it from a distance. We do that same little stupid little look. My name is Wilson. You look great. Man, ladies see you coming over. Look at this dude about to come over here. Oh my God, look at this dude, this big ass head about to come over here. Oh my God, girl, he about to come over here. Look, no, he coming over here, girl. Look, you, oh my God, coming over here. Look at this head, look at Gary Coleman. Look at his hair. Oh my God. Ladies, let us know from a distance. Just tell us, don't come over here. Get your big head, go home. Fellas, learn to dance, too. Learn to dance, fellas. Get some rhythm. See, ladies are clapping. See? Ladies are clapping. Learn to dance, fellas. You gotta learn. Let's say the way you dance is the way you make love. Yeah. So we out there with no rhythm, y'all. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Ouch, ouch. Every time I step on the dance floor, I dance just like them. Central presents Shut up. Fabulous to be here in New York City, ladies and gentlemen. I live in Los Angeles, California. We got people in from LA that don't go real slow. We're lower California, or low Cal, if you will. And people in LA always think that people in New York are rude. But that isn't the truth. People in New York are busy thinking. You know, because in LA, you've always got to look for intelligent thought, because it's never just going to come at you. They don't have time in New York to wait around for our pinhead smooth load the indecision. You know, you're in New York, you're like, will it be? Well, I got 30. Do you have it? That's it. I'm done now. Thank you. I'm busy. I have stuff to do in my life, okay? You stand there and decide till the end of time. But there's a lot of rules in California. We have liberal fascism. You can't smoke in a bar in the state of California. No, I'm not mad. No. I understand that smoking is vaguely inappropriate in certain situations, you know, like an orphanage, cancer ward, whatever. But a bar? Or if we're our French friends, Dordogne. You're in a bar. You're drinking poison. You're trying to have sex unsafely with someone you don't know. Is secondhand smoke really the chiefest of your health concerns at this point? Dude, I've been doing tequila slammer since noon. I'm trying to shag this chick I just met. I don't even know her name. Could you put that out? I'll put out my cigarette the day everybody walks to the show, ladies and gentlemen. Because I live in Hollywood where there is not one iota of unpaved space. And yet everyone feels the need to drive a suburban, four-wheel Humvee assault vehicle. Because you never know when you're going off-road in Hollywood. I spend a lot of time in England. Really, Greg, we're fascinated. Tell us more. All right, I will. I like to go to England, and I'll tell you why. I like to go to a country where I am considered the best-looking person. It's as simple as that. Hollywood, kind of a crushing ego blow, you know, hey, money, Hollywood. You are so old. Have you not perished in a plane crash? But not in England. Oh, good God, not there. In England, not close to that Dicky Island there. Oh, good God, look at him. He has all his teeth and his ears are in proportion to his head. Brad, bloody pit on that island. And the English were warm and cuddly by nature. Thank you, look for the sarcasm. You'll find it contained in every joke. You always have lots of interesting questions for me. Questions like, what do you eat? Do you miss America? They're obsessed with fur, where I come from. And you know how people who are obsessed with fur are. I'm gonna step over this disgusting homeless person and pet this cute little kitty. My feeling is this. We ran from the animals for 3 million years. It's our time now. Animals have 2 vital functions in today's society. To be delicious and to fit well. There was a woman a couple of years ago who was bored while she was videotaping the running of the wolves in Pamplona. Her heart was in the right place. I'm here to help. And I felt bad. But it proves my point about cows, ladies and gentlemen. When it comes to cows, it's them or us, right? If a cow can eat you, it would. And it really wouldn't care how comfortable your truck ride over was either. Hi, how was your trip? Ooh, my job's right off. So let's talk about devil, right? And the crowd goes quiet again. Listen, I don't advocate the use of dope. I'm saying, I would never advocate the use of dope because, I'm not a professional athlete. I don't have access to the good stuff, you know what I'm saying? God forbid we legalize marijuana in this country. And we don't because we're Puritans, right? We got that Puritan logic, right? I think we can't legalize marijuana, perish for mine. You see, if we legalize marijuana, people will smoke it. Because it seems to me that this country is so often a redneck, cat, pepperwood, boho, hee-haw, gun-toting, psycho, Christian, anti-choice, homophobic, giving cat wearing, wishing our band, sporting huge belt buckle with your name on it, you wear upside down, you go, that's for me. Kind of place. Clearly, the reason the United States is this way is England's fault. Once upon a time, the English sent people all around the world, right? Into our country, we got the Pilgrims. They celebrate Thanksgiving in England, by the way. It's called Off Puritan. Okay? We're told a lot of lies growing up, right? About American history. Right? Which ones? All of them. One of the cheapest lies we taught us about Thanksgiving, right? Ever since you're little, you've heard this. The Pilgrims left England to escape religionist persecution and to seek religious freedom in a new world. And even when you're little, you're like, you're not saying that, right? Because it sounds better than the truth. La 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 la. It sounds better and it tastes better, so we'll all pretend it really happened. There were no women or minorities, just a bunch of white guys wearing wigs. My feeling is. Pilgrims were asked to leave England. England was never funner than when the Pilgrims split, right? The people there got a little tired of these dour, right-wing conservative psycho Christians wearing all black, bumming people out, confusing everyone by wearing buckles on their heads. Is that time enough for you, combo? Yeah, verily. Finally, someone went, hey, I've got a crazy idea. Why don't you freaky little weirdos get in a rickety, leaky, dinky little boat and get them off the island, huh? Sail around till you hit the New World. You get there, commit genocide of the indigenous people, and I have a groovy time. Have a witch trial. Let us know how that works out for you. I'll be back in England having the Renaissance in case anyone needs us. So they sent this group over, right? With guns and Bibles and no farming implements. How English is that? Oh, surely there'll be a shotgun. I say, Squadron, can you make us some baked beans on toast? They send this group over. And then I have to hear this all the time in England. Well, all Americans are fat and stupid. Really? Well, thanks for sending over the best and brightest to start the party, huh? Maybe we can send a few freaky Texas militia hate group gun-toting weirdos back to your country, huh? We work too hard. Can we agree on that? I know I was full of support for that, but all right. You know, we work just hard enough, Greg. Harder than everyone else, right? 40 hours or more a week, 2 weeks vacation a year. All the other countries in the world in the G7, they get 4 weeks. I did not know that. Well, no, you didn't. The Japanese, they might work harder than us, right? Die in front of their television set of coronary thrombosis when they're like 4. Been singing the corporate anthem since they were a zygote. We work so hard for very little. I don't know if you've ever been to like Spain or Italy, but it doesn't break down that way. Spain or Italy, 1 o'clock rolls around, work stops. Everyone goes to bed, they get up, they drink wine, they get up in the morning and they look fabulous. How did we miss out on that? How come we got the grumpy boat of bandy-legged Puritans? How come we didn't get the Italian party boat with the cappuccino maker and the gelato machine? That was the sexy boat, man. There's goes on a million saints. There'd be a holiday every other day. We'd never work. 1 o'clock, I go to bed now. Then I get up, I drink wine, I make love. I get up in the morning, I have strong coffee. I look very sexy in my suit. Beep, beep, beep. Get out of my way. I cannot use my brakes or my sports car. Beep, beep, beep. Because I'm always looking for that place, you know, where there's no rednecks, that place where people get along, and I never find it. I went to Australia, right? And I thought Australia was going to be a groovy surf north, smoke a joint wombat, you know. G'day, mate, how are you, you know? And it's like Arkansas with a beach. It's a whole country with a no fat chick sticker on it, you know what I'm saying? Short on the top, long in the back, that's all we're going to change. Australians, they hate English people, but that's genetic. They hate Americans. And they, which blew my mind. They blame us for stuff that I didn't know we were on the hook for. I had this Australian guy tell me, listen, mate, we didn't have crime until America. You didn't have crime? Logic trade. You leave white people alone for a long time, they're not going to come up with a lot of goodness, you know? Every time an election comes around, there's always that same message of love in this country. You know what's wrong with this country? People from other countries. Of course, people from other countries. Now we're Americans. Technically, who is from this country? Only the Indians, who we graciously let dwell on their native casinos. We all came over to vote one way or another, right? And why is it always the ugliest white people with this message? The white race is the superior race. We must never allow the inferior blood of the black people to take our superiority. You're like, oh, jeez. Holy cow. You should date around, is what you should do. You've got gills and a pointed head. It's an entire country named Doug. I mean, it's lovely there. It's really lovely. You know, our country smells like urine. Canada's pine fresh. Just white people do not come up with the good music, ladies and gentlemen. Let's be very, very honest. Well, they can play music, but they don't invent the good music. And the crowd goes quiet. But Greg, white people invented polka and Gregorian jazz and country. Here's my case. White people did not invent blues or samba or salsa or jazz or rock and roll or hip hop or reggae or anything that's fun because. But why, Greg? Why? Why didn't white people invent those things? They produce them and take all the money for them. Because it requires hip movement of the pelvic region during the dancing process, and a certain looseness of character which white people do not possess, nor are they any good at any point. You see people from other countries dance, right? Brazilians drink carnival. It's fabulous, right? Feathers in their hair, breasts hanging out, middle of the day, beads coming off their butt. Pumping, pounding, reaffirmation of our humanity, right? You don't see a lot of rednecks marching through Phoenix on Martin Luther King Day with feathers in their hair and beads on their butt, do you? That's how people free. White people invented like Swiss clock dancing. Heidi, little goat girl, you are kicking the jam. You got my leader visiting a situation. And this food, it's so delicious. What is this, pure cheese in this fondue? God bless our white culinary heritage. You leave white people alone. Constant isolation for thousands of years. You know what their musical contribution is going to be? River dance. I can't move my hips. I can't move my head. The ankles. I am rocking bag of daily sex. Yes, I am. You're watching Comedy Central. Up next, everyone really is a comedian on Premium Plan. Sorry, I thought I would have showtime at the Apollo. Yeah, I'm Hugh Fink, and it's not a stage name, it's my real name. As a kid, I said, hey, Dad, is Hugh short for Hubert? No, it's long for. I took a French class where, they had everyone say our names out loud in French. And most guys' names sounded pretty cool. Frank, Francois, Mike, Michel, Hugh, Ig. I like when you're dating. I'm dating someone I really like, but sometimes in a moment of passion, the real person comes out. Kind of freaks you out. Oh, you really turn me on. Oh, yes. Oh, God. Oh, the Jews control the banks and the media. I hate when you take a woman out to a really nice place. Suddenly she reveals how totally classy she is, right? Major D comes over. Not only that, we have 2 salad dressings. Either the honey Dijon or herb vinaigrette. Which would you prefer? Ranch. Ranch. See, I'm at the point now where just by talking to a woman, I can not only tell whether she's in the ballpark, but I feel like I'm the umpire of the conversation. Yeah, just because I didn't finish high school, doesn't make me stupid. Correct one. I just read this really good book, Dynamics by L. Ron Hubbard. Drink two. I don't really believe in marriage. I mean, what's wrong with me doing sex? My fantasy is to be intimate with another woman. Hold on, what? Well, some guy I just met. Watch, it's full count. Yeah, I've been in therapy for like 7 years now. Oh, swing and a miss. I'm trying to cure my nymphomania, but the catcher drops the ball. She's still alive. I traveled in Texas recently, and man, there's a different language down there. Different expressions. I went to a Blockbuster video. I said, hi, I'm looking for a Jean-Claude Van Damme movie. Oh, why don't you check the ass whipping section? But I will say this, I think of all states in the Union, Texas are the friendliest. They're really giving people things. Texas has a very simple philosophy to solve all social problems, which is, don't worry about it. We'll take you to a titty bar. Oh, yeah. In Texas, that's healthcare. You go to any hospital in the state of Texas, I'm sorry, sir, you have a malignant tumor. What the hell would go to a titty bar on that? I should know, I grew up in Indiana. Where we have expressions like, to make a long story short. And I don't like that expression because people shorten the story so much that I don't know what they're talking about. Well, when I was 16, I met the love of my life. I mean, she was the most beautiful girl I'd ever seen, and we started dating. I took her to high school prom. Anyway, make a long story short, she hung herself. I went to the dentist. There's this really cute receptionist, and she took me back to that room where they do the teeth cleaning. Anyway, long story short, Puff Daddy's my uncle. There you go. Oh, no, see, I just used another expression from India. Did you attempt to kill this man? Oh, well, yes, Kim. Yeah, according to him, you stabbed him 11 times. Well, there you go. My parents still live in India. And I'm in New York now, different time zones. This is the Eastern time zone, India, the Central time zone. My father does not get time zones. I talk to him once a week. We have the same conversation over the phone every week. Well, it's 8 o'clock here. What is it, 6 o'clock there? It's 1:30 here, so what is it, 9:30 there? Let's see, it's Monday here, so what is it, Wednesday there? It's summer here, what is it, winter there? It's the Industrial Revolution here, what is it, the Paleolithic era there? My father is a nice guy. He uses slang terms which describe gay people, and he's not homophobic, but he gets the terminology a little confused. See that guy over there? He's a backpacker, He's a backpacker. See that waiter? You can tell he's a door slammer, Katie, like I heard she's a bulldozer on the way, She's a carpet cleaner, I went to college in New York City. My father calls me up. He says, if you need cash, make a collect call from Hugh Broke. That way I'll buy you money, and I won't have to pay for a long-distance phone call. So whenever I followed his instructions, I made a collect call from Hugh Broke. A minute later, my phone rings. We have a person-to-person call from Mr. Hugh Broke from a bank. Discussing controversial issues with my father, like the corking drug. I said, Dad, do you think a family should have the right to withdraw life support on a loved one? Well, it depends on which kid. That's a controversial issue, the right to die. Personally, I'll be honest, I have mixed feelings about it. Because doctors take an oath to preserve life at all costs, right? And yet, I think an individual should have a say in their own destiny. So maybe the best solution is take those of us who believe in the right to die and let us kill each other. And why is that to be such a sad thing? Let's have fun with it. Let's everybody in a stadium having a ringside announcer at 38 pounds from Beth Israel Hospital. The guy who's been in a coma since 1991, Nordy the Respirator Zuckerberg. Versus our champion, the lady with rickets. Going out for Chinese food in New York City, but I gotta be honest, I was afraid eating Chinese restaurants because I always get that one Chinese waiter where I can't tell if he's being sarcastic. Excuse me, sir, the Kung Pao chicken, is that spicy? No, sweet. Okay, I ordered an egg an hour ago. Oh yeah, thanks for reminding me. I'm a comedian. There's some tickets to my show. I'm sure you're a very funny man. You know, I would point out, I don't even order Chinese food to be delivered because they're too high tech. They can just invade your personal privacy. Frankly, I don't know what to do. Oh, is this you, Frank? Yeah, how'd you know that? It's your voice and computer chips. Okay, well, let me tell you what food I'd like. We know what you want. Eat it in 6 minutes. No. First of all, I'm not even home right now. No problem. We have a crowbar. We break in just like that. By the way, one of your plants, they look like crap. One more thing, your girlfriend, she fake orgasm. I love watching live real courtrooms on television. That's my favorite thing to do. And I know John Gotti Jr. pled guilty recently. But in my lifetime, I think the most intense trial I've ever seen on television was his father, John Gotti. That was amazing because the judge asked Gotti if he'd like to make a statement to the court. Now, come on, what's Gotti going to say? Yes, Your Honor. I have a statement prepared. You're dead. How's that sound? Hot dead. Guess what? You're dead too. Hey, Bailiff, you're dead. The guy with the candy machine was there on you. Dead, my friend, dead. guys who become government witnesses, right? And one of them says, I told the feds there's only one place where I could wear a hidden microphone where they'd never search me. So they put it in my, how do you do? Yeah, that's what he called it, is how do you do? So let me get this right. The mafia will kill people in cold blood, yet they'll replace genital expressions with nice greetings. Yeah, this one time billed me 50 grand, so I took him to an alley and I shot my fist up his good morning, neighbor. How's the wife and kids? I love sports. My father taught me to love sports, and even though he's in Indiana and I'm in New York, when a big game's on TV, he calls me up all excited. Wow, it's the ninth inning here. What is it, the third inning there? It's the NBA here. Was it the NHL there? My father listens to those all sports radio shows they have, and no matter how easy the trivia question is, he never gets it right. I mean, the easiest question. This former Yankee, known as the Sultan of SWAT, once hit 60 homers in a season and had a chocolate bar named after him. Was it Candy Maldonado? I love baseball, but I really think they have to make it more interesting on television. Because I thought it's special on ESPN. The importance of the first base coach, right? They put a wireless mic on the first base coach. And after listening to the show and watching it for 2 hours, I finally understand how important the first base coach is. Now batting, Bobby Bonilla. Robbie. Heading next, Barry Bonds. Stepping to the plate, no more Garcia Parra. Boxing as a sport has gotten so corrupt that we're actually now rooting for Mike Tyson to get back in the ring. When did this happen? And Tyson, I will say this, he's gone through a lot, and he's finally speaking out on all issues besides boxing. Mike Tyson on the Special Olympics.
I think it's great. We let these handicapped kids who are retarded in wheelchairs, bounce the ball, put them on the ring, I'll fight them.
Mike Tyson on Maya Angelou.
Yeah, Maya Angelou's like this really great poet, she's contributed to feminism and African American freedom. Growing up as a face, and I kill her.
I can't believe this controversy is still going on in sports of teams that have Indian names being protested. That's crazy. Like St. John, the Redmen, are now called the Red Storm, right? Thank you. The coach is there. Yeah, I think it's crazy because, let's face it, a lot of teams have ethnic names. Notre Dame, the Fighting Irish. Minnesota, the Vikings. Yeshiva University, the Price-Slashing Heaves. What's the big deal? I think the saddest thing right now in professional basketball is the fact that Magic Johnson doesn't do play-by-play anymore. Yeah, because he's great. Don't get me wrong, he's my favorite player of all time. But Magic has that really bad habit of sort of getting excited and stating the obvious.
7 seconds left on the shot clock, which means as each second ticks away, there'll be less time left on the clock.
I think the best announcer in all of professional sports is Chick Hearn, the Los Angeles Lakers. I don't know if you know this, he's amazing. 79 years old. And not only can Chick Hearn tell you exactly what's happening play-by-play, but he also knows obscure facts about all the players' lives. Glenn Rice makes one on court. Rice in German literature made out of West Virginia State. Bounce pass to Shaquille O'Neal. O'Neal for a C-section at the Naval Hospital in Chester, Maryland. Takes it over to Kobe Bryant. Bryant, whose brother Tyrell acquitted of sodomy charges. February 5th, 1991. She took score! Well, I like to bring the violin out at this point of the show because people get scared when they see a violin. Maybe it's because when you go to hear the New York Philharmonic in concert, you sit in your seats, not knowing exactly when the concerto is finished. Growing up in Indiana, I get recitals, and people would ask me sort of inappropriate questions. People went down to Georgia. We had a country western radio station in Indiana. Became classical. They didn't fire any of the DJs. We would listen to Rossini's overture, La Gatta Ladra, which is Italian for all my exes live in Texas. What the hell? We're going to Tango. My mother came to a show I did recently, and someone came up to her and said, "Does your husband really talk that way?" And she goes, "No, I do." Well, even though I studied classical violin as a child, my inspiration for music was Jimi Hendrix of Woodstock. He played the Star Spangled Banner, and it blew me away. And so my fancy is to be invited to perform the national anthem at a baseball game with my fiddle. And I'm going to play Hendrix version on it. Thanks a lot. You're watching Comedy Central. Keep it here for the top banana from Indiana when Comedy Central presents Jim Gaffigan. Coming up next. City Comedy Central presents City, home to road rage. Out of my way! Oh, it's great to be here. Anybody vacationing here? Very good. I just got married recently, so that's very exciting. Avoiding, you can't throw rice at a wedding anymore. Don't be throwing the rice. Throwing the rice. The birds will eat and explode. And you'll be happy, won't you, with dead birds all over the place? We didn't throw rice, we actually threw Uncle Ben. Don't be throwing Uncle Ben. Al Sharpton will be protesting in front of the house. Throwing that Ben, that's not right. Now that we got married, when we were dating, snoring was never a problem for my wife, It was always, oh, last night you were snoring, it was so cute. You're like a big bear. I watched you snore all night long. You really rest well. So peaceful. I was afraid, that's why I woke you. Now, a year and a half down the road, it really doesn't matter, It's a totally different woman now. Stop snoring! Stop it! Stop it! I can't sleep! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Just poking me and shushing me. I said, if you hit me again, I'm calling the police. Can't be hitting me like that. She starts, now she has a bag of shoes next to the bed. Stop it! Stop the snoring! Then she starts crying. I can't take it. I gotta leave the room. I can't take it. I need to sleep. I'm leaving the room. Then leave. Get out. Leave the room. Let me get some rest. I never had a problem snoring before. Now it's because of her, and then she goes, you have to go to the doctor. You have to go to the doctor and have your flap taken out. My flap. How do you think I make out living, honey? I use my flap. So now we're going to try anything. It's those breathe rights now, The breathe right, that's the thing I'm wearing out of bed. Breathe right. The woman had to come up with that idea, right? Breathe right because you're breathing wrong. I go to bed, I've got one on, I wake up the next morning, they're all over my body. I was constipated for a week. I had to breathe right back there. We moved down to California, and my parents are always calling me out in California now. What they do, they call us to find out what time it is. What time is it out there? It's 3 hours difference while I'm working out on paper. You're probably on that cordless phone, aren't you? Walking around without a cord. When we were kids, we had cords. And we were happy. We were tethered to the base unit in the kitchen. Mr. Hollywood with your cordless phones and your hot tubs and your phone sex. Has anybody tried the phone sex here? Okay, just me. Very good. Just me and Clinton are the only ones that have ever had the phone sex. Nobody's ever tried phone sex? I guess those commercials on TV late at night are just for me. Can we watch the TV? Call me, let's have sex on the phone. Does anybody noticing I'm using the old style comedian phone for this routine? Very good about having phone sex with the Andy Griffith phone. Are you touching yourself on cats? I'm on the Andy Griffith phone. Hold on, let me rub up against something. I tried phone sex once, I did, I'll be honest with you. I got my penis stuck in the 9. Getting your penis stuck in the 9, that's not science. Don't you realize that the people in this house have to use that phone? And Rose found out, oh my God, I can't believe it. Kevin got his penis stuck in the 9. They had to call the fire department to get it out. If it was in the upstairs hallway, dialing 911. All the neighbors were on the front lawn roaring laughing. I told Pat she should have got the push button a long time ago. These kids, they put it everywhere. Well, look at this, huh? They really outdid themselves with the decorations here, didn't they? This is like my backyard. Oh, my God. Big family, big Irish Catholic family. My great-great-great-great-grandfather was Mr. Potato Head. A lot of the meetings were in mental institutions. I should really mention that. Years ago, one time you had a mental institution in America and find meetings there. Absolutely, I'm not lying. Sometimes we have the whole floor, you know. And my Uncle Egbert, my Aunt Rose would bring us there and introduce us to him. Here's your Uncle Egbert. He looks so handsome with his new leather face mitts. It's good to be back in New York. I went shopping today. I go shopping. People mistake me for an employee. Ladies walk up to me. Pardon me, sir. Where do I return the gifts? I'll give them to me. Take anything I can look right at that door with it. Are you sure? I never heard of that policy before. Oh, ladies are stuck in the door with security guards. And he's intimidated. Oh, that's not look at him. Look at him. Look at his eyes. He's off the crack. Anybody here on crack tonight? I want to know. You probably are on crack if you're clapping. You're clapping and you're on crack, and people won't think you're on crack because you're clapping. I know your game. If I was growing up today, my parents would think I was on crack. They would, because when I was growing up, they always thought I was on the pot. You're on the pot, aren't you? You're on that pot. Upstairs in the room on the pot with the wet towel under the door, and the Jimi Hendrix posters upside down everywhere. Who is the black magic woman? Who cooked you? They used to tell me I looked like Wayne Newton when I was growing up. Was that child abuse? I don't know. Can I show them now? You know, you look just like that Wayne Newton. I don't look anything like Wayne Newton. You do too. Get your honor in the words of Don
Good morning. Good morning. How are you, Miss Aquarius? I'm lovely. How did you sleep?
Good.
You ready to take on the day?
Yeah.
All right. Go get them. I'll see you tonight, God willing, okay?
All right. See you tonight.
Take care.
You too.
Thank you. Stopping at the prayer scene tonight.
Why don't you dig to China? Did you ever do that when you were a kid, dig to China? I used to wonder if kids in China were digging to America. Oh, yeah, let's dig to America. I'm 6 years old out in the backyard digging away. My dad would come out. What are you doing down there, Kevin? I'm digging to China. All right, get home for supper. Never tell me it was impossible. Never learned my clothes about 12 when I burned my hands on the core of the earth. Chinese kid. They were always having company coming over, you know. That was a big thing. We're having company tonight, so stay out of the bathroom. Stay out of that bathroom. We have company coming over. Who are we supposed to be? No, I don't care. Just regulate yourself. Wait till they leave. Couldn't use the bathroom. We can never use the bathroom at our house, you know. Company's always coming over. Mr. Richter's coming over. He just got back from Sweden where he had his exchange operation. I don't want any of you kids to say anything about him being a woman. You've got something to say, you just tell him how pretty he looks. What are we supposed to call him? Thanksgiving was another big day when we were kids, you know. We had the big turkey every year. Last year, the turkey weighed 185 pounds. I had a tattoo. Flying around the front lawn on a Harley. Took my sister hostage for 24 hours. My Uncle Zeke actually had to put on his flame retardant pilgrim suit and subdue him with a flamethrower. He was always dressed up for Thanksgiving. One year he dressed up as a butterball turkey. And my Aunt Rose couldn't stop talking about it. Oh my God, look at Zeke dressing up like a butterball turkey. I can't believe it. Look at him sitting in that roasting pan wearing go-go boots. Pouring gravy on his torso with a big old egg. He's gonna get arrested for public self-defense, just like he did last year. Look where he's got the thermometer. I guess you wouldn't be surprised if I told you I was seeing a shrink. I'm a psychiatrist, just a little shriveled up guy. Tell my problems to. He's happy that I'm married, you know, and I think everybody's happy that I'm married. No, because you know I'm not going on the blind date. I'm coming back with the stories about that. You know why they call them blind dates? Because when you see the girl, you want to jam something sharp into your eyeballs. How do you think of poking eye out when I was a kid? I'd be passing pizza across the table. You're going to take your brother's eye out with that slice. Now put your goggles on and go to bed. And stop the rolling up there. Stop the rolling in the bed. All night long in the bed. Rolling. You're going to fall out of that bed and poke your eye out. And you're going to sue us or we're going to lose the house to you. My mother's always saying that to me. I was a kid, we're going to lose the house. We're going to lose the house. Why do you think it lost the house when I was growing up? You know, you're a teenager, 19, 20. Well, can I borrow the car tonight? You're not taking that car out tonight. Taking the car out at night. They're going to smash into somebody. They're going to sue us or we're going to lose the house. Well, those were my plans exactly. And I'm mother, yes. Thank you. You're so kind. You know? Maybe it's a different style of comedy than you've seen before, man. You know what the word booty man is? Have you ever heard that? Booty man or booty woman? No? How about a gummo? You ever hear that? Gummo? Of course not. These are the words I grew up with when I was a kid. You're a booty man. Your brother's no better. He's a gummo. These are the words that I grew up with. My grandparents, I guess, gave my parents those words, and their parents had brought them over from Ireland, and they were all crazy. So these are the words that I had to bring out to the world and say these words. I didn't know I just called my friend, you're a moody man. It's like my parents from outer space or something. Don't be telling people we're from outer space. What if we weren't from outer space? You Lord, cover. Now get the puss off your face. Ever hear that one? Get the puss off? You're not walking around this house with the big puss on. I had no idea what my mother was talking about. I got my to school. You're not going to school with that puss on your face. I go to school and ask my teacher, Sister Damien, what the big puss on my face? Get to the principal's office. My mother said I had a puss on my face. Where's the puss? I want to know where it is. Talking about the puss. Can't repeat anything here in school. You're like a moody man. I'll tell you one
What
thing,
up,
Mister,
Zoo?
you are not going to summer camp
How you
this
living,
year.
pimp?
No way, Jose.
Come to the fucking Discord. Let me whoop your ass.
And my brothers would say, you're a
Zoot, you little bee. Get in here.
You're a Mexican, and she called you Jose. Yes, you are. You're Jose. You're not
Zoot, I see you.
I was always in trouble in school. When I went to grammar school, we had the A-bomb drills, the atomic bomb drills. We had to practice what to do in case the communists dropped the bomb on us. Like that would be the first place they bomb. Like at the grade school. Our Lady at Mount Carmel, ground zero. I got sent out from school once because I didn't put my head between my legs. Because if you had your head between your legs, ladies and gentlemen, you'd be safe from radiation. There were certain papers you could read. Sister Mary Hulk Hogan would drag me by my ear to the principal's office. Send me home, and I know my brother would say, look at this now, look at it, take a good look at it. Says here you didn't put your head between your legs during the atomic bomb drills. What is wrong with you? Jesus, Mary, and Joseph and the shepherds, that's not right. What if President Kennedy finds out about this? He'll think the school has been infiltrated by communists. And the Monsignor will be blacklisted and the Pope will excommunicate us. You get down to that fallout shelter right now and show that note to your father. He's putting canned foods away in sundries in case the communists decide to bomb the house. Your brothers are upstairs now with their heads between their legs. Your sister is constantly putting her head between her legs. Ryan Rose would say, can't believe it. And Kathy's always got her head between her legs. She can join a circus with an act like that. She got her head between her legs and a big old puss on her face. Five kids in the house, you know, one bathroom. And that really should be against the law. 5 kids in one bathroom. My sister lived in the bathroom. She never came out. I didn't even know what she looks like. She went in as a little girl, came out with a wedding gown on. And in between, she would always be wrapped in towels. Every towel in the neighborhood she used. And come running out of that bathroom, all you can see were her eyes. And screaming, don't look at me! We're not looking at you, we got me! I got that bathroom, you know, towels have to run from the bathroom to the bedroom naked. I get caught every time you're naked. Being in the hallway naked, that's not right. You get into that bedroom right now and do 6 Hail Marys for being nude in the hallway. 6 Hail Marys for being nude. I'm in the bedroom doing Hail Marys. Hail Mary for the grace. I'd rather be screaming, Mom, get into the bedroom doing Hail Marys in his underwear. You put some pants on when you're doing Hail Marys. And not those tight pants, you put your big pants on. Going around with tight pants on, that's not right. You get upstairs right now and put the big pants on. The Peterkins are coming over. Peterkins were always coming over. You know, they never any kids, so they come over and look at us. My mother's always telling us that Mrs. Peterkin is sick. She's sick. She is sick. So can you be nice to someone who's sick? I hope so, mister. What's wrong with her? She's got thyroid. So don't be mentioning the thyroid when she gets here. She's got the thyroid, she's got it bad. We didn't know what thyroid was. As little kids. Next thing you know, Peter shows up and she's got these big bulging eyes. She's looking at us, we're looking at her. Nobody's blinking. Before I take off my plate, I can actually see the reflection of her eyeballs in my dish. Can't be looking at her eyes in my blankets. We all look up at the same time. I can actually see her heartbeat in her pupils. My Aunt Rose wouldn't make it any easier on us. Hey, kids, if you're all bug-eyed pig, it's coming over tonight. You better look out if you know what I'm talking about. I bet those eyeballs are gonna pop right into the mashed potatoes. Kevin, you'll probably wake up tomorrow morning and those eyeballs will be under your pillow. You can bring them into school for show and tell. Hey kids, look at I got. Buckeye gets a... Nice. That's right, they finally flew. Oh, thank you very much, everybody.
You're watching Comedy Central. Up next, Gallagher takes the stage. Smashing. Comedy Central presents
Look it over. You guys are into it. I like it. For those of you who don't know me, kind of look at it. You see it? I have kind of a weird look. I'm kind of a Andre Agassi with a drinking problem kind of look. How many ladies go for it? It's their loss. That's the way I see it. We're here for fun, and this is when fun happens late. Hanging out with your friends late. Listen to that mother or two. That's when all the fun happens late. Hanging out all night. You know how it is. Fun. Go home a little early, right? Mistake. You get that girl, you get that call the next day, you know that call. You should have hung out, man. You should have hung out, man. Well, what happened? Oh. That's what a lie sounds like. Oh. 10 minutes after you left. It's always 10 minutes after you leave. That's when all the fun shows up. Like the fun mobiles 10 blocks behind you, just goes broken and head sick with everybody. Yeah. Even the fat kid wearing a Babylon 5 t-shirt, he got a little. And it's never gonna happen again. I make my own fun. Like today, I'm sitting on the couch, right? My dog's licking himself, right? I'm touching myself, right? We catch each other's eyes, we both start laughing. We went from friend to friend really quick, you know what I'm saying? You gotta make your own little fun, that's the way I see it. Go out and have a couple of drinks, why not? You know, my drink is Jack Daniels. Yes, that is a wild man drink. That should come with bail money, you know what I'm saying? Because on Jack, you don't know where you're gonna end up, but you know when you get there, you won't be wearing any pants. That's the way it works. I'm drinking Jack and I started blacking out. You ever black out? Or as I call it, time travel. You ever do that? Oh yeah. You know what it is? You drink it, you black out, you wake up, you're in another bar, you drink it, you black out, you wake up, you're playing that night game with a half Indian somewhere, you know what you're doing? Yeah. Winner fixes the tranny. Yeah. You drink it, you black out, you wake up, you're in White Castle. Working there 3 years, still not assistant manager. Your buddies tell you to quit, but you can't because you're banging the slow girl on the fry later. They say she's a little bit, but those titties ain't there. That sounds like a little country western tune. This is New York. This is like that house music capital. You got to work it. You got to push it. I don't gotta do anything. I don't like being ordered around by my music, right? Take it down a notch, just a little bit. There's one guy, the worst guy in the music, the Yanni man. You know Yanni? First of all, anyone who looks like a magician and doesn't do magic, I don't like. I don't even like magic. I hate it, but I love the word. Ta-da! I love that word. I don't get to say it, right? I never do any magic. You can't just walk around going, ta-da, ta-da, ta-da. The only time I can say it is when I do something really stupid or surprising. Like if I go out drinking all night, hitting strip clubs, and I come home and I still got some money. Ta-da! I thought I was broke. Why does my jaw hurt? Now, I feel like a cigarette. You can't smoke anymore. It's sad. Right? I like smoking because when you smoke, you know what you won't be doing tomorrow. Like kayaking and bungee jumping and bike riding and mountain climbing. I had a hat blow off in a strong wind. I'm like, I'll get another one. I ain't moving for nothing. Sometimes you need a cigarette though, right? Like after sex, you want a cigarette. After you have sex with a beautiful woman or a confused young man, you need a cigarette. You ever roll up someone and go, ooh, that was amazing. Skittles? Would you like a Skittle? How about a Jolly Rancher, baby? You want a Jolly Rancher? If the bad things happen, you need a cigarette, right? Like let's say, I don't know, you kill a guy with a hammer, you need a cigarette. Because sex and murder are the same. Well, you say the same after both, don't you? Damn, I gotta get the hell out of here. I know what women like. I know you're looking at me thinking, how does he know? I know. I know what they like. Lots and lots of attention. You might call it stalking, but they love it. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, come on. I'll try and fool you with a restraining order. Woo, you got me. Hanging out at the bus station. Guy comes up to me and says, go 1, 2, just one. And he's not even taking good care of it either. I think when you only got one toothpick, you take really good care of it. Not this guy. He had his own agenda. He goes up to me, right? He's like, can I help you? Help me do what? Remember to brush and floss? What can you help me do? He's like, oh no, I thought you needed some directions. I need directions. I'm not asking a man with one tooth. I'm asking a man with one leg. have a one leg. I like that look. You like the look? I like it. The way they come up to you? Yeah. They look like they're going to tell you something really important. You know what I'm saying? Very slippery out today. The elevator's broken. I got good information. He's helping everyone. Thank you, one-legged man. Thank you. It's all right. When you got one leg, you got a good story, right? Things are boring. You can always tell that one-legged story. Had to lose that leg. It's always something really manly, right? Larry mine, 69. So you got a one arm. He's got a story too. Snowblower, bottle of whiskey. You see, you got a one tooth. Where is the story there? What could the story be? Well, how did it happen? Well, I like a lot of Jaffe. I got in a couple of fights in my time. You know what happens when you get in a fight sometimes? You wet your pants. It's not because you're scared. It's just your balls telling your legs it's time to move out. I'm getting into a fight with a guy, a crazy man. He went through a show. It turns out he's an ex-Navy SEAL. These guys know how to fight on the land, sea, and in the air. There's no escaping them. And I'm doing all right until he starts fighting. Now it's really a brawl, you know what I'm saying? Anyhow, I wake up at home. I'm sitting on the toilet crying. Not that kind of big girl we ran out of ice cream crying. Yeah, I'm really crying. Thinking it's over. Thank God I'm alive. Tomorrow's another day. I'll come swimming up the toilet. Navy SEAL man right into my blood, making me do things. I like that story because it starts really manly and it's kind of queer. That's why I like it. You're thinking I'm homophobic. I hear it all the time. Dave, you're probably gay. What? What are you talking about being gay? So you probably are gay. You probably secretly want to have sex with another man. And I say, listen, voice in my head. I do not. How do you know you wouldn't like it? How do you know you wouldn't love it? I know I wouldn't like it or love it, because one time, during a terrible gardening accident, I sat on a cucumber, and it happens. Yeah, you never see it on ER, but it's happening. Every 8 minutes out there, someone's sitting on a cucumber or papaya if you live in Hawaii. Programs. If that ever happens, you need two things and two things quick. A pair of ice tongs and a friend who can keep a secret. You know what I like to do on a night like this? Sit in my apartment, play my favorite apartment game. Find the smell. Have you ever played that game? I was playing, luckily it was me. You know what I'm saying? It was that kind of scary smell. How about I go over to someone's house and they got that air freshener smell? Who are you fooling? I know you did something smelly. And now you don't want me to smell it, right? It's some kind of illegal odor out there. And I'm going to get to the bottom of it. Right? It's always some lemon scented thing, right? Lemons. I'm in the bathroom, lemons. What is there? A lemonade stand in here somewhere? I'd like a glass of lemonade. And it never just smells like lemons. It always smells like lemons and ass. You know what I'm saying? Lemon ass. Nothing beats ass. Ass is trying to catch up. Ass is laughing. I never drink alone. That's what they say. But you know what? If you drink enough, you'll never be alone. All right? People will find you. And that's when all the bad stuff happens. Right? Just sitting around doing nothing. Right? You know what happened one time? Drunk, nothing to do. End up doing what? My penis in my fish tank. Oh, I did it just to show them who's boss, all right? They were getting a little uppity. Even the diver guy stopped bubbling. I was like, what? And they hid in the castle. And like all good times, it always ends when your grandma walks in, doesn't it? Get amazing! Time for shopping! For the porno. I like a good porno movie. I'm even watching gay porno now. I'm running out of straight porno. I just pretend it's two straight guys that got there really early. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you're right. That is a great joke. Oh, it's good. If only it was a joke. Some people are against porno movies, and I say, hey, Ohio, Kentucky, and Iran. I say, hey, whatever a man and a woman and another woman with a penis and a midget do to a donkey, that's their gosh darn business. Just masturbation, where's the harm in it? Where's the harm in it, I ask you? I masturbate. I do it like I think if I keep doing it, I'm going to win something. That's the way I do it. One shot, one kill. 2 minutes to 1 man leave. There can be only one Highlander. Have you ever get caught masturbating? And I hope it doesn't happen to you. All right, now listen up. There's a lot of young people here. Listen up. This could save you a lot of years, all right? This is what you do. You get caught masturbating, okay? Your fantasy world has collapsed on you. All right? Now it's just you and she hanging out together once again. This is what you do first. Look surprised. And don't worry, you will be surprised. What's happening? Man, locksmith! Then say this, okay? Quick, get some help! My hand in here fighting! Get some help, a hot tub, and a chicken burrito. This is a battle royale! So, that's not what I wanted. I wanted balloons with happy faces. Yeah, my brother's a pilot. I got another brother who's a computer expert, and I'm a comic. We're like some kind of weird A-team. I want to see that mission. We need you to fly into Iraq, get to the computer system, tell a couple of midget jokes. Yeah. That'll distract them. In a racist world, I know. I was down in Augusta, Georgia. Ever been down there? Klan meeting going on. Why is the Klan still having meetings? Is there any new business with the Ku Klux Klan? Oh, we do hate it. We hate everybody, right? Okay, see you next week. The most racist place I've ever been in Alaska. Up there working for the government. Operation Blue Ball. Can't tell you any more about it. Thank God I did it. They got a Klan up there too, and they're better. Why? There's only one minority guy in the whole state. You go to a Klan meeting, he's like, we gotta get Eric. Yeah. Doesn't matter who you are, what you do. Men like breasts, and that's the way it works. I like breasts, and they like looking at them. It calms them and quiets them. It's like a meat shop without all the rolling around and screaming. Men like looking at breasts, especially the cleavage. The cleavage, thrusting it out, and it can be two things. They may listen to you. It's crazy. I can't do that. I can walk around with half a testicle hanging out. I'm sorry, you caught me. That's always a fashion statement. They're rumors. I'll give you a little advice. Make a little word put a condom on. It's embarrassing. It's like, look, there's still more room. We can tie it off and use it again. Just let it tiny. Everybody wants to smell the size that they remember, right? Whether you're a new cop to the force or a young man yawning. What are you yawning at? Oh, you building a treehouse all day? This is the most exciting job could I get? What would be a dream job for me? Manager of a chocolate factory run by big-breasted hookers. I got the schooling for that. Then you settle down and you focus. Whether you find a small penis or just gigantic balls. Luckily, there's a test. The first time you show it to your girlfriend or fiance or press it up against a bus window or something, and someone looks at it and stares and goes, oh. Look at him like a little baby Jesus. Look at him. Time to buy a Porsche. I'm telling you right now, you're going to need a little help. Women love mystery. That's what they like. Little surprises. So when you go home, add a little mystery to your relationship. When your lady leaves the room, take a dump on the floor. Honestly. No, really, hear me out. There is nothing more mysterious than a dump on the floor. And it always starts a conversation, am I right? Honey, is that what I think? I think it is. You better hold me, because I'm afraid. Get a load of this, everyone. Even as we're all sitting here, somewhere out there, somewhere, someone's having sex with an animal. Yeah. And some of you are thinking, let's get there before there's a line. Well, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm not even People are having sex with animals, and then we wonder why the animals attack us. I'll tell you why. That's it, man. And it's up to me and a half Mexican to stop them. Watch that animal attack you, right? It's a bullfight in Spain, right? The bull, he's like, got the guy down, right? So then this other guy jumps in, right? And the bull sees him and gets him down with his horns and rips off his pants and underwear. Just with his horns. Not with cocaine or promises of act work or something, no. Just the horns that God gave. They get a load of this and get scared. They're gonna get somebody starts running and running with his penis flapping around in the air. He doesn't even try and cover it because he's so afraid. Screaming, help, help. I don't know what that is in Spanish. Help, whatever it is. This guy's afraid. Because that's what fear looks like, I'm telling you. A man running around with his thing flapping around in the air. If you walk out of here tonight, you see a man running down the street with his thing flapping in the air, run with that man. Because there is some scary stuff coming the other way. Thank you very much, you guys are loving it. Watching Comedy Central. Stick around for some stand-up comedy from a puffed and bred bad boy. Comedy Central presents Intipop is coming up next. Comedy Central presents
At the pre-show of the Oscars, Joan and Melissa, they can't hear each other. They don't know what she's like. Melissa, what do you have up there? I need some re-ups. I'm so hungry. Send it down here. Mama, I have great flights. I'm fine. No, great flights. I'm fine. It's a kitchen. It's all cooking. I'm cooking. Yeah, it's a kitchen. I'm obsessed with this old network. So that's why I got a kitchen. Because Emerald Lagasse, obsessed with the guy with the big eyebrows, you know? It's on all the time. It's a bam! Don't go away. Be right back right after this with the process you do for have a beer. Let's kick it up a notch. Yeah! I mean, can't learn to cook something. I don't know. He never measures. He's like, I have a little estimate. What this no measures are coming with my CCs. You know what I mean? My eyebrows. Bam, bam. Don't go away. Let's kick it up and over the process you do for happy. With some essence. Bam. What is in your essence? That's what I want to know. You have to tell me. What is in angel dust? I like the classic Angel Trials kid. That's what you just went. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna do a lobster. That's what we're gonna do. And we're gonna take the lobster and put it into a pot. And we're gonna just smother it in tomato sauce till they scream to death of killing the hungry the little lobsters. And then I'm gonna cover my large white silver some eyebrows of the little cheese. Have you seen her lately? She's 99. She's still going. Her neck is coming out of her breasts. She doesn't do any more. She just leans on the ceiling and watches others. She just doesn't look at her. Doesn't smoke. She looks terrible. I don't look at her. I think I'm going to go to the bell tower now and ring the bell. Sanctuary. From a children's show to my own special, I had a children's show. Yes, you remember, huh? Yeah, it was called Sing My Valley. It was on for 5 years. 5 years with children. 5 years of booze and dope. You know what I used to do with the kids on the show? I used to recreate the schoolyard scene in the birds. The grandchildren. Isn't that a scary scene? Oh, it's so horrifying because, you know, the kids are like in the schoolyard and those crows are gathering in the jungle. And I'm like, why do you have them attack these poor kids? Why the poor kids? I'll tell you why the poor kids. Because if you remember, as the crows are gathering, they had to listen to that ridiculously repetitive song the kids were singing in the classroom. That totally was like, nipple-dee, nipple-dee, clappity, clappity, willy-dee, wally-dee, no. I went to town to sing my one. Nipple-dee, nipple-dee, clappity, clappity, wobble-dee, wobble-dee, crackity, sackity, lickety. No. I went to town to sing my one. Crackity, sackity, lickety, stickity, suckity, wuckity, pissity, whizzity, assity, wappity, boppity, wuppity, whittity, suckity, wuckity, no. I went into the purple. She didn't even take care of the class. She didn't even take responsibility. She went into her house, just right next door to the school. And she was like, Trey, you all run to yourself. I need a break. She didn't care. vicious, horrible, the worst. Don't even try it. Because the first one with my Malari, the mother, it was like, she was like, I should have killed myself the first time he put it in me. We slept in the same bed, but we never did. And then he came at me with his drunken rockhouse whiskey ripped in his hands all over me. And I locked it. They're all gonna laugh at you. She was good. I have a cousin named Google. My cousin Google, like the women in my family are true. My cousin Google is like, first of all, she's the authority on everything. She knows it all. You can't tell her anything. But she's gonna run like a dog, But she's anything that she runs out of breath in every sentence. And you don't know how she gets it. Like, when everything you're trying to go, like, that dog really slow. Let me tell you something right now. My daughter Connie and the dog, that friggin' dog is sitting up the whole friggin' house. I said, Connie, take that dust from the vermin and get this animal and squeeze. And she don't squeeze the animal like the friggin' dust and stitch up the whole house. I had a dog, he died of it. It did away, he exploded, he was all over the friggin' wall. Do you want that to happen to you? Do you want that to happen to you? Squeeze the eggplant! They're all dead. My mother and my aunts, they're all dead. I'll tell you what's interesting. All the women that took estrogen in my family are alive. My oldest auntie and my oldest auntie Mary, they're alive. The younger ones, my mom, my aunt Joanne, they didn't take estrogen. And my oldest sister Mary, who's like her 50s, she went through the change, she takes estrogen, she's very healthy. But my other sister Camille, who's a few years younger, I met her. I mean, she's like this tough talking, cigarette smoking, B&B drinking. I don't take nothing from nobody. I was like, Camille, please take estrogen. Look what happened. You've got to take estrogen. I am not taking estrogen. So I can get cancer. So I can have a tumor in my throat that's the size of a friggin' tangerine. I am not taking estrogen. Forget it, I will get cancer. What'd you go for her birthday? I was like, Camille, where do you want to go? I want to go to all the restaurants, and I want to have some appetizers at the bar. Look, why do we have to sit at the bar? Because I get smoked in the bar. Sit at the bar. Somebody's obsessed with food. What are you going to get? We're going to get lost. Anybody have a hot shell? Think of it as a soft shell, but it's not big lobster. I want a hot shell lobster. Think of it as a soft shell, it's not good. So they bring the food. Try to talk. What do you think about the whole Clinton thing? All right. So he likes the BJs. He's got a high-pressure job. He's got a law on his mind, and I want my president to be relaxed. And I love Bill Clinton, but I think we're going to see him on court TV someday with the Menendez brothers. The Menendez brothers! That was my favorite. Did anybody watch that? Did you watch it? Who watched it up here? Menendez brothers, did you watch it? It was the most thrilling. I couldn't get out of bed for 6 months. I was in bed. I had like sandwich crust, the condensed containers. I had to like air condition today. I can't leave while I was on the stand. I can't get out of bed.
You did it.
I was like freaked with this thing. And like, first of all, I mean, if you watch it, they kill the
1,000.
parents. They kill the parents. They kill the parents. They kill the parents. Okay, everybody knows that. You know, everybody knows that. But let me tell you something. I watched that here. Something happened. I believe that, especially with Eric. Something happened because you don't kill your money motherfucker when it comes to red rage, blood all over the city. They wanted the money. They had the money. They had the car. They had unlimited fun. You don't blow the money in the living room. What's happening? You take it in the back of all bury the worship parents. I don't know they went to Miami. That's how you do it. Oh my God. And I'm so obsessed with it. And I didn't come from like physical abuse or sexual abuse. Thank God, because I know a lot of people have fun. I have verbal abuse. I get, what's the matter, you stupid Lord? What the devil is stupid? You get that smile off. You can't do anything right. I got that, which is why I do this. first time I ever saw Corky make, the thing that caught my attention was the Brando. The Brando trial when he killed, the daughter. The boyfriend was killed by the son, Cheyenne. No, Cheyenne was the daughter. Dad was the boyfriend of Cheyenne. And then Christian killed him. It was awesome. There he was, Brando, on the stand. His stomach was hanging over the witness stand into the jury box. They were like, Mr. Brando, I'm sorry, I love you. You're influencing the jury. But he was like, come to Brando. He was awesome. It was just like, this tragedy that's happened to me in this lifetime is a shame, because my son is a good kid, and my father really is not a bad father. Just put me away. Can I get a rating, please? So I'm from Stoneham, Massachusetts, originally. You know you're from Boston, lovely. You know who's from Stoneham? Nancy Kerrigan. Nancy Kerrigan. You know they're looking from Boston. Hi, Nancy. Hi. No, Kerrigan. God bless you. First of all, let's start at the beginning. She lost. She wasn't as good as that side of me. She absolutely, because that side of me was like this little, little swan, feather tail, princess, like, feather. She was like so sharp, like, she was sharp and artistic, and Kerrigan was like a freaking metro coming at you. She was like, she's in that, she wore those Lincoln Tunnel teeth, though she's hard. Okay, that's good. And you know, she was good for a while. She said, crap, and then she shut up. And then she never had Disney World, right? She's on the float with the mic on. And she's like, son of a bitch, what has to do with $2 million, you freaking mouse? Oh my God. And then when, okay, her true Olympic color show, I'll never forget this. There she was, backstage. It was before the medal ceremony. There was a delay because they couldn't find the Ukrainian national anthem. Oh, because it doesn't exist. The AEO form, they couldn't find it. So this Kerrigan backstage in here, Vera Wang, it's her, the delay is because I'm sounding quite her makeup, and she has to reapply it, which is wrong. And on national TV, Kerrigan live, CBS, she's like, her makeup. Give me a break. She's just gonna cry it off again. That was the episode of that story. Tanya Hardy, what was she doing? She's like a country and western porno star. And she was like this sick, compulsively competitive little sick guy, truck driver, loving stupid girl. Forget the triple ones and mix the blue eyeshadow because it's reflecting off the ice and blinding everybody. She's like a pilot. She's like, you're flubbing. Then when that skate never broke, remember the skate broke? Karma, coming back at you. Karma, back her. There she was in her Cirque du Soleil clown clothing. With the makeup, with the blue and the white and the red. She looked like whores on ice. She was in the prostitute caves. Think about the flag of Uranus. I don't know what it was. And then she couldn't hear what she was saying. She looked like Charlie Chaplin like a clown. It was like a silent movie. And she goes up to them and she's like, because he's from New York. He knows it. He knows it. He knows it. He just knows it. And The Sopranos is brilliant too. It's just, it's brilliant. It's on the money, you know? Believe me, I know. And if you meet a Italian that's born and bred in Los Angeles, I met this girl after the show one time. She was like, "Hi, how are you? My name is Constantine. Nice to meet you." I love your show. It's like, it's a television. I was like, "Oh my God, I love it." Like, wow, it's so good. I never related to it because I'm totally Italian. I'll tell you. I am too. I am too. I can't believe you don't want to leave me. I'm Italian. I get primitive. I know Italian words. I will use an Italian word and I will use an emphasis. Would you like some? Marinara sauce? You know, the guys where I grew up, you know them too. I mean, especially on the East Coast Italians, I think most of them are like, how you doing? What's your name? 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 What is it? Tell me. What is it? What is it? What is it? Tina. No, Tina. Where you from? From here? 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 Where you from? Where you from? Where you from? Where you from? Long Island? Sure, over there. Over there. Over there. Sure. What's that? Your boyfriend? What's your boyfriend? Yeah? What's your name? 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 Anthony? You Italian? A little bit. Can I ask you something? Tina, if you wish to look at me, we don't know each other. I don't know you, you don't know me. We just don't know. So if you wish to look at me, what do you think my name would be? Just off the cuff of your head, look what you think my name would be. Just what do you think? What do you think? What do you think? Answer, come on, give me a ring, come on. Joey, no, it's not Joey. What else? Come on, think. One more, what do you think? Anthony, no, that's him. No, that's him. Anthony. Such a stupid. I don't like stereotypes. Let me tell you something. I don't like stereotypes. I don't like them. It's not stupid like Anthony Cole is stupid like Angelo. It's a good name. It's a good name, right? Good name. Alright, let me ask you something. Just like, you know, some hypothetical, okay, Anthony's dead. I killed him. So just for a second, let's go over it. I stick him in the friggin' arm in the eyes. He's dead. Alright. But then I come to him with Dina. We know. If I could take you anywhere you want to go. If I could take you anywhere you want to go. Anyways, where you want to go? Anyway, just think, where you want to go? Anywhere you want to go. Europe? No, I mean like freaking locally. Sparrows or Wendy or something like that. I can give you multiple organisms like you don't know. I'll make you shake like a dishwasher on a bad day. Alright, I gotta go because I don't know how to get out of this freaking carrot. You guys have been great. Thank you very much. I had a great time. Thanks so much. Stick around as Comedy Central delivers some of stand-up comedy's greatest hits on Comic Remix. Coming up next, only on Comedy Central.
You guys like New York City, huh? This city is changing. We have Kmart now in New York City. Some New Yorkers are pissed off when Kmart came to town. They were outside the store protesting. They didn't know what to say. They're like, down with Kmart. And their merchandise that people can afford. Down with Kmart, their 300-gallon drum of laundry detergent for 99 cents. Why don't you go take your good values to another town? Let's turn that building into a vintage clothing store. The kind that sells used Kmart shirts for $700. I like the big bookstores we have in town, the Barnes & Noble, the Borders. They have the lowest pressure sales staff on earth. You can go in there, pull 10 books off the shelf, go, hey, what do I pay for these? Pay for them, read them here. These bookstores are too big, they have shelves they don't even know what to do with. They have the employee recommendation shelf. Oh, golly, I don't know what book to get. How about 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, as recommended by Jimmy, the stock clerk.
Hey.
He wrote on this little card that he bought this book and, quote, turned his whole life around. What was he doing before he read the book? Jimmy, what was going on with you, man? They sell book lights now, book lights. A little spotlight you attach to your book. You know, I actually thought of buying one of these and then I remembered I own a lamp. I discovered a great store this past holiday season, the Body Shop. Oh my God. That is the perfect last-minute, thoughtless gift warehouse. You can shop there with your eyes closed. Grapefruit bath gel. Let's say my mom eats grapefruit, she bathes. Boom. Nice bottle, no need to buy wrapping paper. Total shopping time, 9 seconds. But if you're gonna send someone a present, send it Federal Express. Oh my God, they're unbelievable. You call up FedEx like, something on delivered. It's there already? I haven't even put it in the box yet. No, I'm actually looking at it right now. It's on my kitchen table. Look. Oh my God, it's gone. That was good work. Well, my dad likes the sweater. He's trying it on. It's too big on him. You're gonna fly him to Macy's to exchange it? Put the receipt, he said, well, thank you. I just bought a new computer. This friend of mine told me to get Quicken for my computer. It's like, Todd, you gotta get Quicken. Look, man, I make graphs of my finances. Wow. If I'm reading this pie graph correctly, looks like you spent half of last year's salary on the Quicken software. And this bar graph sends the message loud and clear. You have $7 in your checking account. I tell you, to see someone's poverty in full vivid color, it's a beautiful thing. So I got invited to a party recently. I think it's going to be a crazy, crazy party. Because the hours are listed on the invitation as 9 till question mark. When is it gonna end? Mama, I don't know when to tell you to come get me. Anytime you see 9 till question mark, generally the answer to the question is 9:15.
That was the first of 2 scheduled masturbation jobs. Some guys go crazy with the masturbation. I was reading this article on this thing, autoerotic asphyxiation. Some guys actually choke themselves with a belt while they're doing it. I read like 800 men a year die from doing this. I was like, no way, not 800. Then I remembered how many times I've nearly killed myself with just conventional masturbation. Just regular old meat and potatoes. Mom and pop. Missionary position. Masturbation has almost sent me to that lonely little Ramada Inn room in the sky. I travel out, I've masturbated in every hotel chain. And I'm here to tell you, Ramada Inns are the best hotels to masturbate in. And no, I'm not being paid to say that. Some people say to me all the time, Todd, you're in show business, you're single, you're adorable. I'm just telling you what people say. Don't kill the messenger on this one. People say, hey, Todd, you must get laid constantly. Perhaps I do. But I'm not one for hero stories. I have friends who tell hero stories, man. Not anything. I was at a bar with a friend of mine. This woman walks by. He goes, oh, I know that woman. She gives the world's fastest hand jobs. The world's fastest hand jobs? I don't know, maybe if she gives the world's best, you can fill me in, but I need to know about the cheetah, the hand jobs you do. So, Claude, if you have ever been to a currently working as a prostitute, seriously, guys, prostitution should be legalized. They advertise in the yellow pages, they do. Look in the yellow pages, you see ads for escort services, massage parlors, and they have slogans just like any other business. I saw one that said, we give the best service, no hidden charges. What kind of hidden charges do you get from a prostitute? You guys can get us bill $100 for sex, $50 for rust proofing. Hey, sunshine, can you come here a second? I hate to call you on this, especially